if we want it, somebody's got to follow up with them. I brought this just in case, because I'm.
No, it's fine.
I'm done.
So for now,
Fully attentive to you.
okay, so for the next hour, we're going to be talking to the audience. So let's go try to get the phone in.
Right.
Can you try putting like a flyer or something there? Like, I think if the text is bigger, it'll probably be fine. Someone took the call, right? Yeah. It's actually a number right there.
There's absolutely a shadow. It's not blurry.
It's trying to do a 3D projection.
Yes.
All right.
You might be right. You think it's literally trying to do
It's
for
literally
3D glasses?
No, it's literally trying to do enhance. All right, so we have Lisa. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and start, and then we'll keep messing with the projector during the breaks. All right, Randy, since you're here, why don't you kick us off?
Hi. So about May, I think, of last year is when I sort of kicked this all off at the last OpenStack Summit, the Open Contrail Users Group. And I basically came out and I said something along the lines of Juniper has not done the best job of delivering on community for Open Contrail. And we really want to fix this. In order to do it, we need all of you to participate. And I want to start this process of transitioning from Juniper being in charge of Open Contrail to it being more of a community-led effort. And that is a very difficult task. The amount of effort that's had to go on inside of Juniper in terms of educating people and helping them understand what it means to not be a Juniper-led community, for it to be a community-led community, has been very challenging. There's been issues around the trademark. There's been issues around getting everything sorted out in terms of the charter and the bylaws and sort of like, how do we organize? And to be honest with you, this is a small community. I think we all know that, right? And it's one that we'd like to be a lot larger. But sometimes what happens is the community gains a lot of momentum, and then sort of, you know, as a natural side effect, what happens is you start to organize better, right? So if you look at OpenStack in the early days, even its beginning days, was a much larger community than this one. And so it's been a lot of work, especially on the part of Greg and others in the community who've stepped up to sort of drive us to this point. And we're here now. Like, this is almost done. We're in the very final phases of basically completing what we started out intending to do last year. Now, I think many of you, probably not all of you, but many of you work at large companies. And I remember when I was in the process of selling my company, I was talking to Lou Tucker, who's at Cisco. I don't know if you know him. And I said, Lou, I don't know, I'm kind of scared. I'm going to go from being a startup guy to big company guy. And I said, what's your advice? And he said, well, you set out to try to do 5 things, and you feel really great if you get 3 of them done. So what I'm trying to say there is that, you know, the odds were a little bit against us to begin with, and we have, you know, overcome them, number one. Number two, we did it in, you know, really incredibly fast time frame, right? So I sort of kicked off the notion we would do this last May, but we didn't do the first governance summit till the end of June. And here it is, it's March, the end of March, and you know, we're practically done. I mean, there will always be stuff to complete, but the new governance model will be done, will be part of the LF and LFN. You know, all the charter documents are done, the community infrastructure is almost completed. You know, we have a whole process, people are signing the CLAs. I mean, you know, all of the things that we needed to accomplish, 95, 99% are done. And we did it in 9 months' time. That's light speed by big company standards. So I think we should feel really proud of ourselves for that. And not to sound too cheesy, but I think we'll just give ourselves a little round of applause for that one. I especially want to acknowledge a number of people, and Greg, make sure I don't leave anybody out, but there are people who stepped up from early days and then installed all the way through. Paul Carver's one. We have Ian, who's on the governing board. For the rest of the people on the governing board.
So we have Joseph.
Oh, yes, of course, Joseph. And anybody else? Doug? So who else am I forgetting? Anybody? Is that it?
So
We have, Jim on the line, maybe?
Lisa is online.
Okay. So, I mean, folks know who they are. We don't need to go through the full list, but without certain people stepping up who were non-Juniper folks and really putting some skin in the game in terms of time and energy and effort, this would not have happened. And so we're here. This is almost done. I'm feeling really good about it. And I think that you should as well. And the way that I have internalized this is that we're going into the next phase. And I think that you should get that signaling from the fact that we've renamed, we've rebranded, we're now on tungsten.io. And moving forward, a lot of my focus and energy along with Greg's will be really evangelism of Tungsten Fabric, right? So now that we've got this, that's community led, you know, I really want to make sure that we get to that objective that I mentioned at the very, very beginning of this process of 1,000 times more deployments. And so thank you for making the time to be here. I know you can do other things at ONS, and I really appreciate it. And I guess I'll just hand over to Greg to get us going.
Thank you, Randy. All right. Okay. So quick recap for some of the folks have been heads down coding. So it's kind of useful to recap where we are and what our goals are. So first, our vision. We want to be ubiquitous. In other words, we want to be the network and security fabric in open source across both OpenStack and Kubernetes and as many other platforms as we can reach. Our goal as a project is to provide a single point of control for both network and security. And we want to be the highest quality SDN in open source. I think we are, and we're going to be working very hard to keep maintaining that in terms of quality and scalability. All right, that's just a recap. So let me give you a quick update of where we are as a community. So brief history, as Randy mentioned, we relaunched in the June summit. There was a lot of industry interest. About 50 people showed up to that initial meeting from 15 different companies. We formed the initial governance, identified the key community goals, which is join the foundation, create a formal governance charter, build up the community infrastructure, encourage adoption. So we had a follow-on summit by AT&T in St. Louis. And a major two-day event at KubeCon in Austin, plus lots of smaller events. We had many, many different tracks in OpenStack Sydney. We had a bunch of meetups scattered across the country to be able to attract attention to the community. All right, so where are we with the foundation? We evaluated the leading three foundations. Apache, LF, and CNCF. Held ascension talks with LF and CNCF and selected LF. There is a lot of fit between us and LF. A lot of interesting networking projects that are completely complementary to us. So we have decided as the community to join the LF, and actually, formally, we've actually joined last week. So we are now a proud LF technical project. We held off the public announcement, not to spoil the marketing folks. So the public announcement will go out this week. In addition to joining the LF, we decided we're going to be part of the LFN Umbrella Fund. The LFN Umbrella Fund provides a common place for all of the networking projects within LF community. It creates joint marketing, drives synergies in the code, and also helps on the budget side because it allows people who participate in multiple projects, and because it is a fairly good fitting ecosystem, there is a lot of them, to save on dues because the dues are counted across all of the LF projects. So our LFN application is pending. The vote for our ascension to the LFN is today. So depending on how it goes, and hopefully it goes in our favor, we will publicly announce, I believe tomorrow, our joining of the LFN. Next. So after the reboot, as Randy mentioned, we formed a multi-party governance structure, and we decided on the following organization. So we created a governance working group, a TSC that was focused on the technical and roadmap issues. We created the infra working group, which Paul kicked off in order to be able to build, run, and do everything that you need to do as a developer on the project. And then in the fall, we've decided to also add ARB to bring in more key architects into the project. So in order to join the LFN, we had to slightly reorganize. Some of you may have missed the discussions, so I wanted to briefly recap it here. As an LFN technical project, we get to have one single governance body. We cannot have a split between the technical and the non-technical governance. So we're going to create a umbrella where both the formal governance working group, which will be renamed community working group, and the TSC will join together. And in order, because the membership for both groups is 5 and 5, in order to make sure that we never deadlock, we're going to add the head of ARB as our overall project TSC. So going forward, global project decisions are going to be made by this TSC organization. And the TSC name is special to the LFN, so which means that we're going to rename our former TSC to the technical working group. So the TSC will be the project governance body going forward. It will consist of the 5 community members, 5 technical working group members, and the head of ARB, which ARB among themselves will elect to provide the 11th vote. So this body will meet on relatively infrequent intervals because the only thing it really needs to discuss, frankly, is project-wide issues. So charter amendments, global policy changes, and if we're going to send a budget up, we'll meet together and make sure that both the technical and the business folks approve on the budget. Otherwise, we're going to keep going in our normal alignment. The community working group will take care of all of the ongoing business functions. A primary focus of the community working group after we join the LFN is going to be creation, maintenance of the budget, marketing, and the evangelism tracks. The technical working group, which is the former TSC, will continue with its full charter of maintaining the project lifecycle, defining the appropriate use cases, and addressing the architecture. So we're going to change the alignment slightly. Before, ARB was relatively independent. Now ARB needs to be a delegated group under the technical working group's charter.
I have to really basic question.
Yes.
What does the LNF or LSN like give the community, like give back to us? Like we talk a lot about like us paying fees and like being aligned with what they want, but like what do we get in return?
So what we get in return, so for member companies, we get the ability for member companies to participate in multiple projects without paying dues. Now, if you're platinum and you're paying 250K a pop, that
Yeah, but what, maybe it's more basic. What do we want to be a part of this organization at all?
Okay. So number one is we get money from them disproportionate to our membership dues. So right now our membership dues are pretty much zero, folks. Yeah, we're getting marketing budget. We got this room. We're getting food. We're getting everything else, right? So LFN will contribute, will pool the marketing money and make sure that all of the projects get what they need in order to prosper, right? So we get money from them, okay? So disproportionate from the money that we raise ourselves.
Just stepping back a second, when we decide to be community-led, Juniper can't carry the bag because Juniper's funding the community. By definition, Juniper can make any decision they want. So when we make decisions to become community-led, we inherently make decisions that we have to fund that effort in some manner, right? We do it on our own by creating our own foundation, and I'm sure most of you have foundation fatigue at this point, right? Or we joined another foundation, right? And so we joined another foundation. And so there are these sort of like questions of like, what can LFN do for us? What can we do for them? But in some ways that all comes out in the wash because the reality is that we had to partner somewhere. So it was really a question of where. And so LFN was just the natural consequence of narrowing down kind of our options, right? Apache wasn't really a great option. I think that's pretty obvious. DNCF was going to take a very long time, probably 12 to 18 months. And so we wound up with the Linux Foundation, who was very eager to have us. And I'm sure you guys have like, friends who you're not real excited about hanging around with, and then the ones who lean in, who you like to hang out with. Well, LS leaned in to us. They wanted to hang out with us. They wanted us to be part of LFN. Is it going to be a perfect fit? I don't know, but it's where we wound up. And I think that we should continue to ask these questions, and we should push on the LFN to provide us some additional value over time. And from their perspective, what's going on is that they're trying to take all these networking projects that are sort of interrelated and have them play nicer with each other over time, right? From a strategic kind of like long-term goal. And, that wasn't my first choice. I didn't necessarily want to play nice. Right? I wanted to go to CNCF and I wanted to like kick up some dirt, but that wasn't going to happen in time frame. And so what we're going to do is we're going to again get part of LFN and really try to be a driving force over time, right? Because if we look at the practical realities of open source projects, in my opinion, what wins is what gets adopted and used. Like, it doesn't matter how beautiful your open source is, it's never used, right? And so it's incumbent upon us to like continue to sort of push the ball forward. When I said kind of at the intro that, it's kind of moving to the second phase, like I see us as not done. We did the piece that gives me the community led, but the next piece is like how to make ourselves this ubiquitous network fabric that everybody uses. Containers, VMs, bare metal, in all the VMware deployments displacing NSX, I could go on and on and on, right? And that's a big ambitious goal. And I think doing it under LF and LFN is relevant sense. And we should continue to ask questions about what they can do for us. But right now, it's a place that, we wound up in that has an organizational structure that makes sense for us. And then, they've got a funding model that we have to accept unless we want to go build our own foundation, which is just impractical.
I would say it's a backstop for the things that would otherwise get dropped on the floor, because things like legal review of contributor license agreement, on that there's various documentation we can fall back on. There are things that they will provide. We'll talk later in the day about whether we want to use Jira versus Launchpad.
They're professionally run organization.
There are, without us having to, if there are things that we don't have covered. There's a fallback, and we will need to strike the right balance between what things are managed by the Tungsten Fabric community, versus which things are just defaulted back to LF or LFN. And the discussion of LF versus LFN is yet more minute detail, so we could get into the fine details. But the point really was, we didn't want it to be a Juniper-based foundation. We wanted it to be something that was a nonprofit entity that is independent of whatever companies are participating in it. And we could go the OpenStack route and establish something of our own, but if you have any idea how much infrastructure the OpenStack Foundation has, it's impressive, but I think it was trying for us to say we're going to cover every last little gap was just, there was too much stuff that wasn't the focus of what anybody wanted to focus on. And so saying, okay, we'll do the stuff.
And frankly, even a bunch of those things, you know, Juniper didn't do the greatest job at. I don't want to drag us through, you know, stuff, but going through the process of figuring out who signed CLAs and all that, it was not fun. And, you know, there was lots of stuff, right? So Juniper, you know, having this be sort of a third-party entity that has professional experience running community setting is a tremendous help to us. But I think over time, too, one thing that y'all should realize, LFN just got formed in the last month or two. So I think there's an opportunity for us to push on them, you know, and in terms of what we want over time too. Like I look at this elephant and us arbitrary as being a big experiment in a way. Is that good enough?
Yeah, I was saying, I didn't mean to derail so much.
No, it's a great question.
We can't live in Juniper, so we have to move it somewhere.
Sure.
It's like huge, that makes a lot of sense. And like they provide a lot of like legal,
So it's
infrastructure.
legal, IT, marketing, and it creates synergies across projects by having a joint tack which takes care of interoperation between the projects. So the projects are no longer independent, they can't ignore each other. They now have to think about how to integrate with each other. So that's what Elephant provides.
Exposure and credibility.
Yeah.
I think under LF is a great place to be, right? Because of the technical difficulties that brings with it. It's a good place to be.
Okay. Sorry. So back, like I mentioned before, we're going to have a joint technical steering committee. That will be the overall governance body for the project. We'll probably meet about once a month or once every couple months, mostly to deal with policy, budget, and global project impacts. Otherwise, we're going to continue in our normal alignment. The business discussions are going to happen on Fridays. And the community working group will take care of policy, marketing, budgets. So the current members are AT&T, Juniper, CloudOps, Intel, and SDN Essentials. The technical working group that's led here by Paul and Joseph will keep focusing on the use cases, architecture, lifestyle, defining individual sub-projects. And currently we have Intel, AT&T, Juniper, Ericsson, and Yandex as the active technical working group members. So we do have other community organizations. So ARB has a relatively narrow charter to review, to define and review the detailed architecture, to review all of the design specs, and to do code reviews as necessary. So the goal of the ARB is preserve architectural consistency, make sure that we can continue scale and perform at production levels. So the current members are AT&T, Intel, and Juniper. The infrastructure working group that Paul is leading is actually responsible for CI, test, docs, anything that's necessary to onboard the developers and new users to the project. Its goal is to build the community CI, which is currently functional, define documentation and test requirements, and the current members are TechTrueUp, Ericsson, AT&T, CodeLime, and Juniper. And then finally, as Randy said, we need to involve as a community and to evangelize. We need to get to that 1,000 new deployments. In order to do that, we have to outreach, and that's why we have a marketing ad hoc working group that's led here by James, and is going to interface directly with the LFN MAC, and is going to drive our marketing plans, marketing outreach, cross-community coordination, and other activities. So currently, membership is a little short. It's primarily Juniper and Intel. So folks, please help out on the marketing front. This is one area where community really should step up and try to drive the engagement to the project. So please join the marketing working group and help out. All right.
What is MAC?
Marketing Advisory Council from the LFN.
Okay.
So LFN has three bodies: the governance working group, the governance group, TAC, which is the Technical Advisory Council. The reason why it's advisory is because TAC tries to guide sub-projects like us, as opposed to dictate the decision. So in CNCF, TAC actually makes a decision on behalf of the project, right? So in the LFN, it's slightly different. It's an advisory council. Its goal is to create synergy, advise the governance working group, recommend things to sub-projects, but the sub-projects have independent technical governance. Okay, so then there's also MAC, marketing, right? So Marketing Advisory Council. Its goal is to implement the marketing plans, right? So this event was coordinated by the MAC working group. So this event is LFN co-sponsored, and the LFN MAC is responsible for organizing this event. Right. All right. So where are we in time? Okay. A little behind. Okay, so let me give you a quick overview of the community working group. So the focus areas of the community working group is policies, marketing, and the budget. The current members are Lisa Fon, me. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Greg Altenberg, Ian, Jim, and Doug. So we meet every Friday at 11, although chances are, as we pick up European members and folks from Asia and other regions, we're probably going to move this to a little bit earlier. And then meetings are always conducted via Zoom. Meetings are always open, so if you want a Zoom invite, please go ahead. Otherwise, the Zoom invite will be on the new revised website. Once it's up, it's somewhere on the old site, but the old site is being dismantled as we're fully converting to the Linux Foundation-based Tungsten Fabric site. The meetings are recorded, so once you join via Zoom, you can go ahead and review the recordings. We broadcast all important decisions on the governance channel. So instead of keeping detailed notes and making you go to some Etherpad somewhere, please join Slack. You will see all important decisions, all programs, and all decisions that we make. Okay, so next on the agenda are the other working groups.
All right.
Do you want to share?
Stand up, or what, how do we want to
Do you want to share the screen? Do you have slides?
We don't have slides. I don't have
Okay.
slides. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to show the document?
I have it up.
Yeah, so,
If you want to share that.
yeah, what I
This
was.
one.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I don't know that we have, oh, we're still connected.
That's actually just power,
What
so.
has been done
yeah.
since the last summit in the physical.
Yeah, but I want to make sure everybody's aware of this.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to show it on the
We
screen?
can show it.
No.
If it's an old news, just pardon.
All right.
It doesn't harm to.
Yeah, we don't want to repeat anything. Just make sure people are aware of it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to, sorry.
Yeah,
possible trying to deal with power. By the way, I don't think we met.
All right, you want me to kick it off, or you wanna?
Which super? Okay, let's be so. Hey, folks.
Can we have everybody's attention, please? Okay, so let's just start with the question. So is everybody familiar with this document?
In other words, does everybody know how they can push a blueprint and then submit code and go through all the processes?
Okay, so let's assume we're not, and we'll start to go through this. So the TSC, or now we're calling it the Technical Working Group with the renaming that Greg was just describing, meets weekly on Tuesdays on a Zoom teleconference bridge, and there are a couple of subject areas that this group is covering. One of the subject areas is the review of blueprints and sort of trying to guide people through the process of submitting new features. And another subject area, oh, you're not sharing on Zoom. Oh, you're not on Zoom, okay. So
we were not planning on showing these slides.
There are 7 people remote.
There's some people online, I think.
all right, well, you do that, I'll keep talking.
Okay, you keep talking.
So right now, excuse me. Right now, we're using Google Docs pretty heavily. We have a Git repository that we are going to be progressively moving things into. It is mirrored to GitHub under the repository name Contrail-community-docs. It is fairly empty at this point. What Sukhdev is sharing right now is a Google Doc that will eventually make its way in there, but probably with some editing and formatting. And this is, we're kind of making this up on the fly, and anybody who wants to shape this should join those weekly TSC meetings, because we're still hammering out what the procedures should be. But right now, we are using Launchpad, and so we have a general process where we ask people to submit a blueprint through Launchpad and join the TSC meeting. Now again, as we take input from other time zones, this part of the process will need to evolve, because right now that TSC meeting is a teleconference on, well, I'm on the East Coast of the US, so for me it's the afternoon, it's morning for the West Coast folks, but we'll have to figure out who's participating and how to shape this. But right now, blueprint submissions are reviewed on that Tuesday teleconference meeting, and the TSC is not really there intended to reject blueprints. It's there to be a group of people who are aware of what's being submitted and who's working on what and who wants to do what, and provide some guidance and coordination of that. So the TSC reviews those blueprints, and for the most part simply approves those blueprints, but there might be some feedback prior to approval, or just trying to coordinate and make sure everybody's on the same page. The next step, okay, so this is
an example of.
Yeah, so this is the current Launchpad page, and the other thing that we're trying to do is target them, and so that's where you see right now the milestone is labeled as 5.0 feature freeze. I made that up. We're still taking input as to what should our milestones be, what is the right structure. We're still in the stage of asking for input on what that is, but for the sake of needing something, I defined a milestone called the 5.0 feature freeze, and we started targeting blueprints for that. Whether all these blueprints are going to make it in there or not is still something we're figuring out, and what exactly the cutoffs are, and what our procedures are in terms of saying this blueprint, for example, has to be bumped out to a later milestone or a later release. All of that is still very much open to any potential contributors who haven't been participating in these PSC meetings to come and provide your input, and you can shape what we do. But in the interest, yes.
Sorry.
In the interest of having a structure, we started with Juniper had already been using Launchpad to some extent. We've tried to add some more structure, and the Google Doc that Sukhdev was showing fields add and list out what are some of the possible values of those fields and how we're using them. So there's some definitions here.
You guys mute yourselves?
Or if Greg can mute whoever he sees is noisy.
A blueprint is essentially an encapsulation that the target would end up being pull request, but it also includes design documentation and.
So yeah, let me talk a little bit more about that. And this is very much coming out of my perceptions of how Neutron does things, because that's kind of my biggest influence. And so this again is open to this community defining what works for this community. I'm just from a starting point. The blueprint.
So I'm going to give you an example. Here is an example. Like this is the blueprint which I have pushed. This is the feature which I have an interest in bringing into 5.0, right? So here I specify that from a high level point of view, what do I want to accomplish, right? And then here is the code, which is I don't know. Yeah, here we go. So here is the actual bug, which is going into the sprunk is where the latest 5.0 code is there. Here are the patches. You can follow through this. You can look at it. So how much code has been pushed for this? So this is the whole process, which is what we are describing here.
Right, and we're leveraging some pre-existing tooling that Juniper had, namely that the CI system requires a Launchpad bug ID to be present in the commit message, or it will reject the change. And if there is a Launchpad bug ID in the commit message, the CI system updates Launchpad with links to Garrett for every commit.
Yeah.
So
this is an example of a spec. So this describes the whole feature in a human readable. So this becomes a wiki. Eventually, it will show up as a wiki. So it has the high level definition of what the feature is, why should it be, what is it going to impact, and what not. If you follow through this, you will see it says ironic high level details, API. It gives, so that is all specified in this document, the one which we're covering. So this gives you guidelines that if you want to bring a feature into Open Contrail next release, like this is the steps you follow. So this is an example.
does it have what? So okay, so the structure of the tooling is the Launchpad blueprint is intended to be just a very high level thing that the TSC reviews, and it's a project management tool. So the Launchpad blueprint contains things like, what is the progress? Is it good progress? Is it slow progress? Does it need review? Is it approved or rejected? Is it targeted for this release or that release or milestones? That's the blueprint. Is kind of a project management tool. Then the blueprint is linked to a bug ID. The Garrett code review system enforces the presence of a bug ID on every commit. So by linking the blueprint to a bug ID, we now have a linkage to Garrett. The first Garrett review that should be present would be a spec. The spec is a markdown file, which is basically a text document with a set of predefined sections. In the Contrail specs Git repository, there is a file called blueprinttemplate.md, which is just basically a blank markdown file that has nothing in it more than section heading. And so the idea is, okay, create your blueprint to say your high level idea. Now go take that markdown file of a spec template and go through section by section, because the template is just section headings, and think about each section and write in what, and that section that has things like problem description, it has alternatives considered, it has testing impacts. These are just section headings. There's no content. You have to think about that, right? These are just section headings, deprecation implications, documentation implications. It's a series of questions, really. Now, when you commit that markdown file to the repo, that's going to go in, you're going to put that into the Garrett code review tool. And the architecture review board is going to designate one person, not a whole committee, but one person, a minimum of one person, to review that spec. So when you submit that spec, it's got to have the bug ID, otherwise Garrett will reject it. The bug ID links it to the bug on Launchpad, which is linked to the blueprint. And that spec will be reviewed by at least one person, but can be reviewed by multiple people. And that's where we talk about, have you adequately thought about all of the implications of the thing you're preparing to write? Now, once that spec is approved, or you could start coding before the spec's approved. Nobody can stop you from doing that. But ideally, you've gotten feedback on the spec. You've gotten a comfort level that somebody in the rest of the community has looked at what you're proposing to do and is generally okay with it. Now you start writing code. You include that same bug ID in the commit message for every code commit you do, whether you're changing the Contrail controller, whether you're changing the V router, whether you're changing the analytics, whatever you do, you include that same bug ID. And then what SUKDEV was showing previously was a Launchpad bug screen, which had a list of links to Garrett, which if you follow those links for the example he was showing you, you would see the actual code. So all of the code associated with the change, so he showed a blueprint. You can click the link over there where it says related bugs over on the right-hand side, center-ish, down.
Yeah, this one?
Nope. Well, it's there too, but it's also down lower under, it always shows up under related bugs on the right, in the third column.
Oh, yeah. It was,
So if you know the blueprint, you click on, well, no, it doesn't. So let's clarify terminology, yeah.
Let me clarify that. So when you come up with a proposal for architectural change, you go to Launchpad, you write about paragraph or two of what you are suggesting in very high level. Then there is the link in the spec file. The spec file has all the technical details. What is the impact on testing? What is the impact on different things? When you put this information, then it's being reviewed by the ARB and making sure that what you're proposing is architecturally safe.
But I need
the bug ID, think about it just as an idea, as an
Anybody can create a bug ID.
Yeah, so yes, don't get tripped up on the term bug. We're using it because of the tooling. Because of the fact that Garrett enforces the presence of a bug ID on every commit, and because of the fact that Garrett automates the update of the bug log with links back to every review that references that, we're taking advantage of that existing tooling to make sure that if you're familiar, if you have a blueprint that you're interested in, you can find all of the code because you're not counting on somebody having manually updated the wiki page. You know that anytime anybody committed code, they had to include a bug ID, even if it was a brand new enhancement that wasn't fixing anything. So don't fixate on the word bug. That it's tooling to ensure that if you know the blueprint, you can find both the design document, the spec is the design document. You can find the design document and all of the code that implements that feature all neatly laid out in Launchpad. And then later on today, we're going to talk about whether we should move to JIRA, and that throws all that up in the air. But today, if you know a blueprint, you can use the blueprint to find the bug. You find the bug to find the design. You can use the bug to find the code, and you got easy accessibility to everything.
That document that SUKDEV started with,
Right.
it explains everything, all the logistics, how to find what, and
Right.
what you need to do in order to start from the blueprint all the way to.
Yeah.
What creates bug ID?
person does. Yes, when if you want to do a new, if you want to fix a bug, you create a bug, right? If you want to fix a bug, you go to Launchpad, fix a bug. If you want to create a brand new feature that's not fixing any bug, you go to Launchpad, you create a blueprint and a bug and link them together.
Yeah. So let me just add one more thing. So when you're talking about a feature could be very large or could be very small, right? It could be multiple people are working from multiple corporations. So that's why this, like, for example, people start collaborating. You do this part, I do this part, I do this part, and all of this collectively becomes one feature. So that's where these tools come in really handy. So you're pushing a patch, you're using the same bug ID. So that way, so like here, for instance, what I'm showing, so this is a lot of patches. If you see, for this particular bug, so many patches are coming. So what it does is, all these different pieces which have been submitted at a different time, they're addressing different parts of the code, but they're all related to this. So this is how the collaboration, it really helps, you know, for different people.
Yeah, and we haven't gotten there yet, but under the blueprint, it's related bugs plural. So potentially, if for a really big feature, you might have one blueprint and it might have 2, 3, 4 bugs if different people are tackling different pieces of it. And so the blueprint would be your top level thing to say, okay, I see this blueprint is going to be implemented in a series of pieces. Here's a bug ID for each piece. And then for each bug ID, there might be a dozen code commits across multiple repositories implementing one part of a blueprint. Yes.
Yes, so I think you guys explained in a very comprehensive way, but if I'm a new developer coming into the community, where does this explanation of the process live?
In the Contrail Community Docs repository, as soon as we get it written. Well, right now it's in the Google Doc.
But this is the document.
The Google Doc needs work to be, it needs to be moved into the Contrail Community Docs repository, but it doesn't need to be copied and pasted in. It needs somebody to take the time to look at what's in this Google Doc and figure out how to present it. And we're right now understaffed from a community perspective. So volunteers who want to do that are.
And it's not only to how to present it. There are quite a few details that are not clear there.
Yes.
I have gone a couple of times through the documents from feedback during the TSC calls or over email. I have updated things here and there. I don't think it's totally crystal clear for someone to follow it and say, easy, I can do that again. There are a few details, and part of it is because we drag all the
right. And so a lot of this is like brain dump from one or the other of us in an email to the other. Say, oh, well, okay, I think this is what I think we're doing. Okay, copy and paste it into the doc. Like.
So this is like this document has come about by a few guys who are part of the technical working group, sharing ideas, discussing. It took several weeks and several discussions, right? So now this is a call for help. So now let's all the rest of the community members review it, and if you think it's not clear, let's help it clarify. You know, push a patch. So the same process which we just talked about it, you can actually make changes to this document, push a patch, which gets reviewed and gets merged, and therefore becomes a part of the document.
I think the document is decent. It needs, get more linked.
Just two suggestions. One, add a link to this document or the procedure in the web page, not the Tungsten Fabric.
Yes.
Web page.
Yeah.
That's where I start looking.
Okay.
Yeah. Second is, don't wait. Put it up, right, as is, without further review, whether it has something incorrect and something there. Then we'll start using it, and then we'll comment and fix it.
It has been out and it has been circulated in the minutes of the TSC and all that.
Let's put it
But
in community.
Yeah.
And then we can.
So my understanding, just having a look at some of the commits on here, the code is actually in GitHub, I believe.
So no, okay, let's clarify this point too. The code, the master, the authoritative source of the code is Garrett, which is a code review tool. And that Garrett is currently sitting at review.opencontrail.org, and it needs to move to review.tungstenfabric.org. But the Garrett tool is the thing that's hosting all the Git repositories. The
Here is an
code review system is OpenStack's code review system. It's copied from OpenStack. It's called Zool, and it does a variety of testing things. Among the things Zool does is when a Gerrit proposed change becomes approved and merged into the repository, it gets mirrored to GitHub, and it's currently being mirrored to the Juniper organization. We have a Tungsten Fabric organization right now. Last time I looked, there was only one Git repo under it, and there was nothing in it. Okay,
Here
we
is an
need to
example
create,
of the code.
but the GitHub will still be a mirror of the Gerrit system.
So if I understand, like as a new developer, what I'd likely do is I would go to the GitHub here, clone it down.
No, you want to go to, yeah, we have to fix that. We have to get that documentation. You want to go to Gerrit to clone
Okay,
it.
so, yeah, if I would do a git clone from Garrett,
From Gerrit.
okay, and then from there, likely, maybe it's not there yet, but there'd be like a contribution.md that would link to the Google Doc, right? So that as soon as you get the code, you then know what you need to do to contribute, right? Something like that?
Something like that. Now,
Or at least
It-
the
it-
GitHub, because the
the-
GitHub.
the software is spread over many Git repositories. The controller is in a different repo than the vRouter is in a different repo than the web GUI, which is, so there is a structure of multiple repositories, and you don't need to work on all of them. I mean, if you're like a JavaScript developer, you probably shouldn't be touching the vRouter repository at all, right? If you're a low-level C developer, you may not want to touch the web GUI at all. So there's different areas of expertise and responsibility, and so part of what the TSC needs to do is develop more documentation, kind of explaining that structure. But yes, there are a number of Git repositories, and depending on what you're going to work on is going to indicate which ones you need to clone and use. There is also, we'll talk in a later segment about how to build Contrail. There is tooling to allow you to pull down all the relevant Git repositories that you need to build the whole thing, and that is automated. But most of them, for any given change, you would probably not be touching all of them. You'd probably be touching one or two or three. And the way you submit your change is through the Git review tool, which I believe was also written by OpenStack. And it's basically, it's a extension to Git that automates pushing a change to Gerrit.
And do you have to be a committer to push your brand or
No,
whatever?
no. You do have to have a contributor license agreement on file, which can either be the corporate contributor license agreement or an individual contributor license agreement. So you have to have that on file, otherwise Gerrit will reject your change. But as long as you have that, you can push the change and it will go up in public for review. That anyone can review that. You don't have to be a committer to review either. You can push a change without being a committer, and you can review changes without being a committer. We need to expand the pool of committers to a broader audience, but the number one prerequisite for that is you got to review other people's code. If you only write code and never review any code, then it's not really, you're not the right person to be a committer, because a committer's job is to review other people's code, not just approve their own code. Code review, where you review your own code and approve your own code and don't look at anybody else's, is not a useful thing.
And we're at the early stages, right? There are very few people
Right.
who are committing code, and we're still transitioning from the Juniper-led project to a community-led project.
Right. So we're looking for more reviewers who would like to be committers, but are willing to start out by just reading other people's code. Because then once you've done that, and you can do that today by going to review.opencontrail.org, and soon it will be review.tungstenfabric.io. It's not org, is it? Tungstenfabric.io, I think.
.io.
.io. So soon it will be review.tungstenfabric.io.
Yeah, so we actually have both domains, Tungsten Fabric and Tungsten.io.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if this has been discussed, but is it, are you gonna use like something like GitHub or a more mainstream, way to collaborate?
We're using Garrett,
Right.
which there aren't any plans that I'm aware of to move away from Garrett. Garrett is used by OpenStack for everything, and Contrail is kind of following that tooling, and it is, I mean.
Well, we had a similar problem, so I am Stack.
Okay.
We had a problem because we have our code in git.apache.org. We have our issues in Jira, we have our wiki in Confluence, and whenever someone needs to look up something, he has to interact with like 3 different systems. We're trying to move to GitHub for the sole reason that GitHub provides all the tools, so you just have to go to GitHub and then you have everything that you need. So that's basically why I was asking you.
Yeah, so the pull request model versus the code review model are two distinctly different models. And so when Contrail first started doing this, they modeled after what OpenStack was doing, and we haven't had any serious discussions about totally changing that tooling. Garrett provides a code review model where code can be reviewed in advance, and you don't have to have any special privileges. Non-committers are just as able to review and comment and discuss code. And the GitHub model, I think it's good. I don't object to it, but I kind of prefer the Garrett code review.
Yeah, the gating and CI integration.
Yeah.
Are easier with a Garrett model
Right.
than with.
Yeah, moving to GitHub, there would be a whole new set of tooling, especially there certainly is CI integration with GitHub. It's totally different than what's currently being used, and that would be a fairly big change in terms of how GitHub triggers off CI testing versus the Garrett and Zool model. And there's an awful lot of tooling that would have to change. So
There is a huge investment in all of those tools. So
And right now, there is no real need to move there, right?
unless we find something is broken and it doesn't work.
Well, the one thing I'd maybe raise is I don't know if it is an issue or not, but it might need to be discussed at some point, is the accessibility of the community to the kinds of developers that we want to attract to the community. So, yeah, if all the developers we're trying to attract are more likely to be familiar with this model, fantastic. If we find like the polar opposite, we might need to have a conversation about it. Like to follow on Ian's point, I would recommend at a bare minimum that the mirrored repo in GitHub has a contribution.md file that outlines contribution to the project, because that is going to be a very big, if people are used to working in a GitHub model, then they will at least be able to be guided towards the right path, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah, no,
it's more about making sure it's visible and understandable to the developers than it is about changing the model.
Right.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's about like inclusiveness rather than like you have to know it before you can.
Yeah, there's a lot of documentation to be written, and everybody knows documentation is every developer's favorite activity.
Yeah. And we can use some help with it.
Yes.
I understand having like this text under the Garrett and the chapter, but the working document like this document and stuff was more like wiki type documents. Why have those if we want to change things, or the procedures or the governance, having those indicated a bit, having to have feature request spec to change a line of documentation in working documents is a bit over, and maybe makes them less available. I'm running the SCIO documents and looking just here.
Maybe a combination, maybe mirroring to a wiki. I think that the point of having it up on GitHub is that you have controlled access, that you can edit official and all that. So
yeah, I mean that's exactly why a lot of this stuff is in Google Docs, because with Google Docs it's very simple just to create a new Google Doc and start slamming stuff in there without having any overhead of having to organize it or make it accessible to anybody. That's a good thing and a bad thing, right? That's exactly the issue is we've got
Google Doc is not an option for exploring around. A wiki somewhere like that, developer resources and procedures and so forth.
Yeah,
One approach, and everything under Git is another approach.
Right, but that comes back to this comment over here. How many different tools do we want? If the CI automatically publishes to either read the docs or to tungstenfabric.io, as OpenStack's CI system does, then that gives you one tool that is the same for your documentation and your code. And to some people that is preferable. To other people, a wiki that you just directly edit on the wiki is preferable. I think there are opinions in both directions. The OpenStack model seems to work well for OpenStack, which is that the developers are very comfortable with using the exact same tooling for documentation. And I mean, OpenStack, for example, has their release notes tool, where you want to write release notes, you create a YAML file that you just include with the commit. So that's a very developer-focused thing, and the tooling goes and pulls out of all these YAML files and creates release notes that are in assemblage. Now, whether we're that, depending on how this community evolves in terms of participants, I think a lot of preferences can be taken into account as we figure out what.
We don't have a culture.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We just started last June. So we need that culture where we start getting to agree where we put documentation, how, why, what works for us, everybody contributing their own way, and we need to build that culture, which we don't have yet.
And to his point, I agree with this point. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing model either, right? Like, you have to have a very established set of how you do things before putting your documentation in Git really makes sense. Right. So as a starting point, it might make sense to put in the links to the Google Docs as your starting point and get people to iterate on the documentation, make it accessible, make it so that people can comment and that kind of stuff on the doc, so that it can get the collaboration to be more natural initially. And then as it gets ironed out and you have a really clear picture, okay, then maybe getting it into Git and having it automatically published to the static site or something like that makes sense, because then it is the space of the project then. So you might want more control, and you don't want just some random person changing it. But at the same time, you might have to iterate over time to get there through something like this as a
Yeah, absolutely. And this is we're making this up as we go along and taking input. But for example, Joseph has a procedure where the Google Doc, he makes it world writable at the start of every conference call, and then he changes it to read only. So anybody with the link can edit it during the time frame that the conference call is open. Is that a scalable process long term?
We make things up as we go, right?
But it does simplify the contribution,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, absolutely. It simplifies the contribution.
Your contextual,
Mm-hmm.
contribution, which if you had it in Git, that would be very hard to manage.
Yep.
Whereas this, especially as you start to evolve this and get to a really concise, okay, we have this
and that's exactly what we're doing. We're making it up as we go along, taking input from people, figuring out what works and what doesn't work, and refining it. And we are pretty much always behind on writing down documentation that describes what we're currently doing.
And when
So,
we started, I remember the TSC calls, it was like 5 people, and then, you know, it was really cold conversations like, so shall we do this? Silence. Okay, then we should do it. Anybody objecting? Silence. Okay, let's move on. So this is how it is, right? It's starting a community. And little by little, and now if you come to the TSC calls, it's pretty vibrant, I think. There are people with opinions, there is discussion going on. Now we need to get to the next level where it will be really, really vibrant, and we have also contributors as vibrant as the people who are talking in the TSC, and then we need to refine things and have our own culture.
okay.
Anything else? Any more questions? We're kind of falling
I
behind.
didn't mean to derail us so much.
No,
I'm
this,
trying to get a big picture.
yeah, no,
No,
I am very pleased. I was telling people I would be very upset. I'm from New Jersey. Be very upset if I flew to California to sit in a chair while people talked at me. I mean, we wanted a discussion. I was actually a little bit dismayed when I walked in here and realized this was a lecture format seating arrangement rather than a discussion seating arrangement. So this is exactly what we need to be doing, is we need to be explaining why things are done a certain way and hearing what people think about that. And all this is up for negotiation and revision. So what do we got next on the
We are
agenda?
exactly half hour behind, 29
Okay.
minutes. behind.
Well, wait, what time is it?
So it's
30.
11:30,
Okay.
and now we should be discussing the
Content.
content, 5.0.
Okay.
Five
Okay,
So
that's fine.
first, before we move on to the next subject, so any questions? Are we done with that subject? Cool.
All right, so why don't you go back to the 5.0 Launchpad page that we've already given a preview of, because that would be the.
So a couple of things. Yeah. So Rudra was going to come and talk about it because he owns the 5.0 release content. So he had a family emergency. He can't make it. So we're going to cover for him. I'm going to introduce Sachin Bansal. He is a director of software development in Contrail team. So in absence of Rudra, he essentially manages this whole thing. And so we're going to share 2 things. One is the community blueprint, which is sort of I had already shown. Where was it? Back here. And then Sachin has a slide. So here is 5.0, right? So how many? 4, 11, 8. Yeah. Okay. So here are the 11 features which are like coming from the community side, which is sort of visible outside, which has been following this process, which we discussed. And then there are other features. So do we want to go feature by feature, or actually Sachin
We can go with the list that we
Sachin
have.
has a very exhaustive list. So you send it to me email? Okay, so let me pull up that. Give me 1 second. Where is my
One detail while Sukhdev is looking this up is that when we submit a blueprint, we have a rule that we need to have an assignee, at least one assignee, who is going to work on that blueprint, provided it gets. So that makes sense because then you are proposing a change and then you are committing at least one resource to work on that.
Okay, so Sachin.
So the features in at least Juniper's 5.0 release are in 3 buckets. One we call control networking. The other major bucket that we have is, let me go down this list a little bit, is called Control Fabric. And the third is Control Security. There are very few features in Control Security in this release, but the one we have, the draft mode, is actually pretty important. I'll talk briefly about it. But let's see, the bulk of features are in control networking side. Most of them are fairly small features, and some of them we'll talk about in the afternoon session. So let's look at remote compute. Remote compute is one feature where you can have compute nodes in a remote location. And again, I have a presentation in the afternoon specifically dedicated to that feature alone. We are adding EVPN, vRouter multi-homing case. Sorry, yeah.
So that's to supplement with 480,
Correct. Yeah. We have, so I'll skip over some of the minor features or some things like hike support. So the red and yellow here shows the current state based on Juniper's either development or testing. So, but don't read too much into it. Red doesn't mean it will not go in or it will definitely, there's no indication that it will be pulled out.
So my question is the
Yeah.
type 5 BGP VPN
Correct.
item is
BGP VPN type 5 is being done as part of Control Fabric, right? Here. Right. So it's not strictly Control Fabric, but because we did the part on the QFX support first, and now we are adding vRouter support in Control 5.0. That's why we are doing it under Control Fabric. So let's go back to the list that we have. So granular controls on routing policies is actually two mini features combined into one. We had a concept of routing policies which you could currently attach to a service instance, and with which you control which routes get exported from left to right or right to left. We are making it more generic and allowing it to be applied to a network. So whenever a route is added to or exported from a VRF, you can control which routes get in or get out. And also we are making the controls a lot more finer. You can do it based on prefixes. You can do it based on communities. You can do it based on how the route was added. For example, whether it came from a virtual port or whether it came as a static route or whether it came because of service chaining. So those things you can control with this feature. There is a feature with distributed SNAT. In older releases, SNAT is done through a network namespace, which is installed on one or more vRouters. It has issues of its own, meaning if one goes down, you have to elect new one, and if there are hundreds of vRouters and you only spawned it on 2 of them, then it can cause scaling problems. With distributed SNAT, we'll have native support in the router itself to do NATing, and every vRouter can technically do NATing as long as the feature itself is enabled on that vRouter. Go down few Kubernetes related housekeeping items, and of course we are microservices is a major feature that we are doing in 5.0. Every component will be provisioned as a separate microservice of its own. There are 30+ microservices in Control 5.0.
Yeah, we're going to cover that in a later session.
Right. Yeah. So there is a separate session for that. Service instance health check is another minor feature where today there is a problem where there are multiple services in a chain, and one side goes down, there is no way to recover it from the other side. So what we are going to do is with this feature is that when the health check says remove route from one side, we are also going to remove route from the other side. So both sides are there's no traffic black holing, and when it comes up, when the condition is recovered, you can bring up the service instance. Yeah.
Will you cover the some maybe detailed later today about the integration with the Windows FOB and VR?
That is not planned to.
That's not on the plan to cover.
But and also I myself don't have much information on it. Yeah.
Later.
We don't have a
Very
session,
simple.
so you may want to take 2 seconds.
It's very simple. We are taking the vRouter software, porting it to Windows.
Yes.
Only the
And it is.
main component.
So that people
For the
remotely,
phone, yeah.
for people can remotely hear you.
So it's very simple. We are taking the vRouter, the data plane component, porting it to Windows, so that you can run the vRouter immediately in a Windows device and support both containers type, successful workload, polygon hyper-V workload. And the initial goal would be to just make sure the basic control networking features work in that environment.
Similar to the one you control is for your VNet, right? VRR on the host.
No, it's a little different. vCenter is in the VM, right? So this is native integration. with
So
Windows.
it's an ND module.
Another important feature that we are doing is vRouter to vRouter encryption. It's a major security feature. All traffic from one vRouter to the other, you have the option to encrypt. In the future releases, we are going to make it more granular, making it flow-based. But in 5.0, you can either encrypt everything or nothing. RBAC for control analytics is being added. Today, we do RBAC for config only, and for analytics, we are adding in this release. Right? Yeah.
About the hybrid cloud.
Hybrid cloud, yeah.
I was under the impression that worked today.
So which feature are you talking about with hybrid cloud?
vRouter to vRouter hybrid cloud, we talked about the ability to tunnel.
So Aniket, do you know what this feature is about?
I think this is about not relying on like a full-blown SRX or like a public cloud gateway device, and using the vRouter to provide encryption between on-prem and public cloud. I believe that's what it is.
This is using vRouter itself as a gateway, as opposed to requiring an external gateway.
So this vRouter running as a VNF.
We requested that feature.
vRouter running as a gateway, I think. I don't think it's a VNF, right?
It's not a VNF.
It's just ability to create a point-to-point tunnel to some other remote location.
If you request a vRouter, I think we also include the vRouter agent as part of it.
Yeah. vRouter means vRouter agent, kernel, and DPDP component. Oh,
Okay, and let's go over the few of the things that we are doing under Contrail Fabric. Contrail Fabric is basically a way to manage hardware devices using Contrail and apply all the configuration that is done by the user on the Contrail config model, apply them uniformly across hardware devices over public cloud services or any kind of thing. Things are again broken up into different buckets. There is a BMS management. So we are going to do BMS lifecycle management, inventory and image management, and interfaces. So you can create a BMS using Ironic.
I have a presentation on that.
Right.
Later.
Then almost all the similar things we are going to do for underlay management. In 5.0, we are focusing on Juniper devices, but the framework is extensible with Sensible playbooks, so that we could technically use any vendor's devices for underlay. Features are almost similar: image management, config management, inventory management. We are going to assign roles to devices, so based on the role as well as the device family, different sets of configurations can be pushed to the device. We're going to do discover the topology using various different mechanisms. Yeah.
So for the underlay management,
Yeah.
all the netconf, use the netconf.
Yes, it will use netconf for Juniper devices, but there is no assumption that it has to be netconf for any other device.
All the EMR.
So it's all pluggable driver models, open config, whatever
Yes.
whatever we want to use, all multi-vendor devices.
Yes, so we do have some of what we call overlay management using a component in Contrail called device manager. Today it does configure QFX and MX devices to do various different features. But if you want to add another device, you have to add a Python code to add that. With this, what we are doing is that the device manager itself will only generate inputs for an external Ansible-based module. Then that module will pick what Ansible playbook to run based on device family and role, and possibly other things that are tags that we have. So it can pick the playbook based on the many different settings, and then push the config based on whatever mechanism is provided by the device. right? So we are, Juniper itself publishes a whole bunch of Ansible playbooks for Junos devices that we are going to leverage for many of these features. Okay, then the third bucket is overlay features. We already do some of it today. This is to cover whatever is missing in today's implementation. For example, one item we are adding is support for security groups. So you can create a port, BMS port using Ironic, and attach security groups to it. We'll push the corresponding config, the ACLs to QFX device on which that BMS is connected.
So it essentially brings the bare metal workloads and virtualized workload to just seamlessly work everything.
Right? Yeah. So that is just one example of how we'll leverage the existing virtual networking features to manage physical devices. Right? Yeah. Go ahead.
So does that apply to the service chaining to physical devices?
So today we support service chaining with PNF functionality connected on an MX device, not on the QFX device. But in future releases, we are going to extend that. And a lot of building blocks are being covered by our implementation here, in the sense that once we move to Ansible, it becomes easier to say whatever is being done for one type of device, you do it for the other device easily also. So today it's hard coded to be MX only. So if you connect a PNF device to an MX, you can use the existing device manager to create corresponding routing instances as well as firewall policies on the MX to make that routing happen. In future releases, we will extend it to QFX and other devices. Right. And we'll do some analytics for these all of these features. So this bucket is just to cover that.
So overlay underlay mapping that's another very, very serious killer feature which is coming into 5.0, so that you can see what's going on in the overlay and how does it relate, how does it map to the underlay and all that. So that's another one.
Control security, I would say the main feature is what we are calling a draft mode. With this mode, so in prior to 5.0, you can create policies and they get applied immediately. With this model, we have you can enable a draft mode, and after that, all security related config gets saved in a draft. Every object will have a corresponding draft object if it's edited. Then you will have we'll add UI to say this from committed objects to draft objects, and in the end you can say commit this or revert this. So if you commit, then committed objects will be overwritten onto the draft objects will be overwritten to the committed objects. If you say revert or discard, then all draft objects will be discarded. So that is one feature that we are doing in security.
Will we be talking more about security this afternoon?
I don't think we have any session on it.
But any questions you have, we can answer now.
Yeah, Sachin is around, so I mean he'll be more than happy to answer anything.
Questions from sort of the community perspective.
Sure.
5.0 is pretty segregated. Juniper did the features and the community features, and then we're joining.
Yeah.
5.1, is there a plan to sort of like expose what
So some of this is you will find, so security draft mode in particular, there's a spec out there and there's a blueprint.
No, there is a spec available for each and every of these features, except it's such a minor feature that
some of them are,
or it's a test only.
Together.
That's also possible.
Some may be lumped together.
But each of them has a spec that is available publicly on the control specs GitHub repo. But the blueprints page may be private. It's in Juniper OpenStack. Yes.
Somehow more visible.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the next thing we're gonna.
It was a plan for 5.0. It didn't 100% happen. So some of these you will find on Launchpad under Open Contrail project, and some of them you will find on Launchpad under Juniper OpenStack project. It may very be much a training staying
Correct.
internal
So
to Juniper.
because we have been pushing blueprints under
It's a
Juniper OpenStack,
process,
yeah.
you know, it doesn't have-
Right,
it's gonna
yeah.
take time, it doesn't have to be
Correct.
100%.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Target for
It was a target for 5.0. It partially happened. It will continue to be a target for 5.1 to happen more. And so it's a transitional process.
Right, and there are a couple of minor features that I think, I don't even know what we are doing there.
Would
Yeah.
you guys do maintenance release plan, so would it be only bug fixes, 100%?
Maintenance releases, the early maintenance releases typically do have features, but they should be enhancements to existing features. So there is a 5.01 already being worked on and will go out, let's say, a couple of months or whatever time after 5.0. Yes, so if it's a new feature, then it's the same process. Just that the major releases will have major features, minor releases will have smaller features and bug fixes.
See, 5.0 is very much ready to go out pretty soon. And some of the things like in the list which he covered, some of the things which, for example, some is showing red here, some is showing yellow here. So like little bit risky. Some of them are going into 5.01. But the 5.01 is already in the plan, and it is already, a lot of work is already kicked off on that too.
So, from a timing perspective, sometime back, maybe last year, you guys said, okay, 6 months, we did 5.01, 5.1, and then
Correct.
6.0, right? So for the interim release, is there a clock you set, like 6 weeks, 4 weeks, or it's going to be random?
In the past, at least, there hasn't been a fixed clock, but I think when we move to open, it
Now
will
with
make
the
sense to have.
community angle, we'll have to.
Yeah, so I think
Maybe good to share, so people
Right,
can
yeah.
figure out whether
Exactly, yeah.
this might be what we're proposing in a dot release or.
Correct. I think that's a good suggestion, and we can discuss whether
Yeah,
how to implement that.
and in fact, it's a discussion that we've been having a lot of SmartNIC discussions on the TFC call, but at this, we really need to get down to reviewing that 5.0 list and identifying whether there's some of the community, the non-Juniper contributed stuff that isn't going to make it into 5.0, and whether it needs to be targeted at a 5.01 or a 5.1. We haven't really had that discussion.
Here is that list.
But yeah, so this, yeah, we've been having a lot of SmartNIC discussions recently, but I think at this point we do need to come back to this list and review individually with the developers how close to done are you? Because
All this are not possible to put in 5.0?
well, these are all nominally.
5.0 is in final release cycle. It's supposed to come out in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
So this
5.0
one is gonna be definitely
Well, 4
going in.
weeks, I think.
Is it 4 weeks?
The date flipped.
Oh, is it flipped again?
Yeah.
Some of these have already been merged in, so they're in.
Yeah, some
are-
of these have been merged.
Yeah.
But
this
not
one-
all of them, and not 100%.
Like this one is definitely going in for sure. This one, do you know, for the DPTK?
Yes.
This is not.
This is
our-
also, actually, this is also going in. Microservices, this is definitely going in. DPTK router is definitely going in. This is definitely going in. IPv,
It's self-space deferred, yeah.
yeah, so this is deferred. router,
This is going in.
this is definitely going in, right?
Yeah, so the patches are submitted and,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Who's
Roger.
deciding, whether it's going in at the last 2 weeks or not? What's the process? Who's deciding?
So that's something which is the job of a really technical working group, right? Based on the so one of the things I don't think we touched as a part of the procedures, right? So we basically touched on blueprints and bugs and so forth. There is one angle is that what goes in, which is we didn't touch that. And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. So there is a concept of PTLs for all these major projects. There is a PTL. So currently I'm a PTL for several of those projects. So when the code comes in, so that's where we look at is proper testing done, right? Is the proper documentation there? Is the code reviewed and approved by the course or the PTL, right? And once that it meets all the criteria, it's the PTL which makes the decision that this code is ready to go in the branch or not. So we sort of didn't mention that, so.
And this is, and,
So 5.0
yeah.
defined?
5.0 is kind of ad hoc.
Okay.
It is, at this point, it's very ad hoc.
Yeah, this is an area where we need a lot more participation, because even for Juniper written code that is merged into the repo by a Juniper approver, the number of code reviews on Garrett is generally very, very small. I mean, compared to OpenStack, under OpenStack, you'll see a commit that has dozens of reviews by at least 4 to 6 people. In this community, it is very common for the code to be reviewed by one person. And that's just, right. So what ideally what we would see is more reviews of all code, whether it's written by Juniper or not Juniper. None of it has as much code review as OpenStack code tends to have, just because there's lack of people. But in terms of this, the TSC is not even attempting to review all the code behind this. So what's happening is the current reviewers of the code are almost exclusively Juniper. I mean, I review pretty much all the specs, but I don't even attempt to review all the code of every change that is submitted. It's too much. So we need more reviewers, and the TSC's job will be like looking at something that needs code review. Why does it need code review? Why is it not getting code review? That's the short answer of why it's not getting code review is not enough people doing code review. Right? The longer answer is, how do we get more people to look at other people's code? Because I think everybody's very focused on what they're focused on, and how do we get.
Initially, it's how to get more people developing code, and then.
Yeah. Yes, how do we get.
We don't have enough developers at this point.
And
Right.
I think we also need once a month to dedicate some time from the TSC call to review the progress.
Yes.
So you say you're resource constrained, which I think all organizations are, so you're not unique in that aspect. But now, how do you compare, like, to ONOS or Open Daylight as far as their review process and that type of thing?
So I've only looked at pieces because those are big. And the pieces I looked at looked to me like very much the same sort of situation. Relatively small number. I mean, I think OpenStack is the poster child for success here. If you look at OpenStack code review, it is, especially say Neutron or Nova, it's far and away better. The stuff in ONAP that I've looked at, I mean, there's some code review going on, but I don't think you see dozens of people reviewing a single change, and I don't think you see 30 patch sets that have been picked apart to every minutia, every little thing that getting it perfect. I don't think you see that much other than in OpenStack.
Well, I have a little exposure to ONOS, and I sort of feel they're in roughly the same type of situation, maybe a little better.
Yeah, and I have very little exposure to ONOS, so whatever you can provide insight in. But yes, I think that we are not unusual in lacking for people who just sit down and review other people's code to provide feedback and insight on.
Yeah, I've been involved in a lot of open source communities, and but the one thing that I have seen that's somewhat successful is if you have kind of working groups that focus on different areas of functionality, and they, waive the big, say, if it touches this, these people need to have eyes on it. And so you kind of break the problem down to smaller groups
And right now, yeah, and right now, Juniper is bearing the brunt of looking at what other people are doing. And so we certainly do need people to step up and say, hey, I would like to take some responsibility for this area. And I will agree that I will look at what's going on in that area and kind of take some responsibility for it. Look at every review that impacts that area. I will at least provide some level of feedback. So we do need people to step up and do that. It's because otherwise it falls back on Juniper, and then it falls to what Juniper's priorities are, which ones get, if there's too much to look at, it falls back on what their priorities are, which ones get the limited attention. So having more people step up and say, I'm gonna pay attention to everything that comes through this area is I mean, that's definitely needed.
As there are more production deployments in play, more people have specific features that they depend on, and they tend to review those more religiously. I've seen that happen a lot.
And I think what will happen, we haven't really talked about it here, but one of the topics we've been discussing at length in the TSC meetings is smart NICs in particular. And we have probably half a dozen different NIC vendors who are actively involved in those discussions. The level of those discussions right now is drawing box diagrams on Google Slides. I am hopeful that when that starts translating into code, we will see people from one NIC vendor taking a strong interest in reviewing the code written by somebody from another NIC vendor. And I'm hoping that as that goes from line and box diagrams in Google Slides to code, that we will see some people saying, oh, I'm definitely going to start paying attention to exactly what code is getting committed, and darn well make sure that it's getting reviewed by more than one participant.
I think we're pretty
Okay.
much there.
Yeah.
Anything else we want to cover?
So there is a proposal on how to answer the two questions. How do we know what features are going in, and how do we know what community features are supported? I can project something if you guys want to.
Sure.
Okay.
So I'm going to stop sharing.
Yeah, you stop sharing, I'll start sharing.
I'll sit down.
No, it's share screen. It's the middle blue button. Over in your picture of 5 buttons, it's the bottom centered one. Yeah, there, that one. No?
Okay. Why am I?
Okay, that's odd.
All right, looks like I got bounced out of the meeting. All right.
No, not on the blueprint. That's what we need to do, right? If you look at the bug, you'll see the merges. But it could be there could be multiple commits, right? The tooling doesn't know when it's done, right? That's a TSG responsibility. Okay, have you written everything that needed to be written to implement this, or are you going to be doing some more commits on pieces? Making at least once a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Paul, you and I are next.
Okay.
For the 12 o'clock session.
Yeah.
So we're going to start with the building.
Yes.
You're live demo or what?
I'm gonna point to the, I'm gonna go over where you find things and what the basic steps are to initiate it. And I'll start it, but then I'm just gonna run.
So I'm gonna walk through this.
Right. Okay, so what time?
Hope it works. I hope Murphy's Law doesn't kick in.
No, I think we're starting the user session at 5. All right, okay, let me deal with this and then we'll take a look. All right, okay, folks, so there were a couple of questions. So question number one is, what makes it into the release? And I'm talking about the normal process, not the exception process, which is the, oh shit, we need to scramble because something went late, right? So, and what community features are going to be supported by Juniper in Juniper's commercial release of Contra. So, okay. Okay, so here's how the dates will line up. So the community will submit the community blueprints, and Juniper will do the same. Submit the release requirements, and the Juniper internal PLM team on the Juniper track will commit to certain features. Go ahead.
Commit. So we look at what are all the customers asking for, and based on that, we prioritize and we submit our prioritized list to the engineering team.
Right.
And then the engineering team looks at all the resources they have and each of the requirements, how complex they are. Based on that, they come up with, here's what we can do.
Right. So, and then by P1, what the Juniper engineering team will commit to is which one of the community features they will decide to pick up and test to production level and call supported if you call Juniper 800 line. Okay. So, and that happens by the P1 timeline. So the rest of it is just a release. So the goal is to get all of the blueprints and work in both the TSC process for the community features and work with the Juniper PLM team and the engineering team for those folks who want their features to be supported by Juniper's commercial release in addition to the community release. Okay. So this is going to happen in this timeline. So obviously, as with any software project, there may be exceptions. Go ahead.
So the decision to commit to the release, right, that P1?
Yep.
What is the minimum you need to provide before that? So like you need to have the code written, the validation done?
No, this happens early on. So the goal is, I believe the blueprint and the design spec are sufficient. So in other words, your stuff gets reviewed, and the code developer needs to commit that they will write the code and not supported quite, but what will happen is they need to support it through the community process. They also need to provide all the documentation, QA, and everything else, right? So the steps are blueprint, spec, code, test, including unit tests, function tests, preferably automated for your feature, and then you need to support it through the release cycle, right? And then you need to keep supporting this feature in the community, right? So this isn't drop ship and somebody else picks it up. So if you want to put out a feature that's supported by the community, then you need to commit to support it in the community from now on. For the features that Juniper will incorporate in its own commercial release, I mean, all of the features are incorporated. The question is which ones Juniper calls supported, right? For those features, Juniper will provide support for the follow-on releases to make sure that when a customer calls, there's an SLA-based support on it.
You said the features that are going to make it to the commercial release need to be communicated during that time frame.
Yes.
I was under the impression that the commercial release is the community release with extra functionality on top.
commercial release, and the community release share the same code base, right? So Juniper did not make a commitment that every possible community feature will be considered to be supported Juniper feature, right? So the feature will be in the code base. The feature will be in the packages. If you were to activate a feature that Juniper decided not to support, call Juniper 800 number, say, I activated this feature, it's broken. Juniper says, well, is it on a support matrix? No. Okay. So Juniper cannot possibly always guarantee that every single community contributed feature will always be supported by Juniper's commercial support organization. The code will be in you will have the ability to exercise that feature. Whether you have the ability to call 800 number and get Juniper to commit to an SLA to fix a bug in that feature, that's the question, right? So some folks who wanted to participate in the community wanted a guarantee that their feature will be supported by Juniper if they contributed. This is one way to provide that guarantee, right? So align this timeline, and Juniper will review the blueprint, and if Juniper believes that this blueprint meets its broad customer demand for the commercial product, Juniper will pick up the follow-on support for that feature in the future.
So we need to verbally make a request, actually make a request, and then.
So honestly, what the PLM team will review all of the features, and we'll pick up the ones it thinks are important. So the question is, if your feature is not on that list, you will have to make a request to the PLM team explicitly, yes.
I think, Sukdev, you really need to be tied in to this as an intermediary to make sure that if there are questions from the TSC perspective of, well, how do we make sure that this feature is adequately documented, described, implemented, etc., so that Juniper can support it?
Right.
Or how do we identify if that's not necessary?
If you're a Juniper customer, continue to work with your account team and your SE, and they'll make sure that the commercial aspect of it.
Okay, so this describes the community process. So in the community process, you're not going to reach out to the account team to ask for a feature to be.
What I'm saying is to ensure that your feature is being supported by Juniper, and providing support for Juniper. The account knows
exactly.
Yeah.
If you're not buying from Juniper, then this discussion is meaningless to you. If you're buying from Juniper and say I need 100% IPv6 support, underlay everything, make that known to your Juniper account team that if you are buying Contrail and you need that. And right now, Yandex is doing most of the blueprints on that.
Right.
And if nobody who is paying Juniper really cares about it, Yandex is free to implement it and use it. But if you're paying Juniper and right now the IPv6 support is not adequate, and you tell your Juniper salespeople, look, it needs to be there, then that's going to focus the Juniper PLM team on, okay, well, let's talk to the Yandex folks and figure out, is it in a state where we can now satisfy our Juniper customers? So that's really how that has to work. And if you're not paying Juniper for support, this entire discussion doesn't mean anything to you.
And Joseph, you're right. We do need to have a defined process by which TSC or the technical committee goes to the Juniper PLM team and advocates for certain use cases to be picked up by Juniper. Yes.
Sorry to mention this, but where is the checklist of like this is Juniper supported officially or not?
So this will be here. Okay. So there will be a review process where Juniper will publish a list at P1 timeframe of what they will do.
Like, where's the result of this process when we publish?
Oh, sorry, in the blueprint, there will be an extra field that says, this is part of the commercial release announcement. So, will we have a aggregation report? Possibly once we convert to Jira and we have the ability to actually do real reporting. I'll probably create a report that says, here is a dashboard of everything that Juniper committed to, just as a summary report, or here's what is in the what is in the particular track. So I'll create a few dashboards that you will have access to once you convert to Jira. But in Jira or Launchpad, there will always be a field that says, yes, this is part of the community, this is part of. So there is already a committed field that says it's part of the 5.0 community release. There'll be one more field that says it's part of the Juniper's supported feature list.
But when in doubt, ask your Juniper salesperson. If you're paying Juniper for support and you want to know whether something's supported, ask your salesperson.
We will make it. We'll make it a little bit clearer.
Yes, but I agree it should be clear. But I mean, when in doubt, if there's something you think should be supported and you're paying for support, you know who to ask if it's supported or not. The person who's paying.
Features that we have, they are going to contribute to deliver. Are these going to go through the ERP process that they would be reviewed and every process will be followed by the features which are coming to the.
Yes. So on both sides, yes, both on the community and in Juniper, there will be a common process for submitting the features. So this slide represents the alignment of the Juniper internal and the external processes. And to answer the basic question about how does somebody know before writing code whether the code will be in Juniper's commercial release, because few specific members said that we will not contribute the code that doesn't make it into the release because it doesn't make sense for us, right? So, but we're happy to contribute the code as a way to accelerate feature development as long as Juniper commits, right? And that's the commitment process.
One thing just to note, there may also be a process for code committed that Juniper doesn't agree to support, but down the line, there's interest of customer interest, and that becomes supported.
Oh yeah. So this is so every single release there'll be a list of these features. So just because Juniper decided not to support this for a 5.0 release doesn't mean that they cannot be persuaded with a big hammer to support it for the 5.1 release or 5.01 release or whatever, right? So yeah, totally, right? So every single release cycle there will be an opportunity to go to the Juniper PLM team and break down.
Yeah, and obviously,
yeah, okay, or bring a check.
and obviously, it's in Juniper's best interest to have as much code that they haven't had to write in their product as long as it works. The issue is simply Juniper can't commit to support something that they don't know that it works or not, and so if that's the crux of the issue is.
But writing the first iteration of the code is not everything. First, you have to first
Yeah.
validate it, and then you have to maintain it on an ongoing basis. So just writing the first iteration of code solves a very small part of the problem.
Yeah. Well, like I said, this is not a send a package via UPS community. So if you commit a piece of code, assume that you are responsible for maintaining it for the future release. And if not, don't commit the code.
One question, could we publish concrete dates for this for the next release or two?
So for the next release, yes. I don't think Juniper's internal planning is such that for the two releases, the dates are even available. Weren't we supposed to like at least the 5.01 dates here?
5.01 and even 5.1 dates. We have some.
Okay, so do you guys have? Okay.
501 was, we were going to have a discussion about it, which Rudra was going to moderate. So we sort of touched on that, but do we want to have any further discussion about it?
Well, we at least want to have some dates.
So I'm just asking for the close date, so if we want
Oh,
to
okay.
do something to 5.1, we know what the time is.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, no, we need to publish.
5.1.
We
5.01 for the next release. So for 5.1, I know the dates are even inside.
501 is very close. 501 is like 2 months down the road.
So when is the blueprint due date for 501?
This 501C1 is already done.
Yeah, so that, I don't think, I mean, unless you have code written, tested, everything, anything which is already written and tested and just couldn't make it into 5.0, or, you know, so those are the things which are going into.
I'm asking for, from the community perspective, to get some visibility, so we have time to prepare the blueprints and once, we're not surprised by, oh, it was already done a month ago.
Yeah, no, we need to put a web page out there.
So right,
It sounds like the 0.1 releases ship that day, so it's, they're pretty much bug fixes, right?
Yeah.
So shall we focus the community on the dot releases, or shall we also focus on the bug fixes as well? It sounds like the community should focus on the dot releases, and then the bug fixes will happen on their own, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, we will have to start getting into that, the bug fixes also. But that's why I think he picked a feature freeze or whatever he was trying to do, because to see what made it to the main release, and then he was gonna probably go with the bugs and all that, stable release.
But, maybe 5.0.1 is pretty fast, right? But by definition, 6 months time, right?
Yeah.
So that means there's a potential for 5.0.2 and 5.0.3.
Those will be, I think, purely bug fixes. But 5.1 is, I think, what we should be concentrating here. You know, we should be really talking about, and that's a 6 month kind of thing.
Yeah,
So-
ideally, what we should be doing in right about this time frame and the next couple of weeks is determining whether there's anything on the 5.0 list that is not actually gonna make it into 5.0 because it's not ready yet, it's not done yet. And of those things, we need to identify, are they partially merged and just not fully tested? And that might be a 5.01 thing. If code has already been merged and it's just like, it needs more testing to make sure, and there may be bug fixes that need to be done. On the other hand, no, if it's still, if people are still iterating on design and really haven't even got the solid plan to finish the code yet, then that sort of thing, we would say, okay, well, that's probably a 5.1 thing. If you need a couple more months to finish this, right? It's really, we really need to go through individual feature by feature. What is the real status of this? What does the developer's opinion of how close to done they are? If the developer says, I got 6 more months of work to do on this thing, obviously it's not 5.0.1.
Then we need dates for the 5.1 for this.
Right.
Diagram.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure we're pretty close to blueprint, as a mission required, that's why.
Yes.
It's not that
That's
far
why-
away.
So Annika, do you know when is the blueprint due date
Right.
for 5?
I don't know right now, but I can come back.
Yeah, let's come back.
If
Because
somebody's
Ruder was
got
supposed to
something that
tell
they're
us.
planning to implement and they haven't opened the blueprint yet, opening the blueprint is absolutely step one. That's
So without worrying about, I think without worrying about the release, which release is gonna make into, you know, define your feature, what feature you wanna bring it in, file a blueprint, because that's the first process is to get the blueprint itself approved.
And that's the thing with the TSC, right? So when we have a backlog of completed blueprints, it's about prioritizing. And then.
I'm sorry, I don't follow all the mailing list and all that. What is the date for 5.0?
5.0,
The 5.0 GA date has slipped to April 23rd, I believe.
yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. He's more plugged in.
What is the specific motivation behind the question? I'm just trying to find out when so exactly what he's saying. If you were to plan internal, what features to do, how much resources are to put, when it can. I think everybody doesn't attend TSC calls, right, and doesn't go to the recording.
No, I have,
That's what
absolutely.
it's more of a
I'm hoping we get
questions, right?
Part work done for 5.1, when do we have to have a blueprint? It's very simple.
So
we'll-
blueprint the ASAP.
We're under-
What's the,
And we saw that towards that.
so here
Otherwise
is,
it's open, right?
so here is the
You can
thing.
continue talking for 5 months.
So here is the thing. So you should submit the blueprint ASAP. As soon as you go back, submit a blueprint, so that the next
If you
call.
can't
we
catch
can-
this train, as long as
So
the.
we have to
Wait, wait.
found the community first before.
Yeah.
We have to know what the focus
read the processes which we talked about it, if you read the Google document, it says you push the blueprint, and the second thing is pushing the spec. So the spec is what we are working.
Wait. Here, this is, especially the smart discussions and design are covering a very wide, so you have SIOD, you have DVDK, you have all these, that we are all trying to align, right? And have one common API and so on and so forth. So if I go and submit a blueprint that supports an Intel NIC, and then Yael goes and submits one that has a Mellanox NIC, and there is another one and another one and another one, then we're diverting.
No. That's the blueprint should not be that. So let me elaborate on that. The blueprint should be for the common API.
Okay,
we as a
so
team,
so the question is whether or not we will allow intermediate model changes. The answer is possibly yes. So community is working on defining the architecture for the smart NICs. It doesn't necessarily mean that every single submission for the first release has to be aligned with that architecture, right? It's still a TSC decision whether or not to allow an intermediate model for a particular NIC that has to have a customer committed date to go into the community and then evolve as long as the contributors understand that it has to evolve and committed to evolve to support the community model. We don't have to hold the NIC vendors hostage to the final approval of the architecture, right?
You're on the exception, but here I'm even going for, look, as much visibility as we have with the community.
Right.
Then we can focus that
Right.
planning effort to not need those exceptions.
True.
I'm still there, okay,
Yeah.
we're not looking for.
We absolutely need to publish a page that has target dates on it. That is, I don't think there's any discussion there. Absolutely, you need to publish that. But I think to the topic you're getting at, there's also the other side of it. Well, when can somebody write a blueprint? Who's planning to write a blueprint? Who's planning to write a spec? And who's planning to write an implementation? And when can you expect it? It doesn't do any good to say blueprint in by April 15th. If you have no idea who's going to
So
write.
can I say my piece of mind on the smart NIC subject? We have a session later we can cover in there. But from the community point of view, the way I would like to see, right? Because the only way I can give a +2, otherwise I'm going to give a -1 for that for sure, is that we first come up with a common framework, okay, which is a non-vendor specific, which is going to be owned by the community, which is a part of the community, right? Which
At this point is being done in the form of block and line
correct.
diagrams.
So that's the process is kicked off. So for that, what we really need is API, common API, an agreement on common API. So that's the blueprint. We're not talking about bringing in a smart NIC. We're talking about bringing in an API for the smart NIC.
I agree, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, having that date causes everyone to focus on it,
Okay.
and we'll get things to that level, okay? Otherwise, we can continue talking.
Okay, but the other thing.
Folks, all the smart people, you have to respond there.
Yeah.
And tell us we need to get it done and agree there.
Well, I think the other thing we need is probably a lead author on a spec, because there's probably got to be somebody who says, okay, I'm going to start writing this stuff down, and I'm going to take input from everybody, but if we're waiting for everybody to.
I tell both of my people, we want to do a blueprint, we want to do a spec, but we need to resources as a community, and we're waiting for that to sort of mature a bit.
But you can start, you can create those without.
We can we cover this in the fall? We're gonna get very late.
Okay.
So we have a session. He's gonna moderate. So we can talk about, because I want to share these things. Because without this, it's gonna be -2 from me. So we're gonna have to make sure that we all agree to that. So having said that, now we're kind of running late. How do we want to? So the way we had planned the session. So I want to poll what people think. So the way we had planned the session was that we were going to kick off this next session at 12 o'clock, because what I'm going to do is a live tutorial. I'm going to actually show you in a real life system the installation, like how simple and how quick, and which you can replicate. If you want, you can follow with me. You can do it on you can pull your laptops and you can follow along. And if somebody wants to bring DPDK, you can follow along with me. I'm going to show you how we take the microservices containers, right? We're going to install it. We're going to bring it up all the way. And that process, the installation process takes like 20 to 25 minutes, half an hour. So we thought we'll kick that off. I'll walk through, we'll kick that off, and then we'll go for lunch. When we come back, hopefully the process would be all done. And then I'm going to walk you through, like, if you guys are developing code, this is very important. I spend a lot of time trying to put this one for you, right? So how do you go into, how do you look at the code? How do you modify it? How do you debug it? All of that pieces, like in the microservices environment, in the containers, everything which we are doing within Juniper, we're following that process. And it's working beautifully. It's very fast comparing to the traditional dev stack and all that old stuff. So that's the way we had planned this session. But we're gonna start at 12 o'clock. So at 12:30, we were hoping we're gonna break, but now we're already at 12:30. So either we can do it later, if people are hungry, we can just go and have lunch, or we can have eating lunch and we can do so.
Does anybody know what the lunch setup is? Does ONS
I don't
provide
even-
lunch? Is there a time frame, or is everybody just leave and come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
One question maybe, and you can table it. One other information is the status of the CI/CD work that was going on. Is that on the agenda somewhere?
Actually, have you looked at the document which Lucas has sent? Okay, if you don't mind looking. So Rudra was supposed to be here. He's our in-house expert, right? So he had a family emergency. So he had to last minute cancel the trip, right? So Sachin and I, we both had scheduled time to get a brain dump in case you couldn't make it. And he says, no, he's going to be able to make it. And now he couldn't make it, right? But he has forwarded some documents. He says, here is the details. So that's what I'm just asking Sachin. So we will touch on it. Paul is somewhat familiar with it. So we have a session. We're going to cover that. But in his absence, we're going to try to fill it in as we can. So having said that, so what is do we want to start the session or do we not start? Huh?
Let's say start it.
Start it? So if people are not very hungry, you can wait. So shall we defer yours afterwards? Then?
Okay.
Because what I want to do is I'm going to walk you through, where to look for. But this is like, so one thing which while I'm talking, let me put this one up too. So which one is this one? Which one is it? There are two of them.
This is the one that goes directly to the projector. We unplugged the switch box because but I don't think the switch box is actually the problem, but.
All right, so why don't you go ahead and
Guys, while we're taking a break, I just wanted to do a PSA for the marketing working group. Randy and Greg were talking a little bit about that this morning. If you know folks that are interested in participating on the marketing working group, there's a channel for that on Slack.
You know how to hide this?
Google Drive, see what we're doing.
You know how to get rid of this?
Just a volunteer basis. The other thing that I wanted to mention is, you probably heard we have a brand new website, Tungsten.io. One of the things I'd like to have on the homepage eventually is sort of like a nice photo. I've got my camera here, and at 5:30 we're gonna have refreshments, and then 6 there's gonna be food as well for the new user session. So whether you're new to Tungsten, Open Contrails or not, it'd be good if you guys want to grab a t-shirt at that time, put it on, we'll do like a group photo. Yeah, and then you'll all be eternally famous on the Tungsten.io website. All right.
This sheet is, this page is.
Oh, yeah.
It's a public doc.
Right,
It's available.
today, that's when the new users can happen.
Yeah, so this is a GitHub page, so if anybody's looking for this, just search on GitHub for Contrail Ansible Deployer. Yeah, that's where.
So this is the official documentation. So don't follow anything but this, okay? So so there are multiple ways to deploy. So what we do is we build the containers nightly, okay, and they get posted at the Docker Hub. So you can pull it up. They are under nightly tag, right? I can pull it up and I can show you. So every night, you know, whatever bugs get fixed, whatever happens, so we build the containers, all of them, and they get pushed automatically on the Docker Hub. So you could just go pull them from there. That's exactly what I'm going to show here. I'm going to do that, and then you follow this procedure. Within half hour, you should have a fully operational deployed system. It's that simple. So we have.
If these are pre-built containers, then it's not the right way for an open source community, right? Everybody should be able to build those containers.
So I'm going to cover that too.
But we're behind schedule, so we postponed that section.
Okay, so we have a process.
So there is a process for, I mean, so Paul, actually the way we were going to do was he was going to kick off the building and then I was going to come in. But, you know, we're going to make you guys sit here hungry for a lot longer time.
If you go to Docker Hub and look for the user ID pcarver, you will see containers that I built. Okay, there. Okay. We don't have to use Docker Hub, but the containers I built, I pushed to Docker Hub. And once we get to that section, postponing to later in the day.
Container images or
Container images. Now, I did not test them. I cannot vouch for them working because I did not personally test them. But using the tooling that I will demonstrate later today, I built the containers and I pushed them to Docker Hub. And there may be some question about whether the build process always works. It is not 100% reliable, but it has worked for me multiple times, and I have built containers and pushed them to Docker Hub.
Okay, so now I'm going to start kicking it off. So what I have done is I have if I can get it right. So I have a system here which is sort of there is nothing there. So it's just a freshly built CentOS 7.0 system. So I'm going to follow this wiki step by step to install. So the first step it says is you install Ansible, and I'm going to essentially do that. So I could have installed it ahead of time, but in the interest of showing everything from the scratch, so I'm going to do that.
It's like all-in-one installation? It's like all-in-one installation? Or
This is in this, I don't know what you mean by one installation. It's a single system. But if you follow me along, if you bring this wiki, it talks about the multi-node setup. Okay. So here, if you go down, you can see.
But you're going to demonstrate.
I want to keep life simple. Yeah, I'm actually being brave. People had advised me to record it and play the recording. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that everything goes smooth. Because things are happening as we talk. People are pushing code is merging, things are changing. Because one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the live code here, right? So I was just checking before I started the session, the patch got merged as late as yesterday. So that could potentially impact. But so So the whole idea here is that everything is coming completely fresh. You know, everything is more as current as it gets.
This is terrible for OpenStack home.
This is a different way of deploying the containers.
Yeah, so that's another thing which I was going to say. So the containers, actually I kind of got distracted. So the containers get built nightly, they get pushed on a Docker Hub. Now there are multiple ways to deploy it. This procedure which I'm covering is for the development. If you guys are interested in, and that's why I thought I should walk through this one more carefully. There is another way, which is an OpenStack Helm. We're going to cover that later on. That's typically for production deployments. So it's again, the containers are exactly same. Everything is same. That runs on Kubernetes. This one is using OpenStack Cola, right?
Why do you see this as a your experience is more simple than the OpenStack home, or why would you want to?
OpenStack Helm. I mean, I had a guy give me a video. I said, hey, you know, quote it for me because I was running tight on. My goal was to do the similar thing what I'm doing here for Helm also, show a live one, but I didn't have time. I ran out of time, so I had him do it for me, and I have that video is like almost hour and a half long. So of course I'm not gonna play it here, right? But
if for no other reason, Contrail 5.0 is the first release that will support Helm as a deployment mechanism, and 5.0 is the current GA date is April 23rd. So there have been significant progress made on getting the Helm deployment, and we have had success and also failure with getting the Helm deployment to work, but it's not GA until almost a month from now, which is, I think, reason why it's not entirely surprising that it doesn't always work, because it's literally not supposed to be done for another month. I mean, that's a split date, but still. And the Helm deployment mechanism should work when it's done and when it is, when all the kinks have been worked out of it. We're just not, as of today, there yet.
so
Provisioning is a fairly complex activity, and you have to, when you get provisioning, you have to support all of these different use cases. Right? You have to support the TSN, you have to support the DPDK, you have to support vCenter. So calling it, yes, we support Helm is a humongous task, and we want to make sure all the dots, all the I's are dotted on the T's. So what has been done so far is somebody's actually just developed the code. Now it has to go through all the rigorous testing, and that's why it is going to take.
So as an example,
Unity, we actually foresee two ways to deploy, because one is much more production worthy, or do we want to streamline into one and say developers use the same procedure as the actual?
So, I don't know. OpenStack has what, a dozen ways to do
so as a developer, my suggestion is follow what Juniper is doing. It's working beautifully. The whole 5.0 is developed that way. I have done all my development following this. Why do you want to reinvent the wheel? Because this is the thing. You have so many people who are collectively working on this. As soon as they find a problem, if I find a problem, I walk across the hallway and I tell them, hey, this is broken. He immediately sees, oh shit, yes, it is broken. And he pushes the fix. So you're getting always the most current, well-tested base. So what?
The flip side is that I need to, the end of the day, I have to make sure OpenStack Helm and also works. If there's any kinks there, because I'm an extender and there's some different mapping or some different Helm configuration that affects that, then I need to have that.
Same thing happens there too. So that also gets tested on a regular basis. Yeah. So it's both ways, because that's AT&T deploys their production network using. They're not gonna leave us alone if that thing is broken. Okay. So what I have done is I have pulled the latest version of Contrail Ansible deployer. So that's already installed, right? So now the next step is the configuring. So now you're telling the deployer, what do you want to deploy? How do you want to deploy? So that part is very critical. So this part is, so what we have tried to do is we have tried to make it as simple as possible. So this is a template. This is an example, right, where you define, you specify what you want to pull in. And there is a huge detailed discussion about how do you pick the parameters. So here, whatever values are specified here, all these attributes, there are gazillions of them. Most of things, yes, and that was Aniket's point earlier, because when we say, oh, we support Helm or we support this, we have to deal with so many possible configurations. So let me see if I can. So as an example, these are the possible combinations. So this is just, I'm showing you from the GitHub that the container builder, when the container gets built. So these are, so when we build a container, we build it with the default values, so that if you just pick it up and use it, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to specify anything. It's gonna just work. And these are the options. I mean, I'm not gonna go through them, but I'm just telling you, there are huge, it's a huge list of things, and any one thing can break things. And that's why and what we are specifying here is that take a container as is, but superimpose my desire. So take this or deploy only these containers which I'm specifying here, or replace the values. Whatever the default value is, give me my superimpose
Does this work if you copy and paste it, or does this need to be edited?
No, this is pretty much copy and paste. You have to specify, of course, for your own system. Like
the instructions say which fields you have to change?
Yes. So if you go in here, so here is the more details of the fields in this file. So if you click on it, right? So this is going to get into, it's giving you example of EVM provider example.
Must change. Is there?
No, here, yeah. See here, see right here. Right? It says this is mandatory, this is optional, and so forth. Okay. So again, when we see an issue, we fix it, right? And this is where you can contribute. Like when you're trying to deploy it, you run into a hiccup, you run into an issue, you help us fix it. Because this is really for the benefit of community. So this is not like Juniper only thing. This is put it on open source. It's for everybody to use, everybody to deploy it, and we should collectively enhance it.
Does it support today proxy?
Sorry?
If I'm building this behind the proxy, will that work?
What do you mean by proxy?
Web proxy.
I'm in my lab and there's a proxy server that I need to access the internet.
Yeah, so what I'm demoing you is behind
Behind the proxy.
Yeah, it's behind. So I'm running on my lab server.
Okay.
So that's why I was nervous. The damn thing, internet or connectivity or the VPN is not going to.
Normally in a configuration file like that, you would define somewhere the proxy, right? Or is it picking it up from the environment?
So that gets specified here. Okay. So read it up. Read the instructions, right? So this tells you what we need to do, right? So now there are a few things I'm going to point out. Let me go back to my server here. So this is the file. This is essentially exactly the same file. While I was sitting here, I was just creating it so that I don't have to in live edit it and create a mistake. So essentially what you're saying is this is my bare metal server, right? This is where I'm going to run the controller functions, right? So these are the components I want to run. And if you notice, it says config database and nothing after that. What it means is to pick up everything default, like those hundreds of attributes I showed you. It says I'm good with the default values, right? Here I purposely picked as an example. So what it's saying is on a vrouter, right? Vrouter is a compute node. Okay. So create me a TSN EVPN node. So create me, so when it is installing, now it's going to install a TSN node, right? We're going to change the name. It's not TSN anymore, but it's still old literal. It's going to be a CSN, Contrail Service Node, right? So EVPN, because this is my test environment, so I just picked it up. So you will specify that, right? So if you're interested in, somebody had asked me on the TSC call, hey, when you do this demo, can you show us for a DPDK use case as opposed to the regular one? So that's here. So instead of vRouter, you will just simply say vRouter _ DPDK. So now you're deploying this control with the DPDK. So it's that simple, right? And if you want to specify some specific values, for example, this list is what I was showing you, the whole exhaustive list, which gets used. I think there is one at 91 or so. So here are some DPDK related, some values, I forget now, but you can specify them. Like when you come in here, so you will say instead of vRouter DPDK underneath. So here, for instance, under vRouter there is no example. So that's why I purposely wanted to go here and show you. So I'm saying pick everything by default, but just give me TSN node with EVPN mode turned on, right? And then here is the Contrail configuration. So this is how you specify which version you want to run. This is the tag is the latest. Latest means every nightly build is set up to latest.
Which file are you in here?
This is instance.yaml. The config file, which is listed on.
Inventory?
No, not an inventory. This is instances.yaml.
I'm on Contrail Ansible deployer. That's the right one?
Yeah, go under config.
Oh, config?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Instances.yaml?
Yeah. So here, let me walk you through.
That's
CD. So go to config, right? Here are examples. So here are a bunch of examples. So this is a very plain template. So the file which I was showing you, actually I moved it in a wrong. Actually, I should put it here. So essentially, so this is the one you want to be paying attention, because this is how you're specifying what do you want to install.
Okay, but I'm looking at GitHub and instances.yaml doesn't look like that.
Of course not.
Okay, do we have something we can demo that people have access to without your laptop? That's the.
No, but do you know what I did? How I created this?
No.
Let me show you. No, that's exactly what I'm walking you through. So okay. then stay lockstep with me. Okay. So what I did was I cut and paste this file right here. What is shown here?
Which file?
This is from the GitHub straight. No.
Oh, it's on the wiki. It's not in the repo.
Yeah, it's in the wiki.
Oh,
okay. So maybe my bad. So
I was looking in the repo.
Okay, sorry. So okay. Here it is, right? So what I created that file was I just did a cut and paste. So essentially, you can cut and paste this, and that should work. Okay. So the whole purpose of me going to that file is I'm trying to show you that how you can add your own flavors into this, right? So
the registry is pointing to Juniper.
Registry. Okay, so I'm gonna cover that. That's another interesting one. So I'm gonna share with you a couple of examples for that, right? So for that, I'm gonna go back here. So here in the Contrail configuration, you're specifying you want to pick the latest app. I will show you as a part of, once this gets installed, I will show you that, if, for example, latest is not working for you in for a certain package, you want to swap it out. You want to go and say, okay, replace. So once you have installed it, you can swap out containers. It's very simple. That's the most powerful thing, which I'm going to demonstrate here once we install it, right? So So if you're not happy with something, you want to change it on the fly, this gives you tremendous flexibility. Okay. So here it says the orchestrator is OpenStack. So I'm going to use it OpenStack. You can use Kubernetes or whatever. So in the Helm, when we're deploying, we're using Kubernetes, right? So you'll specify, of course, your interfaces. This is the standard thing. Where is your Keystone Ops and Cola config? You know. So here you specify. Basically, you're telling Cola how to deploy this. So that's this. Now, the most important thing, which is the registry, I want to cover. So now, what this is saying is that pick the containers from the publisher registry. Okay. So say, for instance, you're building on your local machine. You don't want to use the public containers. You want to pick them from local, right? So that is when you will say registry, private, insecure, true. So you say, okay, it's okay to allow insecure, and then you will specify where it is, like here, for example. So I have another example I'm going to show you. I have multiple systems where I'm running this. If I can remember where I have it, I think this is the one. I don't know how to get rid of it. Or here, I'll show you next one. Okay. So this is another example. So what I'm stating here is that my registry is a private insecure is true. What it is saying is it's okay to go to an insecure registry, right? And then I'm saying this is where my containers live. No, and I will specify. So on port 6666, once we install the deployer, right, that's where the registry runs, and it says, okay, go and pick the containers which I'm going to specify down there, you know, from this registry. And in this example,
does this process create that registry, or is that another step that you have to do first?
it automatically runs.
With that, okay, so that IP address is valid.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So here, this is an example. This one I picked it up from my live system where we're actually doing the active development and testing. So here is as a part of the bare metal deployment. So we have an ironic notification manager, right? So this is a brand new container which we're installing. So what I do is I build that container, and I'm specifying that pick the container from this location, which I specified up there. That's the container registry, and from that particular port, pick this container, and this is the tag. Instead of latest, pick Queen's Depth. That's the tag which is assigned, right? So this is how. So what this is saying is pick all the containers from the public place, but also add this container with that. So when you install it, right, it will install this container along with the rest of them. So this is how you specify. So what do you want to essentially? The point I'm trying to make is you want to get familiar with this documentation. You want to read. There is a lot of details here. Cola global files, Cola configs, control configuration parameter. So just read it. I'm not going to cover that part here.
So my question is there a working version before you read all of this? Or do you have to create the working version yourself, having parsed all of the, is there an example that works?
What do you mean by working version?
Can I clone it, run one command, and have it work? Or do I need to read all these documentations to construct my own config file that's different from everybody else?
So what I said was, if you just did a cut and paste, this one works. This one. And
outside the Juniper firewall, including that URL.
So yeah, you have, this is our internal, like this is what he was talking about, the project. So there is no magic. You have a different IP address, he has a different IP address, I have a different, you can't take one and just say, okay, it's gonna work for everybody. You know, these are the interfaces, like, like if I go, for example, here is one server, if I go, 1 second. Why the hell this thing is not working? Just lock me or what? So if I, I mean, I don't know.
What Paul's looking for is a getting started, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking to
Give me the.
before we start customizing, let's
The
have.
minimum procedure, tell me this line you have to change to your address.
Yeah.
And this will work, and from here, start to increment.
Yeah, so then this is it. This is the minimum basic one. It's telling you, how do you get onto, what is the username, what is the password? You have yours. I mean, you can't just have.
What we're missing is just tell us which line.
For example.
So all of these are mandatory. The one
Which one do you expect I will have to change in my environment, because you know my feature will be different? Which do you think I can leave as is?
Okay, so let me answer it this way. So when you say I want to install a Contrail, what do you want to install? You know, do you want an analytic database or not? Do you want analytics or not? Take it out. If you don't want it,
Give me anything that works.
I want something that works. I want something that works. Then I can start adjusting and modifying, but I don't want to start adjusting and modifying if I don't have a working one to start with.
And what should be the only one, right?
Yeah.
so then here is my suggestion. Rather than saying you give it to me, okay, I'm going to turn it back to you. This is a community thing. Let's take this and minimize, come up with a minimal set. Let's test it ourselves. If you want, I'll be more than happy to stay here. No, wait. Let's first install it one time, the way I'm going to show you. Okay, I will stick around. You know, let's all agree. You know, let's contribute together. This is a community work. Now, right now, I'm not doing a Juniper work. I'm doing a community work. Right? We will sit down. You tell me, let's start knocking out things. Let's start knocking out things, and let's just build a very small one. And let's test it, and then somebody take an action item to go update the wiki. You know, and that's all it takes, right?
I've been focusing on the Helm one because Helm is what AT&T is focusing on. We're not using.
Yeah.
Ample, so.
No, but this is for developers. So now you're talking. So then you're talking about AT&T. So I'm saying, so when I'm back at base, I'm wearing Juniper hat. So you're wearing AT&T hat. Right now here we are community guys, right? So let's solve it for the community, which everybody can benefit, right? So that's what I'm offering. So once after this, I'm willing to stick around. Now I'm here. I'm not going until Thursday, right? So we can sit down. We can set up a time. Let's cut it down. You know, let's start taking things out and say, okay, we want a minimum, because I don't know what your definition of a minimum install is. So to me, minimum install is really this, because what I'm saying is you want a full you don't want bits and pieces. You want analytics. You want database. You want control. You want config. You want UI. You know.
I didn't say minimal. I said working.
So to me, this is working.
Right. Okay. So if I use ci-repo.nglab.juniper.net, will this work for me? Look at the top of the very first thing you're telling me to copy and paste, that container registry.
Yeah.
Will that work? Or do I need to change that?
So, okay, so let's go to my.
Because if the very first thing you're telling me to copy and paste doesn't work, then everything else in the discussion is worthless.
Okay, so.
Talk about like what the minimally viable like example is. Like, I'd love to see what he's built so far, and then afterwards we can talk about improvements, making it generic.
Yeah, that's what I'm proposing. That's exactly what I'm. So because right now what I'm showing you is this is what we do day in and day out. All these are like 100 or so 200 people who are developing it within Juniper.
Behind the Juniper firewall.
Pardon me?
These people are all behind the Juniper firewall. That's the issue that we're discussing in this room, is for the people who are not sitting behind the Juniper firewall. Is this a valid configuration issue?
So let's do that. That's exactly what I offer.
Let's
sit down. Let's sit down, and if somebody wants to follow along.
I am.
No.
I have my CentOS VM running.
So do it out of Juniper firewall, because my server, I'm logged into Juniper through VPN. That's where I'm. So somebody just follow along. You know, let's just do it.
I think just give you a viewpoint of somebody who has never seen any of this, right? Like but I come from an OpenStack background. I'm expecting to get that stack experience where it's like, okay, I have a VM that meets specific requirements, deploy this. I down, I can use the instructions to build a single all-in-one instance. Like, I don't know if that's exactly what you're thinking, but that's what I was kind of.
Yeah, so this is what, I'm actually, I'm
But I
not,
feel like this, what's here now wouldn't work for me. It just wouldn't work. Number one, we were talking about register that at all, like, if you kind of expecting it to maybe, but easily they've also done just like, that's my, and I'm definitely here to follow along.
but this is sort of equivalent of your dev stack.
Yeah.
Right? This is kind of very, very similar to that. So we're using something very similar, right? So even in DevStack, you specify, you want, like, you know, when you turn on, you want Ironic, you want Nova, you want Nova API, and all those, or you disable something, enable something. That's essentially what I'm covering here.
Yeah, there's still work to do, right? You still have to get it out.
Yes. Yeah. So that's exactly, that's the point I was trying to make with Paul also, that you have to specify, you have to tell it how to build, what to build. So anyway, so coming back to, so this is the instance.yaml is the real thing, which you need to. So that's what we're getting ready. So we are
lunch isn't coming, so we're going to have to go get lunch.
That's why I asked everybody if they're willing to stick, because there are 2 or 3 more steps,
Okay.
and then we install, and then we can go.
Okay.
And then it's, yeah. Okay, so like we fixed that. Now the next step is really to deploy. You know, so that's a 5-minute step, and the next one is a half-hour step. So before we do that, so there is one change I'm going to do. This I'm doing it because there is a one fix which is out, which has not been merged yet. And this is to facilitate. So I'm going to show you when the deployment comes up, I'm going to show you 2 ways to debug it. Like when you go into the containers, right? And to facilitate that, that patch is already out. By the time you guys go home, you don't have to do this fix, but I'm going to have to do this before I launch it. So you can kind of ignore it, what I'm saying here, but that's something, let me go search. The guy had given me steps. Yeah, this one. So what this does is, like when the containers are installed, right? To debug it, so you want a way to get the output from the containers to the standard out. So this fix, which I'm essentially doing, is I'm making a one config file change, which would allow so these are containers. This is a node manager. It's specifying its configuration, right? Similarly, API. So in my debug session, I'm going to use API. So I'm going to just modify that only. And this is all it is saying, that take this and say standard in and TTY true. So I'm just enabling those options so that when I attach to a container, it says that whatever it's printing, print it out on the screen so that we can see it. Otherwise, you won't be able to see it. So you will be attached to the container, you're in a debug session, but you can't see. Like you do a PDB and you won't be able to see. So that's all I'm doing. But like I said, this is already out there. Where am I? So I'm gonna, since I'm gonna use the API, so I'm gonna only add it here. Oh, it didn't fix. Too many windows. Why the hell? 1 second. I thought I had. dictator.
Looks like it's already true on the.
Oh, it's in there.
Huh? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. You know what has happened? I mean, the patch which I was telling you is not there. It's already, so that means it's already merged. So that's why I was telling you, that this thing is as good as the latest one. People are fixing. So I was testing this Friday, and it was not there. So the developer who's pushing the patch, he told me, hey, take these 3 lines. So now I don't have to do it. So that was my point earlier also. When you go home, you don't have to do this, right? So the patch got merged, so I don't need to do anything. So ignore that whole stuff. Okay. So what, going back to what have we done now? So we have followed this step, right? We've configured the template, so now we are actually ready to set the configuration. This is also being worked on. So people are looking at merging these 2 steps. So that way it's a 1 step, but presently it's a 2-step process. So, oh, I'm in the wrong page. Okay. So this takes like roughly 5-7 minutes. So you guys want to split, now you can split. Okay. So this is a quicker step. After that, what I'm going to do is, oh, shoot. So I'm going to execute this step. So this one is like configuring, it's setting up all the configuration for the deployment. And the second step is actual deployment. So I'll stick it. Yeah. That machine which I'm showing you is actually a real bare metal server.
Is this whole set of instructions supposed to be run as root?
Yeah, this is currently I'm running it as a root, but you can specify whatever you want to specify. We use it there because currently everything is. We typically tend to run everything as root. Yeah. So this is going to take. So I mean, feel free to split now because all I'm going to do is I'm going to execute the second command and then we go. It's a half-hour process, so you don't need to sit and watch me execute second command. So if you're hungry, go. And then when do we want to come back? Greg, where is the lunch?
So unfortunately, day 1, it's all UI lunch, so we gotta go get lunch somewhere in the hotel.
Okay.
So we have to, I'll the shopping center not far from here. There's a lunch man, you can grab that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they were offering, I didn't take it. So this is going to take good half hour. So when do we want to reconvene? Let's just agree on time. When do we want to come back?
Well, for the UI lunch, you need at least 45 minutes, right? So.
Okay.
Is not reasonable. So why don't we come back at 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock works.
Okay. So let's put out a note for folks for conference call that we are going to resume. All right. Should I stop recording?
No, let it go. This is a live demo because I'm going to issue the next command.
All right.
Or if you want to stop it, that's
No,
fine.
that's fine. That's fine. I can go ahead.
But is it okay to leave the computer here?
I was planning on taking mine with me.
Sorry?
Planning on taking mine with me, but we don't have to terminate the session. So the room doesn't lock, so it's up to you.
So I can't, this is gonna, if I shut down the computer. But it's running on, on the background, we can, we can close it. We can shut it down.
I'm gonna look the room or do we need to?
There was no way to log those. I didn't think that was.
Well, I don't want to leave my clothes either, but I don't want to carry this.
The only problem is I didn't even think about it. I thought the lunch would be somewhere here, we'll grab it and,
Come back and.
oh, no, this will be continued to run, we'll just stand there and eat and come back.
Because to be honest, they can
The problem with this is if even though it'll continue to run, but if anything fails, we won't know because we would have missed it because,
Right. Well, we can just close this room and, so that nobody's gonna be walking around.
no, I mean, that's too risky, man. So I'll wait until I issue the next command, and then I'll shut the computer down and, we'll go for lunch.
Okay, so does this not, this has to know what kind of VMs you're running it in? This is expecting to create VMs, is that the idea?
Create VMs?
Well, so I'm trying to run this in a single VM, is that not gonna work?
That I don't know. That was the question that gentleman was asking you. So, Sachin, did you bring Ram? Did you, he says it will work?
It will. I'm sorry?
You need 7 minimum specs.
Oh, you need 64 gig of RAM?
I don't know if that's a hard requirement, but
Okay, so
that is what he told me.
Oh, okay, I've only got 32 gig of RAM in the physical machine.
Yeah, so that's why it's not gonna work. So first step succeeded. So notice, so
Okay.
it's all done. There were no failures. Everything was okay. So now I'm gonna execute the second command, and then we can all get out of here.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, yeah, it's gonna be running on a server.
All right.
So I'm gonna stop sharing then.
All right. Stop recording. Okay, so
I just did the stop sharing.
Good for me, it has all these options in one place. Yeah.
all right. So I'm ending my test of this, I guess. It's already failed because I don't, because
Yeah.
I only have 32 gig of RAM, so that means this is.
It's a pretty heavy. It's a pretty heavy.
All right, all right.
Yep.
If that had been at the top of the instructions, I wouldn't have even done what I've done so far. I would have stopped before I started.
So people in Contrail usually don't, so this is the action we should take as a community, like he was saying, like, sitting in the room, because I didn't come prepared for that. Like, that somebody in done in the VM or whatever, right? So because when we do our development, we're not doing that. So this is like a community thing now. So as a community, let's just put some time together. I wish this was a 2-day event, not just 1 day. So we could have all sat down and worked out. I agree with you. I'm 100% in agreement with you. But now the question is, can I take this request to the Juniper and say, you burn your resources and give me something which community uses? People are going to say, what the fuck, we're running late behind on our.
Or if the instructions are, don't bother doing Contrail development unless you have a physical server with 100 gigabytes of, I mean,
So the
if that's a
question is-
requirement, let's just write it down.
Yeah, so the question is, who has that motivation? So that is what it comes down to. So we do, so let's put it together. So I'm just closing the windows so that when we come back, we can take it where we left from.
So what the concept on, and it is safe. So the word is.
Where is this Tungsten Fabric t-shirt?
How
is that? How come we don't have it?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Right, right there.
And James said that.
Yeah. He said that he'll pick up at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, well, he was presenting.
And then, they will- Okay, so we'll do it in the afternoon, right? Right now. Add to, wait. We'll do it in the afternoon. Oh, nice. Okay, we'll do it in the afternoon.
All right.
Eat. No. Sex. No. No.
Is anyone on this bridge?
Yes.
Oh, super. Okay. Are we still on track for the SmartNIC discussion at 1400 Pacific?
I think so. They are on lunch break. Greg had left a chat message saying we'll resume after lunch at 2 p.m. their time. So
Okay.
Should be any minute, but we'll see.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks so much.
Okay. Manoj, it's not just you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. They were supposed to get back at the top of the hour, but these things tend to take a little longer than they expect.
Okay.
So.
Just want to make sure that's the case.
Of course.
Thank you. All right.
Yep.
key, scale breakdown. First, we mentioned metal, white, for a session, which is what we're going to be advancing, so we can slip the line now.
Could do the photo.
Yeah, we can do the photo. Well, we're slipping by half an hour anyways, but yeah, you're right, we can do the photo.
Yeah, I want to do the photo before.
Connected to mobile device.
All right, hopefully the conference room is now back to the Zoom conference. Can anybody on the bridge hear me?
Yes, Paul.
I can.
Yep, hopefully you can hear us too.
Yep, we're fine. We're just getting back from lunch here and figuring out where in the agenda we're going to jump in because we're a little behind the agenda. And
Okay, so this one went through fine.
do you want
If you want to start from
Yeah.
here,
okay.
Let's start from here and then we'll try to catch up. We'll try to compress some of the later sessions.
yeah. Oh, I have to
For the
get
folks
to,
on the phone, we
I have to get onto the Zoom.
we started the debugging session. Yes, you get disconnected every single time.
Okay, you had sent me via mail.
Yes, I did.
So you can see my screen?
Yeah, in a second. Oh, now I can see it. Yep.
So we were at this point, so we have deployed the containers, right? And now we're gonna actually just test it to make sure we can. And here is the thing, everything worked fine installed. We could see all these containers are running. So they were actually installed roughly 45 minutes or so ago. So here you could see they're like nightly open control, nightly ironic notification manager latest. So it's running the latest code. Okay, so the config API is the one I'm going to use as an example to show. So as you can see, these are all running right now, and they're running the latest. When I was showing you the instances.yaml, I showed that we were picking up the latest tag, and so those are the containers which are up and running. So now what we can do is, so the two things I want to show. So once you have a development installed, one thing I want to show is how do you debug it? How do you get in the container and you want to put a PDB and want to inspect the code and walk through it, right? And the second thing I'm going to show is how do you swap out the container? So if you want to take one which you're not happy with or it's giving you a hard time and you want to go and swap it out. So you don't have to do the whole installation all over again. And people can hear me fine, right? So for debugging, this is on a Contrail Ansible deployer. There is a set of instructions, right? How do you debug it? So just a very basic tutorial on before we get into the debugging. So entry point. So since we're using microservices, so every process is a container now, right? And so every container has an entry point and it runs only one and only one process. Every process is a container, okay? So as an entry point, we specify the command which actually launches, which actually runs the process, right? And here are the packages, right? So in the controller, we have these 4 packages: Node Manager, Analytics. So if you go and when I do a Docker PS, we can see all of these running. Okay. Now, so these are the steps I'm going to now cover. The debugging the source code in the Contrail environment and the troubleshooting steps. So if you get into issues, you want to run a PDB and want to walk through the code, how would you do that? So that is, so let's dive into it. In order to run any OpenStack command, we need to have a client running. Why this doesn't slip? I don't know why. Something is wrong. Okay, so this is a non-issue. So somehow when you install Python client, there's something broken. So I have to uninstall these packages. This is like life in the open source things. Okay, I don't know why can't I switch to the tab. Okay, so now we are good. Okay, so we're good. So the containers are running, and this is one way to just make sure that basic framework is up and running. So now, only if I can switch. Why I can't switch? I don't know why. I think this is coming in the way. It's confusing the computer. Okay. So let's go and look into the code now. So now we're in the container. Okay. So now you can inspect the code. So this is the Neutron plugin. So I don't know what do you use. So this is the when you're coming from OpenStack and you're executing commands in the Neutron. So this is the plugin which it hits. This is how you come into the Open Contrail. So we can put a breakpoint here. So or we can put a break. Actually, Sachin, I may need your help. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a breakpoint into the API server. So instead of going into the Neutron side of it, so I'm assuming people know the architecture, how things work. So there is a Neutron, then it comes into the Neutron plugin for Open Contrail. That's this code, right? And then the API server, where the Contrail backend kicks in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a breakpoint in the API server. We'll try to create a port, and we'll hit the breakpoint, and that way we can walk through the code. We can look at it, right? So where I need your help is, let's put a breakpoint at like a post create, where if I execute a create port, we can hit there, right? So that would be VNC API CFG, yes. CFG API server. VM is not going to work. VNC CFG types. Okay, so
No, don't express. Search for class.
which one? Gloss?
Yeah, class. Let's do mention it. No, I'm okay.
He's more familiar with this code than I am.
Yes.
So let's put a breakpoint at pre or post.
Not everything has a post.
Yeah,
okay.
This is good, right? So let's put a PDB here. Okay. So I have put a PDB now in the code, right? So now we're going to actually do that little debugging session, right? So the code is modified in the container. So we need to make that code effective, right? So you come out of the container, right? And you will restart the container.
Where is the PDB?
Sorry?
Where is the message PDB? Where is the interactive session?
Oh, we're going to execute. We'll execute a command, right? So Okay, so we've restarted. So now effectively, that modification which we made to the code is now running, right? So now we have to actually essentially execute a command in the OpenStack which forces that code to execute so that we can hit the PDB. And earlier, remember I was the patch which I was trying to make, which was already patched, so that we can see the output when the breakpoint hits, right? So in order to see that, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach to the Docker. So now you say Docker attach. So now I'm attached. So when I attach to the Docker, remember I earlier mentioned each container is a process by itself. So now I've essentially attached to the process. So and the patch which I was putting is so that they can throw the output at the terminal, and that's why you see. So this is the API server running, and you can see the commands which it's executing, right? And now I'm going to go to a different, which is I'm in the same container. So I'm going to execute a command which hopefully will force that code, the PDB to hit.
Yeah, typo.
Sorry?
Typo expected.
OpenStack network create ABC. Okay, so now we're going to say OpenStack port.
You need to create permit.
Huh?
Permit.
Don't need. We'll just create a port.
Okay.
We want to just hit that. Won't have IP address, doesn't matter. Port create. What is the syntax now?
It's the network name.
The network name.
Yeah.
ABC. And let's call the port name
No.
Network. It's been ages since I've executed these commands. I forgot. Network. Dash network. Okay. So I've executed this command. So what it is doing is it's trying to create a port which is coming in back here, and now we will hit the breakpoint. That's where we were sitting. So here we are sitting in the code, and now you can examine here, right? So for example, if I say pp obj, okay, so this is the object which is creating. So this is a standard. What I did was I put a breakpoint into a post create, which is for every resource. So in this case, we have hit. So this object represents a port. So here you can check what is going on. So this is how you will debug it. If you're suspecting something is upstream problematic, and you want to examine so what is coming from neutron, this is how we usually isolate issues, right? Is it an issue within the contrail side, or is it an issue upstream or the north side? So here you can get in and you can examine. So here is, for example, network reference. So we use network ABC. So it's showing you that this is the UUID. We can go and check it, right? And security groups enabled true. So this is what Neutron is telling us. By default, this is what is coming in, and when we are creating the port, right? So here is the name. I gave it a name AAA, right? So at this point, we can modify, we can do whatever we want to do. So we can step through the code, we can whatever we want to do. So I'm going to continue because the whole goal was to just show that this is how you can get in. And here we go. The other side, the operation is successful because we did a continue. So this is how typically you will debug. So you can modify the code, whatever you can swap out the files. So like, for example, that file which I modified a little while ago, you can SCP and bring completely different copy of it. Whatever you want to do, simply exit out of the container, restart it, and you're running. That's it, right? So that is how you will typically debug this. So that's one way of debugging. So this is so what I have done is I've attached to the container, right? So now I'm going to show you a second way of doing it, which gives you a little bit more control. If you want to have multiple places you're debugging, you have lot going on, and you want to control things. So here, the only way I could control is, if you notice, I'm attached to the container, so I can't get into the container now, right? I have to either go to a different session to go into the container, right? So another way I'm going to show is, I'm going to break out of here, right? And I'm going to go back into the container now. Okay, so this is something this is something to know. So I'm in the root, and like I said when I was describing the wiki about the debugging, there is always entry point. So you go into entry point. Okay, so this is all the config for the. So this is the last line is where it's going to actually execute the command. So this is the process again. Remember, that's what I mentioned. The entire container really represents API server process, right? So the very last line is where, so whenever you restart a container, it automatically is going to run that command. So you reset it, it's going to start running it. You kill it, and as soon as you start it, it's going to start executing that, right? So here, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put a sleep. So I'm going to say, okay, do everything, but don't execute the command. You know, so you get into the container, but don't start that process. I will start it when I feel like. So that's what I meant by developers having a little bit of more control over it, right? When you want to start the process. In the previous example, which I showed debugging, is everybody with me? If I lose you, please stop me, you know, because I'm making a lot of assumptions here that, you know, so you're following me. But wherever I lose you, just stop me. Okay. So in the first example which I showed you, all I did was I had attached the container so that when the process is running, I can see what it is doing. And that's exactly what it did. It was spitting out the logs of API server, what the API server was doing at that point, right? So now in this second example, I'm going to say, start the container, but don't start the process. I will decide, and I can debug. So in the previous case, I was not in the container when I was debugging it. When I was doing the PDB, because I had an access to the TTY, that patch which I was showing earlier, right? So in this case, now I'm going to go into the container and debug it within the container. And so I'm going to have the control over the process, where while I'm in the container, I can say, okay, now start the process. So the code is still the same. I didn't modify. I have the PDB still there. We were not changing the code, right? So only thing what I'm changing here is, I'm going to say, I have let me consult my cheat sheet. I always end up screwing up while I'm sleep 60. Yeah. So all I've done is start the container and go to sleep. Just go into the sleep, because what I have done is I've bypassed the last command. And last command is the one which is actually executing that process. So I'm saying, okay, do everything, and then when I'm ready, I will manually execute that command. So that way I'm in the container, and I have a control over it. So I get out of here. So now I modified the code. I get out of it. I get out of the container, right? And now I'm going to go back into the container. Restart it? Sorry? Restart. Yeah, restart. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So. Okay. So now what I just added to the code, it's in there. Now that's running, right? So now I'm going to go in there. So now I'm in the container, right? So if I go here, okay, so there is only one command, there is only one process, right? And this is that process, right? And it's sitting at a sleep. So if you notice, there are no other processes running because this whole, like I said, one container, one process. So now this is the command which it was executing, okay? Now I have to execute that command manually so that I can start the debug session, right? So what you will do is you will, I mean, because this is scrolling over, so when I was testing it earlier, so I was having a hard time capturing the whole command. So what I did was I put it in my cheat sheet. So this is the command. It's a very long, so it's hard to capture there. So now I come in here and I'm actually manually executing that command. So once I execute the command, now the API server is running. So I essentially did the same thing, which in the previous case, when I restarted the container, it started running. So now I have achieved the same goal, right? So this is the second way of debugging.
Where did you get the full command from? Can you get that from TF if it's?
No, it's no, it's like I had to do a lot of Googling to figure it out, the Linux command. It just concatenates the whole thing. So I had to put a spaces to actually make the command. So I said, oh shit, I don't want to do that in the live session. So I put it in my cheat sheet. So I said, I'll just grab it there.
But where?
It must be the entry point in the actual Docker file anyway.
Yes. Yeah. So you can get it from there. So essentially, so we've done the same thing. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another port BBB on the exact same network, right? Okay, there we go. So now right? So you can do. Here you go. So now port BBB is being created on the same network and so forth. So this is how you will do it. So in the fly, so typically when I'm in the middle of the development, you know, not everything is going to be the first shot. So in fact, most of the development I do in the PDB itself, in here, I will cut and paste and I'll keep changing things. So once I see, okay, this is fine, then I'll just take what happened. So it becomes that trivial. So that's why it's a very, very preferred approach, you know, and it saves you a whole hell of a lot of time. You don't have to be rebuilding anything. You don't have to be doing anything. Right? So does it make sense? So that's it. So this is the way. These are the two ways to debug. There is no preferred, there is no good, or there is no wrong, as long as you can achieve your goals. Okay?
Let's say I put a breakpoint in the B router and I figured out the bug and I have a fix in the code. How do I pick off yet another build to test my changes and deploy that B router?
You want to rebuild that thing. So,
yeah.
So multiple ways, right? One is you first test it, right? If you say you have tested it, you're satisfied, right? You can go in and that's where I'm getting the second part of my presentation. I'm going to go that, right? So you can go and build the containers, which is Paul is going to also touch on that. You know, so how do you build the containers? I have skipped that part, right?
Okay, because that's what I was hinting. If we start with the containers that the nightly build creates, then
no, you can build brand new. Yeah. So now what you do is, okay, so step back. So let's say we modified, we added the feature, or we changed, we fixed the bug, whatever it is, right? So 10 lines of code was added, right? So now we take that file. So if you want to push for review, that's one thing. You simply take that code and push it for review. But you don't want to push the review. You want to test it. You want to build a container.
You did that because you're doing Python. If you were doing C, you will have to compile.
So C++ is also, so here, actually I kind of skipped over it. I should have,
So I understand you need to build the container. And I suppose we have Docker files to do that? Do we?
ask me again, what did you?
So I will need to recreate that Docker image for the V router.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to do that, I will need to have a Docker file.
Yeah.
Right? Now, do we have these Docker files?
You told.
They must be.
Yeah.
They must be publicly
Yeah.
available, right?
So actually, the way I would do is what I typically do is, right. So I will like I said, I went through this whole process. So I fixed the code, right. So what
You change, show how you change the code, but in C or C++, doesn't matter the router. I can't change the code within the Docker, right?
Yeah. So
Change the code.
yeah. So that's this part here. Okay. So that one I'm not going to show here because Python is easier to demonstrate.
Python has
Yeah. So here are the examples.
This part will hopefully be covered to some limited extent in what I was gonna show before this, but it's gonna do later. Now, I have,
let's say we have a way to build
but
it.
in theory, we have a make file that kicks off everything, including compilation, making RPMs, and then using those RPMs to build containers. Now, I have not looked at every little piece of thing in that thing, but I know it does work. It builds it downloads the code, compiles it, builds RPMs, and builds containers. And theoretically, if you change one of the C files and run make again, it should rebuild those pieces that have changed. Because it's a standard make.
Here is what you will do.
Well, that's another option. Yeah, if you wanted to like just compile the binary and move the binary into an existing container.
So essentially, this is what you really need to do. You need to do a RPM, make RPM, or you could give a specific packet. If you want to build all, then you will say make RPM, or you can say make RPM package name. So it will build just that package. Then you say make containers, and you can specify you want to build all containers, you want to build one container or whatever. But that's the separate section. So I'm not going to go there. But in terms of debuggability, the example which I've shown you is this one, Python example, because that's a little easier to cover. So C++, here are the steps. You will use these steps to test that. So I'm not gonna go through that. You can read it on your free time. Okay. So that's that. Okay. Here is a fact. If you ever run into, because I hit all kind of errors, and once we hit the error, we go update this wiki. So if you see this error, here is the fix. If you see this error, here is the fix, and so forth. So if you run into an issue, let us know, or go update fix. So that the rest of the.
While we were talking about the one you just hit, it's not in here.
Sorry.
The one you just hit today.
Uh-huh.
You had to install the two packages.
Uh-huh.
Not up.
Which one did we hit?
Let you read today, one Tungsten Fabric, Python request.
Oh yeah. But that's not really, it's not a container kind of issue. This is a package installation issue. It's some crap on.
A colleague of mine, just tried to be the same procedure and I got it.
So you got into the same issue. Okay. So yeah, I hit that. So this is where you guys can contribute, because these are low-hanging fruits. There is no like a big thing. So yeah, just add it. Just this is a wiki. It's an open source, guys. I'm looking at it. You're looking at it. It's visible to everybody. Just add it. So I mean, I did run into that issue. So that's why I put it in my cheat sheet. I said, oh shit, when I'm demoing, I'm gonna run into trouble. But yeah, So because things are changing every day, so that's that. Okay. So now, what else do I want to show? Okay. So let's get out of this container. Okay. So one more thing which I want to show you is how do you swap a container? Like, so right now I have installed, first of all, before I get there, any other debugging related issue. So these are the two ways you debug it. You know, you can go, it's pretty much at that point you're doing Python development. And whatever you want to do, you can pretty much do that. Okay. So,
Just remind showing again the URL for the part where you were going to debug.
yeah, this one right here. This is a
Same thing.
yeah. Contrail Ansible deployer. Go to wiki, and here it is. Instructions for debugging. Okay. Okay. So no problem. All right. So now. So these are, etc Contrail, that's where all these main containers are sitting. So since we were working with config, so we're going to go to the config side. Okay. So this is a cool stuff I'm going to show you, right? So this is a Docker Compose YAML file. So this is the file. This is under config. So this is specifying. So when I remember I did two steps. One was the configuration step, another was the installation step, right before lunch, right? So as a part of configuration, so this is how it gets picked. You say I'm going to run based upon that instances.yaml where we had a latest tag. So this is how it builds. So it says this is the Contrail node manager, Contrail API. So this is how it is picking up, right? So you go in this directory, right? And you go Docker Compose. Okay. So this is showing these are the containers, right, which are within the config, right? And here are the entry points. And now what I wanted to do is so let's go to first. Docker Hub. Okay, so open Contrail nightly. So here are all the containers listed, right? So you go into the detail. So here are the tags. You know, so I was using latest. Latest is always the nightly. Whenever there's a nightly build, you have the latest one, and this is the container I'm running. So let's just say, for example, you're developing. Last week everything was working for you, and now you come along and somehow API server is crapping out, and you say, well, heck, I want to go back to the older container. I don't want to touch anything else, but let's just swap that. So here, for example, Okata. So I'm going to go to Okata Master 39. Right? So you come in here, you pick up the tag, whichever you want to swap it. So now you come back here. So for instance, API. I can stop here.
Okay, so.
Yeah, but this is, that's what happens when you're doing a live,
That's fine.
interactive.
How much longer do you have?
This is the last thing I was going to show.
Okay, so show it and then let's.
This is the last step, okay? So,
You have a new line in there.
so did I?
What is the parens either?
Oh. This is good?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I did was I said, okay, only just one container swap out with a different one, right? So, you can do one, no, so what I'm right now saying is, I'm saying, okay, take down all containers. I'm taking a lazy approach. You can set Docker Compose down the specific container. And so it's all done now. Okay. Okay. So right now there is no container because I just took them all down. So now you go up on the detached version. So now, so all containers are running now, right? So what I have done is I have swapped out the container. Let me check my wiki. Yeah. So this is pretty much what I wanted to show, unless you have any other question. So actually one thing, Docker TS -e. Okay, so here, notice the API is the one I swapped out. That's running Okata Master 39. Everybody else is running latest. So now that's what I have done. So you can go into the code, you can look at it. So you can swap out anything to anything. If you build it locally, you have to just specify. Remember that registry part I explained to you earlier? So you can specify that, change the registry to my local server and specify the IP address 666 port. So you can pick any container you want. So that's it. That concludes this session. Any question? Was it useful? Huh? It's a recorded. You can go watch it. You can play it. And we are always here to help, answer questions. So that's it. Who's up next? Oh, you want me to pull up the schedule?
Joseph is up next with the
SmartNIC guys.
discussion.
Okay. Yeah. All right, guys. SmartNIC guys, come on board. We're exactly 1 hour behind now, right?
Awesome.
You guys want to do a short break? There's something in just 5 minutes.
Oh,
Okay, yes, let's do that.
It's just like 3 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm out of power. Was it useful?
It was useful. The thing is to have a tool that is stable enough and we can.
That's what we have to do. That's our job.
Yeah.
Because it's still an infancy. That's why many people, I remember I was telling you, people are telling me don't look up yet.
Yeah.
Because there's so much.
Yeah.
And even when I went to go and patch it, I noticed it's already patched.
Yeah.
So but the thing is, what I did was the latest, everything. I was just pulling everything from fresh. All right. So real time, nothing canned, nothing cooked.
Yeah.
It's a real,
Yeah.
real time stuff.
So I want to try that in my lab.
Yeah, do it.
I'm going to do it on a VM because I think it makes sense to do something like that in a VM, which you can recycle every time.
Yeah.
And see.
Yeah. Play with it.
Don't think we're giving you a hard time.
So
I think we're so close to getting this, to build.
Yes.
And we're just, we're picking on you because these little things, we had 2 developers run.
Because
They
we
got
like
stuck, and now
each other's
we're sitting,
legs.
we don't know what to do. We don't know if we're 100, we have 20 steps to go, or we're just this little thing away. We don't have that confidence. New developers, when we hit this smallest glitch, we're immediately sure we're going to fail, right?
No,
nothing's going to work here
hit
because that's our
Google.
past experience.
No, this is what I do. Hit Google. Just hit Google. Yeah.
You're at a different place. You don't have the core competence.
But
we don't know how to debug this.
no,
we
but
don't-
one thing I can tell you, even within Juniper, even though we have switched over, people have gone through that exercise. It's an unknown thing for most of the people. And this is all those issues and resolutions and all that, that's how they are coming about. People are hitting those issues. Some are very proactive in reporting it.
Yeah.
Some are like I did the lazy thing. I was doing this Friday as a just dry run. I want to make sure the damn thing, when I present it in the live environment, it's, fucking challenging. Things crap out. That's why I put it, cut and pasted, put it in my wiki. I mean, in my cheat sheet. I said at that point, I'm trying to execute Linux commands and trying to concatenate. And if I didn't put one extra space, the damn thing fails. It can be painful. So that's why I did it. So I took a lazy approach. I should have technically gone and asked them to fix the wiki. Put that like Python packages when I was installing. So those kind of issues, if you don't know that, you're gonna. It took me a while. A lot of googling. The package installs correctly, but why is it not working? And then Google actually told me this is what I came up with.
At this point, when you guys hit this, right? I don't know if if they continue for 4 months, if they're going to get it, or maybe this just doesn't work at all. We have like zero confidence.
No.
In the ability to get over this. So then once you've done it twice,
that's the problem. And
once
the
we get
problem
past
is,
that,
we had people working with Contrail Installer, and I mean Edward can talk about all the changes he made in his fork, only to be told after spending a month on it, oh, that's been abandoned.
Yeah.
Nobody intends to ever use that again.
That is why it took so much excruciating pain, and I took a risk. I mean, running a live, when people are submitting patches, the patches are getting merged.
This gives us confidence. Like I go back now. I said I've seen this work myself. Right? Yeah, there are problems. Let's fix them.
Yeah.
Once
You notice, I'm trying to patch it, and the patch is already merged, so I didn't have to patch it. So this shows you that nothing is cooked here. Nothing is canned. Everything is coming straight. I'm pulling from the GitHub. I'm installing these things. I'm pulling the Dockers, containers. They're sitting up there. If I can do it, you should be able to.
We have to have people believe that they can do it, right?
I did no magic.
Right.
The thing is when you hit the caption.
It's not so much that. The issue is all these stale, old ways of doing things that are still out there with no indication that they don't work and will not ever work again. And then you can go.
Problem is,
you can spend a month.
What good now with the new Tungsten Fabric website? Right? We only put relevant stuff in there.
Right.
We've got a clean slate. We just have to put right references in there.
Yep.
It's a blessing.
Yep. Yeah.
That's why I think a little bit of that pain, you slowly make sure, I go through this so that you can see, that this is the way you want to do it. I wanted to do the same thing for Helm also, but I didn't have time. I ran out of time.
The issue is though with new contributors, if they try the first 2 methods and they don't work, they're not trying a third one. This thing doesn't work.
Haven't you worked with the dev stack in OpenStack? I mean, how frustrating it is. I lived through 5 years of development with that. So So I don't give up. Only difference is,
A basic dev stack is not, I mean,
oh,
if you're trying to do specific things, but you can get dev stack up in
it can take like 45 minutes to get DevStack up, or it can take 3 days or a week to get it up, depending upon what you hit. But the thing is, one thing is, I don't get impatient, because the biggest problem I have is when people say, oh, it's broken, it's not working. Like in the engineers who come to me in Juniper, oh, this is broken. I say, back off, define broken. Oh, it doesn't work. Define doesn't work. What doesn't work? I mean, it doesn't help me at all. When you just rage, frustration, oh, it's broken, it doesn't work. Slow down. What did you do? Let's look at it. Start Googling and you just, okay, you just uninstall this package, do it, and then it works. This Python client which I installed for Neutron commands, it frustrated the hell out of me on Friday. I was like, what the fuck? Why can't I install it? It's a Python client. Everybody does it. It's broken. It's upstream. Okay. Now, how can I blame the guy who wrote the installer program? How can I just go be hard on him? That's the nature of open source development. Right?
So especially with a stack like that, there are so many dependencies
and
so many
but that you have to, I mean, so you have to develop that attitude to be patient and take a step back, and Google, I tell you, Google is
It's almost there and there are smaller.
That is why I'm saying, that's why I took so much pain, because this is what we are doing. This is how most of the open content development is happening. So it has to work. If it doesn't work, we have to.
We unplugged it because we thought maybe it was.
So if you get frustrated with it, let us know.
Video quality issues.
But provide more details. I get frustrated. If you just tell me it's broken, it doesn't work, I'm gonna show middle finger and walk away. It's not my job to spend all day trying to debug it. If you give me specifics, then I'll say.
Anything I can help with, guys, or?
Well, one end of it is not there.
Okay.
Use the right hand.
Yeah, prerequisite.
Here. Ended?
Doesn't feel okay. Yeah, that's.
Huh. Anybody have a pair of pliers?
Yeah, let's
yeah, it looks like it's dented. Yeah. Try not to bend any pins. The tiniest little bit.
We're gonna do refreshments at 5:30. I want to do it open before that.
Here, let me see if it'll fit on my laptop. It'll tell us whether it's. Here, let's see if that.
Yeah.
If it doesn't fit either one, then it's.
What are you with? You're with?
I'm with Juniper Network.
Yeah. What do you do?
I'm with marketing. The developer, product manager.
See if pretty much having it on there straightened it. That's it all.
Acquisition and stuff.
They say acquisition.
Well, when Juniper acquired.
I think you got it. Ooh, I think you got it. There you go. Okay. And you want import.
And then in 2013, it was open source.
Yeah.
Part of all of that.
Signal.
Because it's off.
Oh, it's off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I'm in the marketing.
There you go.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can just get people to come in then. Guys, we're gonna get started, so, feel free to come in.
Because otherwise.
So let's look at the error messages. There you go, the error codes. What do you think? Okay, so actually you shouldn't be looking at this. So let me there. So if you have been dialing in the TSC calls on Tuesday mornings, the last month or even more, we have had quite a few discussions. Several vendors are on the call. We're looking to do a design for accommodating smart NICs in a well-architectured way. We are looking to have an abstraction layer for the offloads, and we are looking to support DPDK and Virtual data paths, and also SROV with kernel support. Today, really, do we have any vendors? I mean, I know Eyal is there with Amir, but anybody else, SmartNIC vendors here? No. Anybody on the call?
Hey Joseph, this is Subra from Cavium.
Hey Subra. Okay. So, anybody else?
So Manoj
There are a
joined
couple
earlier.
guys from Netronym as well.
Okay, so two people were talking at the same time. So I think I heard Netronym. No?
Yes, that's correct. We've got a couple of guys from Netronym.
Okay. And thank you for staying up late. We had not realized it's such a big time difference. So thanks for staying on. Anybody else? No. Okay, so we have pretty much all vendors, right? Netronym, Mellanox, Cavium. Are we missing anybody? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Europe and Intel and Michigan.
Yeah. Okay. So we had these discussions, and we figured out that it makes sense to split in two groups. One doing a design for DPDK Virtual, the other one for kernel SRLV, and we would use the TSC call to be a sync-up meeting so that we can check and make sure that the designs don't just drift two different ways. And we're still looking to design and use. One of the design goals was to have an abstraction layer that covers both use cases and also to run in DPDK and kernel context. So,
Joseph, maybe just, I don't know exactly who in the audience is familiar and who isn't, but maybe just even a step back to level set. The idea, what we're talking about here is offloading vRouter functionality from the host CPU onto NICs and attempting to standardize a mechanism so that the interface between Contrail and NICs of multiple different vendors is standardized. And then what Joseph was saying was that then bifurcates into two main mechanisms, one being the DPDK over IO and the other being the kernel SRIOV mechanism. But both of those, the intent is that if you're running Contrail with a traditional NIC, there's a certain set of functionality that Contrail provides, and all of that functionality is executed on the CPU. And now the value add of a smart NIC is that you can get the same functionality with less CPU impact by moving that to specialize silicon in the NIC, and the different NIC vendors have all taken different design approaches, but we don't want a fresh design for contrail for every NIC. We want to standardize on
Yeah.
that. So that's the background of what this whole session is.
So there's two value adds. One is obviously the core reduction on the primary CPU. The second one is to get the traffic levels. So if you build small packets, the kernel DPDK, I think pushes about 10. So if you want to go to 40, you will need smart mix. If you're going to go to 100, you definitely need smart mix. So this is a way for you to get wire speed on high performance levels at smaller packet sizes. Obviously, on the larger packet sizes, DPDK itself will scale up to about 40. But if you're pushing voice traffic, if you're pushing 64 byte, 200 byte packets, you definitely need smart mix.
Yeah. So, and maybe that's an opportunity to talk a little bit more about the use cases, actually, right? Because what Greg is talking about is, yes, the latency sensitive workloads and workloads with small packet sizes, but is there anything else? And I'm looking mostly at Paul because, you know, you are going to be the consumer of all this, right? So if there are any more aspects in terms of use case, then it might be worth, you know, talking now and today for something like that. Yes.
Or any other.
There's other things like encryption, security.
Yeah.
Supporting other hypervisors. All of those are use cases that come naturally to SmartNIC.
Okay. Yeah. And the logic is also packets per second per wattage, right? This is where it all boils down, trying to reduce this, yes, if possible with smaller power dissipation to have better performance. Yeah. And then it's also the cost of running CPUs versus having the SmartNIC and what balances out things. Yeah.
So the evidence of this is Amazon acquired this company which does just SmartNIC about 3 years or so ago. Amazon just acquired that entire company.
Yeah. So that they can do their SmartNICs in their cloud. Okay. Okay.
All around that topic, is there any, like, does the consumer of Amazon have their advantages? Like, we tap into that offload, do those things that Amazon maybe may or may not be exposing to the tenant?
Good question. I don't know the answer.
So if we're talking about when we run at Amazon, when we run at Amazon, we are primarily running in the VM, all right? So that VM itself benefits from the Amazon acceleration, but I'm not sure if Amazon offers a full SRE test remote into the VM, right? So that would be the only way you could tap directly. So you benefit indirectly from the fact that Amazon is accelerating the traffic, but you may not be able to tap directly. Let me see if they do an SRE mode. There is an SRIOV mode on some types. Okay, you do have to go off GUI method, enable feature, and reboot your
Okay. But basically, the SmartNICs can come into play in two ways. The one is the SROV, where you have the full implementation of the vRouter inside the hardware and you're just assigning interfaces, the VF interfaces. Or the other way to go about it is to still have a software data path, but you're counting on the network interface to provide you with metadata that you are avoiding doing the expensive computations. So for example, checksums, you could get your NIC to give you to say checksum is good, so you don't need to go and do your checksum in software and save cycles from doing that. So these are the two main approaches that we have been taking. Obviously, the SROV with kernel is a full implementation, and this is what is shown here. It's a full implementation where we are using the vRouter and the agent just as a configuration, means of configuring the SmartNIC, and then the interfaces are assigned to the VMs, and then using the PCIe bus, all those packets go through the VMs as PCIe transactions.
So the answer for Amazon is no. Amazon has two types, the old Niantic and the adapter, which are capable of delivering 10 or 20 gigabits of traffic into your VM. But the smart NICs that we're talking about here, Mellanox, Gavion, and others, actually offload a piece of your router functionality onto itself. Right? So that type of an offload will not be available on Amazon. You're simply going to get a wire speed VM out of Amazon. You still have to run a GPDK or an in-kernel vRouter in order to gain all our functionality. So apologies, but no, the answer for Amazon is no. Yeah. I don't think anybody who wants to do a wire speed packet munching is looking at the nested virtualization scenario for Amazon. So you're better off running a private cloud and giving it there.
Okay.
Maybe just add to that, these type of offloads that we're discussing are also being used on OpenVSwitch. There's a lot of activity on the same vendors on OpenVSwitch. We're basically trying to follow that model. vRouter is somewhat, or more than somewhat, more complex in the functionality we have. Hence, the offloads will be more difficult and we'll have to extend interfaces to do that. But it's not a new concept in the market here.
Yeah.
We're trying to leverage that knowledge and extend and then reuse that and then take the same approach.
And it started even earlier from the kernel. The example of the checksum I talked about is not a smart NIC, really. Every NIC nowadays does this specific functionality, right? But
what the smart NIC does is not just packet modification, looking at the VM, but actually sort of virtual switching or embedded switching routing within that, including packet modification and passing from port to port, from this port to the port.
Yeah.
Those are sort of concepts that are smart NIC capable and discussed on the PSC. Smart NIC is a general concept that many people understand in many ways.
Yeah.
And we Mellanox have smart NICs that are ASICs, others have smart NICs that are multi-core, we also have FPGAs. So smart NIC, don't take smart NIC to be a general interpretation of a label of one specific NIC. It's just any NIC that has these sort of capabilities, however it's been.
So if there is a generalization to make, would be, I think, the SROV data path, which is something pretty clear. You know, all the data path is done through the PCI bus, and all the implementation is in the NIC, where there is the other one where you have software still involved and still, but counting on the NIC to do some things for you. Yes.
So, principally, I have a problem with this. You're right, vendor offload plugin.
Sure.
Unless somebody can make a very, very strong argument what it is and why it is needed, otherwise that shouldn't be there at all. So we should have a generic offload module.
Just a second. So I showed this because that was the quickest I could find, because we have a few diagrams and so on and so forth. This was a little bit easier to talk about the DVDK scenario, and to give everybody the big picture. And we'll get there. I had this in my mind to discuss this, because quite frankly, I feel very much like you.
Yes. The general goal is anything that all NICs or most NICs do should have a single way of invoking it.
Yeah.
But if there is something that a NIC can do that no other NIC can do, that should also be possible to use.
Correct,
Right.
but that doesn't warrant, that doesn't warrant, what you're talking about is that doesn't warrant a vendor offload.
Great.
So we need an ability, if for instance, some vendors can't, they can't handle, GRE channel, whatever. I mean,
So let's not jump. Give me a little bit of.
okay.
Let me go through this first. So, in general, we're looking for a float module between the router and the smart NIC. When I say smart NIC, I mean the hardware with the driver, right? And this has to be generic, and it has, as we said before, heavy. The same API the site for kernel and PDK, and obviously the implementation was different, but the API would be the same. API for that. And how big can we are if it's kernel or but that is the same both kernel and PDK. That's the way to make sure that I get my point across. Yeah, my point across exactly. Listen back and make sure. Yeah. So that's the big picture, and this is how we started based on this idea to have generic of phone. Now, we are looking to have a generic offload plugin there or we'll implementing it. And I think we should have the training to have code part of the same script. It doesn't make sense to spread things around. I think it should all be done in a different directory. So, and it is pretty much how kernel is done. There was part of the discussion was that the offload. As I said, not too fond of, and I think the point of doing someone who is consuming full stack and hardware, they should plug out a need and it should still work, right? And the idea is that every need is going to give a capability structure and say, this is what I'm capable of doing, right? These are the offloads that can be done. I can do this, that, and that, right? Each vendor does slightly different. And so, if this vendor doesn't really make sense, because I'm thinking everything from here, you can implement it there. You will be the only one who is going to advertise that specific flow. But so what? But then I think we should have a discussion. This is my personal opinion. It seems like
we should discuss. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So we should discuss.
Yeah.
Would this be implemented with kind of like a port matrix type of thing, so kind of you know visually smart had a capability that if you were to switch from one NIC to another, you know up front the capability of losing in doing that.
That's the capability structure that's about, right? So imagine first data can I do our checksum? Yes, no. Second one, TX checksum, so on and so forth, right? So we list all the offloads, the possible offloads, and each NIC advertises I can do this, but I cannot do that. And that means software can recover for what the NIC cannot do, right? So this is how I see this approach, and it's, I think, what you described there.
Maybe one more. One of the targets here is to be transparent to the upper layers,
Yeah.
hence to the end user.
And just, I think you're sharing the wrong window. Because what's on Zoom is not the same as what's on the monitor.
Actually, I don't think I'm on Zoom at all.
Oh, well, that would explain.
That would explain it, yes.
So we have sharing the
Yeah.
wrong window.
Oh, really? Minor detail.
Oh, yeah, I think Sukdev, are you still sharing?
Am I?
I don't know. It's about entry point and packages is what's being shared on Zoom right now.
Oh, I am. Oh, my bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your battery may also run out soon. It's on 9%.
Your remote notification is low battery. You're just being informed over the conference bridge. Your battery's low.
Sorry.
So one of the design goals here is that it's transparent to the upper layers. So the functionality is always there. Anything smart things can also have to continue to operate as before, just not isolated, so that's good. So from the end user perspective, the only
It's a power cord. It's a power cord.
Oh, okay.
It's Bluetooth. That's just for power.
That's fine.
This is just for power.
So from an end user perspective, I mean, the only metric you need is, what performance do I get at one area for this NIC? So, each NIC vendor will eventually have to publish, right? This is our performance for this and this, and it should only end up at performance.
Right, so the features from the perspective of packets going through and such should not be interrupted, only whether or not there is acceleration of X, Y, or Z.
Correct.
Essentially is so that the function, you should never have a functionality in like regardless if you switch between NICs, the functionality of packets going through, that should be consistent. Whether or not it's accelerated or not is what would change potentially based on different.
Correct.
Right?
That is right. That's absolutely right. So that's why it's just not only this, but the piece up there, which is A. So the V router does everything, right? Now, it does, let's say, 5 things, just for the sake of example. Right? So 3 are being offloaded. Right? Other 2, we're gonna still continue to use.
Speak into the microphone.
Is the microphone?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were just playing with it.
No, that's the microphone.
Oh, it's on. Yeah,
All right.
We're
So.
complaining they couldn't hear.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So what I'm saying is that the vRouter, so in an ideal deployment, so you have a vRouter and nothing else, right? And all the functionalities there. So now you're bringing in this new offload or accelerated technologies, right? Let's say 3 functions can be offloaded, can be accelerated, right? So the 2 still needs to be performed by that. Right? So how do we want to know those 3 are being accelerated or they're walking through that, right? So that's why we can't have a model where we have a vendor plugin or anything like that. What do we need is some kind of an API or configuration mechanism, like which specifies that these 3 features are offloaded down here. So there are 2 ways to deal with it. One is the guy who's deploying it, AT&T, or the person, the operator. Okay, so you need a configuration. You need to have some way to configure, and you say these are the features I'm deploying, right? Based upon what VNICs you have in your deployment, right? And then the second part is the smart NICs themselves are advertising that I can do that, I cannot do this, and so forth. So the guy, so say you, so where it gets really hairy or interesting is when you mix VNICs. So you have two smart NICs, and one can do all, other cannot do some, right? So we need a feedback mechanism so that whatever the second guy can't do, we are to substitute for it, right? So that's why I say that we can't be looking at vendor specific offloads here. We can be looking at some kind of a config knobs. If some smart NIC vendor has some cool feature which they want to allow through the configuration, we should be able to do that, right? So that's the way. And the second part, which I want to say, is this is not a one-to-one relationship. This is one-to-many. So you have a one generic offload module, which is driving multiple NICs. So we can't make an assumption that this is the vertical integration, right?
Yeah.
So because everybody would most likely have more than one smart NICs in any deployment. And where it gets even further interesting is when you have two different vendors, you will not want to do it, but you could potentially do that, right? So so we need to factor into all of those. Yeah.
I suppose you can have some architecture that you can have more than one vendor specific like this, right? So
even for the same vendor, you will always use multiple.
Yeah.
Your offload, your distributing and whatnot. So from the architecture point of view, this is the part I was talking about earlier. We're talking about blueprint, community blueprint for smart NIC. This is the part we need to really be considering. As a community, we should look at it. We develop that think piece in such a manner that it seamlessly works with the bottom part of the open console API, as well as
but my worry is that if we don't have defined any blueprint can fall under this category, and so we need to really, what we need to do is start defining this API, and then we can look at.
Somewhat of A is done by, I think, what is it, Metronome or somebody.
We are both doing it.
Some vendors have already done that. They're already working with. So on one of the calls I had suggested, let's take, because we have A defined, but it's done with a specific vendor.
Exactly.
So
yes.
We don't want to be here like taking or giving preference to one vendor over the other vendor, because we are an open source community here. So my suggestion was, since somebody has invested time, has spent time to define that A, right? Let's all vendor look at it. What is that A? Does it satisfy everybody? If it satisfies everybody, then we're done. Then we already have a solution.
If you look at the two design, the SROV has already started defining part of that. And the Virt.io and DBDK, we have started defining it as well. And again, through the TSC calls, we can line up and make sure that we get to convergence. Yeah.
So does it make sense? Like, what do the rest of the community folks believe?
Yeah. So pardon my ignorance on this, because this isn't my area of expertise. But would you essentially be having potentially two APIs? One would be to advertise what is supported by the smart NIC, and the other would essentially be the how do you configure this? What is on the smart NIC, right?
That's what I sort of alluded to.
Does that encapsulate the entire use case? Right. Yeah. Because you also have the two different, will the SRIOV implementation and the DPDK implementation use the same configuration and visibility? I don't know what list feature is, like APIs.
There are a lot of items here,
right?
The capability, so the way I did, and again, this is, we use OBS to work on OBS sort of a starting point to do this, but we don't have to necessarily. But there's the top level API, the A API, which says this is how Contrail tells, right, the smart NIC what it wants to do. In order to do that, it may have to know what the smart NIC wants to offload, or it may just broadcast everything down. It's an API choice that we have to do together, whether the Contrail just tells the offload model everything, and the offload model will decide what to offload, or the offload model tells Contrail what it wants, information wants, and the Contrail downloads only the subset of functionality based on the offloads. Regardless, we need to set that API, and we should target having the same API. I think that's understood by everyone for both SRV and the VirtIO case, because down the line, we also want a single implementation that supports both together. We can have a single Contrail managing both SRV ports and VirtIO connected VMs, and it has to have the same API and accelerate both at the same time.
Okay. That's kind of what I was getting at, like, that's what and is there more APIs than basically tell me what capabilities you have, and I would like to configure these capabilities? Like, are there other additional APIs that need to be in play for A?
So I think it would be good if you're talking about the configuration file possibly, right? And my NIC might be advertising one capability, but I want to turn it off for a specific reason. Is that,
right, yeah, so like being able to, I'm assuming that, like, just because you can advertise that a NIC supports X, Y, and Z,
it doesn't mean that you need
that doesn't mean that you want to configure, like, I'm sure there's gonna be some form of configuration you're gonna wanna do, and I don't know.
I mean, theoretically not. We always maybe want that control in the background to be able, I don't want to enable offloads, or I want to offloads, or I want to enable 2/3 of the offloads. But theoretically, if we have, right, the same functionality, the same feature set, and it doesn't break anything, and it just makes it faster, then by default on.
So it would basically.
Ideally, it's a plug and play. You put it in, you get, the NIC vendor has qualified it, and it works. I can see a user-defined configuration, like a command line to vrouter, or a config file saying, let's just turn it off or turn off these features. I can understand that from a user control and debug perspective. I think it's good to have, but it's not something fundamental in the design as per se that it's something that the user would really want to control. It's sort of a knob, right? Another
So
debug
in general,
knob.
it would be more about advertising the capabilities that the smart NIC is able to provide, rather than configuration of the smart NIC.
And the way and the way I always think of it is this is the same as TX checksums or ARX checksums or ARX RSS that have been there always, just more advanced. So I try to keep it in that same mind frame.
It's like a default of on.
Right. You don't have like a knob to say I want to do checksum offloads in the NIC. It's transparent to the user.
Oh, perfect. Just trying to get my head around the space of what A has to do.
you can use it to disable them.
Right. So there's debugs and blah blah, but not conceptually. Right. So
right?
yeah, I mean that's the target mind frame, right?
Is there a list of functions that's actually available? That's part of what A is to provide.
Yeah.
There are some very specific ones that as a carrier we would need in the future.
So we would love to hear that, which is why we're doing this. Part of this discussion is between the NIC vendors and the implementation side, and part is the community side to the customers or end users, right? Saying what they want.
We want to see that in the vendor offload plugin section diagram.
Yeah.
We want all of this to be under generic.
Right.
Some of these functions are very specific.
So can you give an example? Just so we need the list, and that would be right per NIC capability, and I think part of that is evolution. I mean, a lot of these smart NICs are even programmable via firmware or via code, and that can be inhabited over time, right?
But still, if there is only one functionality that only one vendor provides, why not just extend this and that specific vendor will advertise?
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the long-term goal. Yeah. I don't think we can.
And then later on, another vendor might implement that one as well, and then they can advertise it as well. And then,
One thing is, if one vendor is able to provide that I want for me, I'm probably going to do all of it with that vendor for 2-3 years until I do my next cycle.
Yeah. So we would love whatever you guys have as use cases that you would see need to offload, put that back into right down to the TSC, so we get sort of requirements documents or features or priorities. On that, we're also looking for priorities. There's a lot of discussion on, do we do SRV? Do we do VirtIO? Do we do both? And what priorities? And it really depends on the deployments. There are pros and cons to both approaches. We understand at the end we want both, and we may do both, right? It's just the time frame.
Maybe it works like right now, the way I'm scheduling things is, 1 week we review the SROV changes, and then next week we look at the PDK, and then we keep switching so that everybody's, but maybe we need to add yet another one from consumers to be able to write down what they want and.
So one of the questions that I have that could be a gotcha in here, and I'm gonna count on you for the information on this.
Gotchas are good.
No, are there?
Gotchas as early as possible. This is the perfect time for gotchas, right?
Are there different smart NICs that have very similar functionality that is named something different? And if that is the case, then your generic implementation, how do you encapsulate both vendors' functionality into a generic,
Okay.
So
let me try to answer that.
That's why what we're trying to do is, that's why the goal for this set of people is to define this, right, in a generic way, and then say, hey, vendors, you want to participate in this?
Right.
This is the
map it to this. Okay.
Yeah,
that is the way. That is the way to do it. Because otherwise, it doesn't work.
No, fair enough.
Because I call the same feature A, you call the same feature B.
I agree, but I'll even extend that further. Again, the ideal, and this is looking at the OVS use case that's being done. There are two levels of API here. There's the A, which is talking about what vRouter wants to offload, and that is defined by vRouter, right? vRouter sets what it would. vRouter says, I want to set up this flow, or I want this MPLS label. The semantics of that are defined by the existing vRouter. The hardware offload implementation has to be equal to the implementation the software does. We have the golden reference one. The discussion down to the smart NIC is done around the BCDE lines there. And the OVS, what has been done under the OVS use cases, there's actually standardization of those APIs as well. The way you talk to a smart NIC to tell it to offload stuff in a flexible manner is something that has been done, and there are two APIs today. One is DPDK-RT Flow, the second is Linux TC Flower APIs. And those are being extended as time goes by, and they have their own semantics and they're well defined. And ideally, if we have A defined by vRouter and B, C, D, E defined as standard open source APIs, then the generic offload model is completely, right? It's translating from language A to language, from vRouter functionality into these well-defined APIs. And the NICs have to implement those well-defined APIs, right, according to what they have. Now, the problem there is that these APIs are standard. They're in open source communities. They don't have the full functionality we need in the router. We have to extend them. That will take time, right? And we may have functionality we want to expose in the meantime and not wait for that, but that's an interim solution. I don't think that has to drive the architecture.
And part of that problem is that the API, the actual hardware is providing, is different between different vendors, right? Which makes things even more complicated. Because how do you translate from a code to A into a code to B?
Yeah, so ideally, the standard open source APIs hide that, and then right, and that becomes part of the problem of the SmartNIC driver. Do that. That's SmartNIC vendor problem, right? Implement these APIs in your SmartNIC. It's your problem, ideally. But again, then we get into trade-offs of timelines and functionality. SmartNIC vendors want to sell. Customers want to get this. Do we wait for the upstream APIs, which take half a year, or do we, in the meantime, do vendor-specific APIs to bypass those? And there are pros and cons here to both. But regardless, it has to be that the target is, in my opinion, and this is this opinion, right? The target needs to be, these have to be standardized at the end. I would prefer to do it up front, but we can talk about at least at the end. And they have to be standard open source APIs, and that makes the generic offload module generic and not vendor specific.
Therefore, do those APIs belong in open console, or do they belong in some other open source project?
So A is in Open Contrail, and B, C, D, and E today are in DPDK and Linux. ideally. And then the same APIs that we're using as vendors to do OVS, so they're tested and we're using them not just for this, but we're using it for other platforms and other SDN layers and other VNF acceleration. And we as SmartNIC vendors want to use these APIs not just for Contrail, and US customers don't want us to use them just for Contrail as well.
And that's why, because there's already working OPS that is defining this part here. Most probably we'll need to extend because this is not just layer 2, it's layer 3 implementation.
Has there been any use cases regarding things like IPsec?
So there's work done on IPsec. DPDK has today added APIs to offload IPsec. I don't know vRouter today at least doesn't support that, so I don't know if it's adequate enough to use that. But I wouldn't. Yeah, there are SmartNICs that are able to do encryption.
Yeah, so where will that go? Will that be generic?
So the way I see it is, again, vRouter knows that it wants to encrypt some flow, so that's part of the API. A says, this is flow I want to encrypt. Like the generic offload model is responsible for talking to the SmartNIC driver through D or E and saying, this is the flow, and I want to encrypt it. And that becomes, the language there is not vRouter semantic. It would be, if you see a packet that looks like this, it's an empty level GL channel with inner 5-tuple this and this and this, then from now on encrypt it with this key. So the semantics for the B, C, D, and E are not data plane specific. They're general rules about flows and tables and hops. You can sort of think of it a bit like a P4 like modeling language to talk to the SmartNIC.
And DPDK has the support for encryption and decryption. So if you have a need, for example, that also can do encryption and decryption, all they need to do is implement that API.
Right, and we need to find a capability that says this SmartNIC advertises it can do encryption, and then the offload model would know to request the encryption. Otherwise, the offload model will go up to the vRouter and say, I don't know how to decrypt, do it on your own.
Yes, it's just a simple, maybe a further clarification. So DPDK has a DAL which can do that, and I think DPDK is also working on the additional IPsec API. I think we're going to see it very soon. So that will provide a more complete.
So there are various, part of this problem with these open source APIs are a lot of them. And they're very converged. The crypto dev is sort of a look-aside accelerator. Here we're looking more for flow-based acceleration. There's also, we added, I think, in 1805, RT flow with security action crypto dev. And I don't know if you were talking about the third one. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
A basic question. Aren't you guys commoditizing each other? All of these SmartNIC vendors?
I think we are. If we make this design work for everybody, we are. But that's the point of open source. That's actually a key for open source.
Yeah.
That you give away the software and you let the vendors fight on the hardware.
I can tell you as a SmartNIC vendor today that the main problem is that, it's very specific. I can't now go to each VNF vendor and tell it how to accelerate, each routing stack and tell it how to accelerate. It's severe to people buying SmartNIC.
Yeah, but
and the vendors are looking for not being locked into a vendor.
Yeah. But for contrast, how many CPU manufacturers other than x86 and ARM are doing large amounts of business? The customers are looking for standardization. So yes, you could go create your own CPU from scratch and not be commodity at all, but the sales volumes aren't likely to be there.
Yeah, I don't think I could just have purchase of SmartNIC, and be locked into that SmartNIC. It's very attractive feeling, especially an organization that's largely adapted open source. The traffic there is actually critical to the hardware purchase.
Yeah, and kind of to follow up on that point as well, I expect that pretty much in production, you're going to be running a heterogeneous environment all the time because you're going to be updating your hardware and stuff based on what the vendors have been able to make available for you what your contracts are and so on. So I expect that that's likely going to be a scenario, which then you have your question mark API there that's not there anymore.
No, that was more.
It's not there. Yeah, there's no abstraction for the battery.
Software-defined battery. The question mark one came from the agent to that abstraction layer. And that brings, that's an important question if you're thinking about running in a heterogeneous environment. You also need to think about capacity planning and placement, because you likely will, for certain workloads, will want to have some way of saying, I want to place this workload on somewhere that has this capability, right? So from that perspective, I do think it's not specifically A, but at the same time, in order for the orchestrator to make placement decisions, it needs to have some level of understanding of the capacity of the underlying infrastructure and how to place to be able to get certain functionality, right?
I agree. It's not that line that was dotted there, but yes, we do need to, it's part of
And
this.
I don't know that it's the same thing as A. I think that it's.
Open control is working on that. So that's now the analytics piece gets into. So we can look at it in real time, what is going on, if something is choking, you're specifically like what SmartNIC, but even without Smart. So we're looking at it, and certain links are choking, where the bandwidth is, bleeding over, or some cases of one download or flapping or whatever. Yeah. Based on that, we can do the replacement of workloads.
This in addition though would potentially you would want to actually in the inventory list, right? It's like bare metal servers and virtualized servers. You want to actually list this inventory as this has this class of NICs, whatever, group or whatever it's managed server group with this sort of capacity. It's good for high performance VMs or low performance VMs or whatever. And you would actually want to do network aware scheduling of that.
So
That's part of the orchestration.
So if you want to do like motion of the workload from server A to server B, you can look at it. That server doesn't have.
Or on a new deployment of a workload, you're like, okay, this is what I need in terms of acceleration. So it has to go on infrastructure that supports these XYZ features.
I think from the orchestration level, we have to abstract it even higher. It has to be, I'm good for high performance, high packets per second, high bandwidth. It has to be, it's not, I can offload a tunnel, right? It has to be something very network generic.
So who's up next?
CI. Okay.
CI, okay, Paul.
All right.
That's a mic with you.
Oh, yep. Okay, I'll put this up here.
Can you keep this charger for a bit?
Sure. Yeah. Why? Oh, I wasn't going to show slides. I was just going to go. What? So I was just going to, talk in general about the CI system and just kind of show some of the pieces of it. Let's see. So we'll go to what happened. Joe, did you kill the? Oh, did you unplug the video system? No. Why is it not on anymore? Oh, power strip turned off. Okay. Let's see.
By the way, we had a few comments on Zoom, but I'm not sure.
All right. Is it working?
Okay. There we go.
It's, the video switch thingy is booting up. There we go.
All right, now, no signal. All right, now, oh, hang on. Let me mirror displays, otherwise there's no way I'm going to navigate that from here. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna talk about the CI system. So the new CI system is referred to as the Zool version 3 CI system. And so if I take a look, so this is what Garrett looks like for anybody who's not familiar. And Garrett is the code review system. The code review system and the CI system are very closely linked. They're not exactly the same thing, but there's a very tight relationship between them. And so the code review system is where developers submit code. And this particular screen is looking at one particular change submitted by a developer. I just picked one off the top of the list that was recently merged today. And so this page in the code review system is showing what that was. So you've got a commit message in the upper left-hand corner. You've got some information about the author and reviewers. The actual files that are in the commit are listed down under the file path section. And where the CI system comes in, I'm gonna carry this with me, I guess. So where the CI system comes in is these are test jobs that have been run against this change. So you can see Zool v3 check, Zool v3 CI gate, and the Contrail Windows CI. So the Zool v3 CI is what I'm talking about here. There is an older Zool version 2 CI system, and there's this Windows CI system, but the focus of this is the Zool version 3 CI system. And so Zool is a project gating system that was developed by OpenStack, and they're moving it to be kind of a separate top-level project because it's useful to lots of people other than OpenStack. And so Contrail's CI system, Tungsten Fabric CI system, is using software developed by OpenStack for the OpenStack CI system. And so a lot of these concepts will be very familiar to people who are already familiar with OpenStack, but if you're not, I'm going to kind of go over the structure of this. But this documentation is a very good starting point, and you can see, or can you see? I don't know that you can read the URL, but this is OpenStack documentation on this particular tab. So the Zool web page is the OpenStack documentation. And so some of the key points to know about it are words like gate and pipeline and job. And those are, I'm not going to go through all the details here, but it is documented in detail here. For Contrail, there are two main Git repositories that control this. One of them is the Contrail infra repository. And so this repository is largely a collection of Puppet manifests that are used in order to deploy the CI system. So if you want to deploy your own instance of the CI system, and if you have servers that you want to contribute, we are looking for that sort of contribution. So today, the only servers that are participating in the Contrail CI system are Junipers. We also have some servers from TechTrueUp they aren't live yet, mostly due to just human constraints. The amount of time we've been able to put into bringing them up and getting them all tested and working and integrated, just it's kind of a part-time job for like 2 people. There isn't a whole lot. We need more. We need more people helping if we want to get more servers, either get people working on tech true-up servers or anybody else contributing. But the code in order to build the various servers that make up the CI system is all in this Contrail infra repository. I think there's 5 or 6 different server configurations, server types, the worker nodes, the log servers. There's a couple different types of servers, and they're all defined with Puppet manifests. And so in order to deploy those, this is the repository that you would be looking at. And I should preface this by saying there is a weekly conference call. The infrastructure team conference call is where we discuss topics related to this. And so anybody who is interested in working on that infrastructure team, either helping set up and configure and troubleshoot and maintain the existing infrastructure or bringing additional hardware to it, that Tuesday afternoon call is the time to join with us. The other portion is the Contrail project config repo. And this is where Zool gets all of its configuration. And so this is modeled after the OpenStack project config repo. And essentially what you have is a Zool configuration that consists of jobs, pipelines, projects. And so the jobs, well, let me look, I'll talk briefly about pipelines. I'm just gonna keep this really brief. There are just a few pipelines. The checked pipeline is executed whenever new patch sets come in. The gate pipeline is, the job of the gate pipeline is basically to prevent non-working stuff from getting merged. And then there is, I believe, there's a couple pipelines: periodic nightly, periodic sanity, experimental. So these pipelines are essentially what the jobs are organized into. So the main functionality of Zool is executing Ansible playbooks. So Ansible, hopefully everybody's pretty much familiar with Ansible, but Ansible is basically an automation system that allows you to run what they term plays against servers. And so a playbook is a collection of plays. A play is basically some commands that you want to apply to a server. And so the jobs are defined in terms of playbooks. So for example, this job with the name of base minimal has a pre-run playbook and 2 post-run playbooks. And the term roles is also an Ansible. So there's some basic concepts that will be familiar to people or not, depending on what your background become part of the whole CI system. So if you're familiar with Ansible, if you're familiar with Zool, you'll be very familiar with this. If you're not, there's a bit of a learning curve to understand what the structure of this is. But essentially, what I'm sharing on the screen right now is a YAML file that's defining what are the jobs that the CI system should run. And if I switch back to that Garrett screen, let me see, where did that go? If I switch back to that Garrett screen, you can see here that within the Zool v3 checked pipeline, there were a number of different jobs. So there was a unit test job on Ubuntu Trusty, a unit test job on CentOS, and some build packages, build container jobs. everything that Zool is doing is defined in that Contrail project config repo. So you can go out and figure out what's going on by looking at that. Among the things that are going on is pulling a unit test out of the various Contrail repos. So if I go to Trail, and Sachin, tell me if this is no longer true, but the last I'm aware, unit tests are defined under the Contrail controller repo. There is a JSON, what? Is this still, okay. So there's a JSON file under the Contrail controller repo in one of the playbooks, and I don't remember which one it is, but it's fairly easy to find if you're looking for it. If you look in the unit test jobs, you can find, if you're interested, where there's a playbook that goes and retrieves this JSON file from the Contrail controller repo and parses it to figure out where the unit tests are for all the other repos. So you can see here, Contrail collector is a repo, and there are, and so F is, I don't know, is everybody familiar with FConf? It's a Python equivalent of make. So it's a software construction system. It's basically make written in Python. So here we have FConf test target for the Contrail controller repo. For the Contrail config repo, we have test target. So this JSON file basically describes to the CI system where to find all of the unit tests. For
repo is not a GitHub repo necessarily.
Correct.
Random way to say for these source directories run these steps. That's what it is.
Right.
But in a given repo, there could be multiple steps.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. So essentially, this is sort of the general structure of the CI system. So if you want to understand how the CI system works, I would start with the OpenStack Zool documentation. Read through that, just get a basis of what a Zool-based CI system is. Then dig into the project config repo, where you will find all of the YAML files that describe our configuration of how we're using Zool. And that includes everything we're telling Zool to do, what the pipelines are, what the jobs are. Also in the project config repo, all of the Ansible playbooks are in this repo. So here I went into the zool.d directory to show you the jobs.yaml, which is where they're defined. But if you go up to the top level directory and look under playbooks, this is where they are. And so when you're reading that jobs.yaml file and you're looking at what playbooks are run, this is where you look to find what those playbooks are. And here is where knowledge of Ansible will help. If you know nothing about Ansible, you need to first go read a little bit of Ansible getting started documentation just to get your bearings. But once you've done that, you should find it fairly familiar to see a YAML file like this, because this, if you're familiar with Ansible, that is going to be very familiar. If you're not familiar with Ansible, you might not have any idea what's going on here, but the roles is an Ansible topic that is used to define what plays to run. And so here, this is saying that there are a series of roles, and all of that references other parts of, where is that? So that's under roles, again, in the same directory. And I'm just clicking around here at random. I haven't pre-planned exactly what I'm going to show you, but here under the Contrail Ansible deployer role in the task directory, and this will be very familiar to anybody who's used Ansible, the roles, tasks, very standard stuff. This is a YAML file that is defining the tasks that are executed for this role. And so this is how it all chains together. You start at the project config repo, you look at the zool.d directory, you look at what the pipelines are, you look at what the jobs are, you find out from the jobs which playbooks, from the playbooks which roles, from the roles which tasks, And then from the tasks, this is YAML file is just a series of tasks to be executed, and all of that, all the things you see here, this is all in Ansible notation. So for example, here is an install build dependencies. Well, it's using the Ansible package module, and it's saying for each item, make sure that the latest is installed, and the item here is Ansible. Up there, let's see, what's another one? Include theirs is the template, copy a host template. So here you've got, it's telling this is a template file in Jinja syntax, and that's, so this basically takes us through the whole process of running tests in the CI system. And so if we want to add new tests, it all fits into this. It's just figuring out where the tests fit into the overall structure. Questions?
What does the current CI system run? Is it 5 unit tests, are there functional tests, and there are also multi-node tests, or is it all in one?
So it does run functional tests.
Yeah.
And maybe you can look at this example.
Which example you want to look at?
The
Yeah.
one that you're showing.
Yeah.
So it ran unit tests on 2 different types of systems, and then ran the functional tests. Correct. Yes.
So are those also multi-node, or is all single node?
I believe they are all single node right now.
Just in the context of the smart mix in general,
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to have multi-node.
Yeah, and well, actually, that's a good topic. In the context of SmartNICs in general, we're also going to need to add hardware, because we're gonna need servers with different types of SmartNICs, and we're going to need to be able to run test jobs on those. So in principle, that all fits into this structure, and that's all doable, but none of that has been done yet. So we have to build that structure in by adding, number one, the hardware with the various types of NICs, and then defining the test jobs. And
So the hardware is easy. The project, you guys come to us with smart vendors, I can tell us, guys, want your smart NIC, you have to give us 2 servers and 2. That's all.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just tell me I have to tell my organization that they have to contribute to NIC. Don't give me a choice, and don't give my organization a choice, and don't get them.
Okay.
And the servers and whatever.
Yeah.
We as a community have to define that.
That's true. There, yeah.
To demand me for my
Right.
corporate task.
Okay.
To give us the equipment.
Yes.
And it has to be flat out, you have to do it, and then.
Yeah. But there is also,
We have to extend the.
right, yes, there is also some work though, because right now there isn't anything in the system that's saying run this job against 3 different types of servers that have different SmartNICs or something like that. So that will have to be added. We will have to.
I'm not sure that we actually want every different, every commit that any Drupal guy does on control.
Right.
We have to run all the smart NICs.
Right, and that's where the that's where the pipelines come in. So it might be a nightly job or a weekly job or something that runs tests as opposed to running on every patch set that hasn't even been merged yet. The other thing to know about here is that these are hyperlinks, and so you can click through to get the job output. So if you have submitted a change and it did not pass, you can click through from Garrett to get this. And what output is generated is also determined by those playbooks and jobs. And so if we aren't getting sufficient output in Garrett to diagnose problems that people are seeing, then the place to go back is to go and figure, well, what output are we not capturing and then the appropriate playbooks and jobs would need to be updated to capture that output, because everything you're seeing here is essentially the output captured by some Ansible playbook. And there's a variety of information here, but it's not absolutely exhaustive. So there may be things that people want to see here that aren't here, and that's really a matter of developers coming to the infrastructure team and saying, hey, my change failed and I couldn't figure out where to see this. I needed to see some information and it's just not there. And then if the developer says, oh, how do you get that information? Do we need to dump a certain file, or do we need to run a certain command on the VM before the VM is deleted? Is there some command we need to run and pipe that command output to a file and save it here? Because obviously this is not like the entire state of a machine. This is
besides the console output, we are also saving the logs generated by some of the daemons, and we can click the unit test logs to show.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, that's my point is there is stuff here, but if it's not everything you want to see, so I don't know. I'm just clicking through at random here, and
yes, so it shows you the logs.
so here for
generated by just that.
Right. Yes.
I see we have build tests on basically two OSs, and it builds a Docker container. And we have unit tests on two OSs and system tests on what appears to be OpenStack. Is there any plans to do any like container-based testing? So either unit tests or like system tests on something like Kubernetes deployment or something like that, or is that out of the scope of what is currently?
No, it's not out of scope. It's just a evolving process. This is something we've been doing for a while.
Yeah, I think the more contributors who want to bring stuff, I think it's just a matter of resource constraints, right? So I think if we have people coming with specific things, like I want to run this sort of test, and a more specific, if somebody comes, I want to run this test and I've written an Ansible playbook and I'll submit a pull request with the Zool configuration, that happens much faster than I'd like to test this abstract concept, but I can't really tell you exactly how to test it. So the question is how much level of detail. So the more detailed, I mean, if you come with Ansible playbooks and Zool configuration, it can be put in pretty much immediately as soon as somebody just kind of does a review of like a code review of that stuff. If it's more of an abstract, hey, we need to figure out how to test something, then that's obviously a much longer lead time.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's more if Kubernetes is going to be more of a target going forward, and there's to be more development specifically around Kubernetes, you probably should have some CI to back it of some kind.
I agree. It's the of some kind that needs to be fleshed out. Right?
Unit tests are definitely there for all the components, and even when you submit a new feature or even how you can add unit tests in the RPM.
And would that work in both, like I don't know tomorrow, but would the unit test, if they pass in the instance, like with the instances, there a pretty high likelihood they would pass with a container implementation as well, or?
Unit tests don't assume anything about container or for example, when this control node unit test is run, it doesn't assume that there is anything else. Right? Unit tests are very specific things that
right.
Yeah. And now
the daemon that is.
Yeah, of course, the definition of a unit test well, not the definition per se, but what a unit test is can be somewhat language specific. What a C developer considers a unit test versus what a Python developer considers a unit test is not exactly identical. Am I understating the case?
In a unit test, you are only testing that one component, and everything else is mocked. So
Yeah.
So it shouldn't
Yeah,
matter where context.
Yes, ideally in a unit test, you're mocking most everything. How you do that mocking depends on the language you're operating in, and how much mocking you do is also can be a subject of debate, because if you've mocked everything to the point where nothing can fail, that your unit test literally can't fail because you've mocked too much.
True, return true.
Yes.
Great.
Right. So there is an art to unit testing, and the art varies depending on the language you're in. And Contrail is a mixture of C and C++ and JavaScript and Python, and there's something else I think I'm forgetting. I think there's another language in there, but I don't. Java as well. So yeah, but essentially what I've gone over here is kind of the idea of how to find where the existing unit tests are, and with that information you can go look and decide whether you think that existing unit testing is adequate, or if there's stuff that you would like to see tested that isn't tested. You can see where those unit tests belong. By looking at where the existing unit tests are, you can figure out where is the place where more. And if somebody wants to put in commits, submit commits to Garrett that have absolutely no functionality, just tests, would be very welcome. If you want to look at an area and say, hey, the test coverage here is inadequate. This scenario, or for example, sometimes there can be a question of positive testing versus negative testing, right? You may have test coverage that tests that things work properly. You may lack test coverage that, I'm not speaking of Contrail Tungsten Fabric specific, I'm just talking in general. Depending on any code base, you might have no test coverage of a certain segment of code. You may have test coverage that it gives the correct answer given the correct input, but doesn't test that it gives the wrong answer given the wrong input, right? So there's a breadth of what unit testing consists of, but this is the structure of how to find what existing unit tests there are, and to go about adding additional unit tests, or if we move beyond the topic of unit tests, how to add functional tests, because the Ansible playbooks in many cases are kicking off shell scripts, for example, or not. I mean, they're not sure if the Ansible playbooks are kicking, but I mean there's shell scripting involved. So essentially anything is possible once you know the structure. How much gets added and what tests get run at any given point is really all up to contributors. Any other questions? I don't think so.
But as part of our regression, periodically. But that's not run for everything.
But there's an automation system for.
Yes. Because in the end, we will publish performance numbers for each release and validate.
But that may not be part of Zool v3.
Yes, that's something. It's not part of CAS.
Right. But I mean, but I think there is, so now performance testing gets into, again, the question of hardware, right? Right. That given a fixed footprint of hardware, the more testing you do, the longer it takes for developers to get results back, because you're going to build up if you do too much. So
You need to figure out what
right, but within the context of Zool, that's where pipelines come in. We can do nightly jobs, we can do weekly jobs. So if there is something that can, now again, performance testing can also get into the topic of, well, are you using hardware like Spirents or other load generators, and that gets, it's a whole big topic, but in principle, if it can be scripted, it can be added to the CI system. Whether that's a good idea to run it on every patch set is a completely different discussion, but the CI system supports the notion of jobs that don't run on every patch set, but run on some sort of schedule. And so it's really a matter of getting contributions of people willing to figure out what should this performance test look like, and how do I write a script that can run it.
We're going under LSN, we might have some extra leverage with things that are happening in OpenFV, like performance tests that we can run in our Tungsten Fabric, like the VSPerf.
Yeah.
So that, and we can cheaply just get that and integrate it to our CI.
Yeah, that's another area, maybe making use of some of the OPNFV stuff, where if they are able to run tests and report back results. Again, it comes down to just time and people to set it up, but it's all, we have all the building blocks. The main thing we're lacking is people to do people can dream up things to do faster than they can get done.
Sometimes you have to know, if you have an elevation system like that, you can do anything, but there's also infrastructure that you want to share across that.
Yes.
To be developed.
And I just realized I didn't share any of this on Zoom, did I? Sorry about that, folks on the bridge. I meant to enable sharing. Just realized that.
Additional hardware coming online. Is there the concept of like, are all jobs just spread across the hardware that's available, or is there the concept of like the CI will run against this hardware and then the CI will also run?
So right now, the Zool v3 CI is not actually running against hardware, it's running against VMs and OpenStack infrastructure. So right now, with the jobs that are currently written, it's calling OpenStack to instantiate VMs, and then it's calling Ansible to run playbooks against those VMs. That's not a limitation of Zool or Ansible. That's just what's set up right now. And it absolutely is possible to set up something where you use a bare metal imaging and pixie boot stuff. It just isn't. That's
So the basic idea is here is that we are going to support the concept of third-party CIs. We do expect folks who want to test a specific NIC or something like that, set up their own third-party CI cluster, and we'll kick off a job on them to validate the builds. Same thing would apply to the performance cluster, except that the performance cluster will be communities cluster, and unfortunately, it's not just the people, it's also the hardware budget for getting a bare metal high performance cluster together. So would those third-party, would that third-party hardware show up in this list?
Yeah. So essentially what would happen is the third-party CI would need to get a Garrett ID that allows it to connect to Garrett and get an event stream that notifies it when patch sets hit Garrett. And then it would have to know, am I supposed to run on every patch set? Am I only supposed to run against certain repo? Whatever it is, but the basic functionality is that it would log into Garrett via an API. I mean, it would have an API interaction with Garrett that allows it to find out when things are.
And you would see in this window.
Yes, yeah, so we would, yeah, so yes, it would show up here. You might have non-voting jobs. So for example, non-voting, these are the votes, right? So this is here, the verified +2 Zool V3. So the Zool V3 CI voted +2 on this. But you can see in the Zool V3, there were 2 non-voting jobs mixed in with the others. And so you might have non-voting jobs where a third-party CI wouldn't prevent code from being merged from a systematic standpoint, but hopefully before somebody like Sachin put the +1 on there, they might notice, oh, this is failing a third-party CI. I wonder if that's important.
Right. So the initial set of third-party CIs will be non-voting, and then as the community will decide which ones to make a case. So would it be possible, like let's use SmartLink as an example, that if there is code changed in X subdirectory, then run this CI, for example, right? Because like it's likely, like you don't necessarily want to run the like if we have all of the SmartLink in the same repo, for example, right? And then one vendor does change to theirs, and a different vendor does change to theirs. If vendor A makes a change, vendor B doesn't necessarily need to run CI. Again, vendor B. It's unlikely that the vendor-specific code will be checked. What will be checked is the counts of hooks, right? And those hooks will affect all of the CIs. So I don't think either Null or Metronome is going to open source their proprietary processor code and check that in.
No, but they're going to have different ways of mapping from A to the underlying.
Yeah, so there is this possibility of a minor optimization. There, right now, it's not considered, but Zoom can do whatever the hell you want as long as you have program answers.
Right, so I was just trying to figure out like whether or not like.
By default, no. By default, all third-party CIs will trigger, and then it'll be up to them to figure out if they want to run or not.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. It's the recipient. Garrett is going to generate an event stream that says, "Hey, here's code being submitted." Everybody who receives that gets to decide, do I care or not? Right.
On our side, let's say.
Yeah.
We could say this is not relevant to what we
Exactly.
care about or whatever. It's unlikely to change the things that affect us. So I don't need to run this one for now. This one is.
Hackers to Zool are always welcome. The next hack on the table is to teach Zool about 2 different pops, right? So if you want to do this particular hack, start hacking. Right now, I don't think Zool has those capabilities.
And if it's a question about whether Zool's capable of doing it, the OpenStack team is, I just saw recent emails that they're promoting Zool to a top level project. Sort of Contrail kind of copied Zool because OpenStack open sourced it, but from what I read in recent email, they're actually saying, oh, Zool should be a thing in its own, not just something that is supported for OpenStack. And so they are probably looking for people who are interested in adding capabilities to Zool above and beyond what it currently has.
Yeah, right now, Zool requires a VPN vector connection between all data centers. So getting rid of that is the next priority hacker. If you want to do this,
yeah. But in
right now,
yeah, but that's why I did mention this Contrail infra repo, because this is where all the Puppet manifests to set up any the stuff that's in this Contrail infra repo will allow you to deploy an entire CI, including the Zool database and the Zool, I forget what the different roles are, but they're in here. I can't remember, I don't remember them, but if you go look in the manifests, you'll find here that we have a Puppet Master, a Puppet DB, a log server, and so all of the different pieces. Okay, yeah. So all right, I think that. Any other last minute question?
Oh, yeah, so there's a blueprint going to the security already content.
Yeah.
So I wonder if some of those can be part of CI.
Absolutely. If they can be scripted,
Yes.
they can be added.
So we'll start thinking in terms of CI nightly and release builds. So adding stuff to the CI is dangerous because CI needs to operate fast. We have very limited hardware. So if you're developing automated tests, please think in terms of creating a nicely functional test job. Start shoving stuff into it that can run in 12 hours, 8 to 12 hours, and then start thinking about what belongs in weekly. So don't try to put everything into the CI. We want to be able to CI every single commit. We have a very limited hardware footprint, right? So overloading CI is a bad idea unless it's a really, 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 really important test. But nightly and release builds, we have to start taking them in place.
It would be the same infrastructure, same stuff, right?
Yes. It's just a question of availability, right? So one will be the gating for the check-in, the other one will just run nightly and notify the release manager that something broke, something major. Right. Okay. So the next session would be the firewall feature set. So session.
Yeah.
And let's keep it to about compressible with feature. Yeah, that's fine. So picture and then drink. Yes. Yeah. The drinks will show up in about half an hour. Picture in the
Drinks are 5:30.
5:30. 45 minutes. Okay. Picture of lunch.
Are you going with that?
I'll be here tomorrow.
Are you guys going to get involved with the project? Well, just interested.
Where is the, share anything? Where is that?
Here's your VGA and HDMI are both here. Which one do you want?
Then I'm getting excited. You want to talk about fabric first?
Natural curiosity.
No, forget it. Oh, let me share. Can you? Hey, oh, he's sharing right now. He's sharing. He has to stop sharing first. Oh, yeah. Wait.
Yeah, they write
I know of you. We've never met, but yes, I did. I live in Portland, but I know. Yeah. Yes, I'll be right. No, this is not just for me. I can't share because all of you guys are. No. I'll be around. Same mistake which I did. Yes, back there. Go grab it. Back there. Go grab them. Grab two.
Get the back.
Grab two.
Take a T-shirt, please.
Grab two.
Picture session in 20 minutes.
Okay, did you do it on sharing? It just says fabric.
Because the project's moving to the and there was a conflict for Contrail and open Contrail, conflict. The market was really, yeah, one side had to give up the Contrail name, so because Juniper has multiple Contrail things outside of just Juniper decided they wanted to use the Contrail name. Yeah, I know. Personally, I would like to see it go the other way, but I was surprised that you didn't allow you. Yeah, it's different. Do you need me to wrangle people and?
No, I think they are collecting T-shirts.
How long is your session?
This one is only 15 minutes, but I don't know if there's what other features we are going to cover. It's about 5 features, and we don't have to cover all features. So there were some features that Rudra was supposed to cover that I didn't prepare, but she had to drop out in the last minute. We don't have slides to show. But we can talk about them, or we can, yeah.
I'm looking forward to it most. This is the end of the day.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of know some of the 5.0 features.
Yeah.
You both get your T-shirts? I got one. I guess I should take one of the others.
should we start?
Yeah.
Yep. Let's have a seat.
Is anyone outside? All right, folks, let's go over one of the features that is going into 5.0. We call it remote computes. So what is remote computes and what is the motivation? The motivation comes from the fact that there are cases where people want to run different jobs in different locations. They could be across data centers or part of the same cluster, but running as a remote point of presence. There are many use cases. I've listed some of them here, but the list is not exhaustive by any means. There could be legal reasons to run some jobs in some country or some location, or there could be proximity requirements based on where other hardware is available. A lot of different reasons are there, but the idea is that we don't want to send traffic from one POP to the other and come back to the same POP unless it is required for something else. So we are introducing two concepts here. One is a cluster, and the other is POP, which in Contrail config architecture we are going to call it subcluster. A cluster can compose of multiple sites, and it can in each site there could be a data center or a POP, and then logically they will map to one cluster attaining few sites at two different locations and other clusters. We already support multi-cluster solutions in past Contrail releases, but this puts a requirement that each cluster will have its own ASN. It's managed separately. A lot of other things are, and it's managed by completely different Contrail components. So control nodes are different, config nodes are different, analytics nodes are different. Everything is separate. It's two different clusters managed as completely independent of each other. This and data plane also. Yeah. Right. So this is how a multi-cluster scenario works. We have a cluster 1 on the left, cluster 1 on the right, cluster 2 on the right, each one with its own components. Then it connects over an SDN gateway through an IP MPLS core, connects to the other cluster. Remote compute is a slightly different concept that we are doing here. So the assumption is that there is one central location where most of the functionality will live, and there are POPs which are mostly running small number of vRouters. And it will use the central location for all the other components, but the control functions will be distributed. I'll show you in the next one. So yeah, these are the two types of sites: a primary POP or a central location, which has all the components, including analytics, database, config, control, and many compute nodes. And there is a secondary POP or a remote POP or subcluster, which has 1 to 10 compute nodes and optionally some 1 or 2 control nodes as well. But you can run all the control nodes in the central location; it will still work. This is one typical topology. So it shows the primary POP at the top. And in this POP, we are running 2 control nodes for POP 1, 2 control nodes for POP 2, and 2 control nodes for the central location itself. These control nodes are not paired with each other. They are paired with gateways that are available inside those remote locations only. Now this solution is significantly simpler here, and I'll get into what are the advantages of using this as compared to a multi-cluster system. And there are cases where you have to use multi-cluster solution, and this doesn't work, but this works in this specific.
So what's the latency between the control and the vRouter?
What's the latency between control and
So
zero?
what is not latency, what latency is that?
I'm not sure what latency we have tested, and it depends on how far apart they are, right?
What is the tolerable latency? Yes,
It's XMPP, right? It doesn't matter. It's like the traffic will flow after that time.
XMPP maintains the state, so it doesn't matter. It will know the state transition, even if it arrives 60 seconds. So are you assuming WAN latencies and are you testing WAN style latencies at least 50 and 100 milliseconds in your test cycle?
So I'm not 100% sure on what latency we are testing, but it should not matter. At least for functional testing,
If it's
should not matter.
If I had $1 for every time OpenStack copies that, I would be retired by now. And then some idiot put in a backhaul protocol with a microsecond timer and everything wrong. So there has to be a tested and supported and additional.
Of course. I'm not saying that we are not testing with any specified latency. That's not what I said.
So Greg, this latency matter is when you're in the path of the data path.
Yes.
What is talking about the control. And XMPP
Well, consider a link slap scenario,
Yes.
right?
It
And-
matters, but
yeah.
it doesn't matter
Right,
as much
but-
as the data plane. But
the latency, typically when you're in the data path, and there is too much latency, the end starts to drop things. Whereas in the control path, especially XMPP is a state-based protocol. So even if the message is delayed, it eventually does get there.
Yes, but if it's delayed too much, getting there might not be a good thing, right? Because if the link between the gateway and its upstream P router is flapping, and the controller way over there is learning about the flaps and is like completely
Sure,
out,
yeah.
right? You need to be
so
able.
latency is important, and we are not saying
Yeah.
that it doesn't matter at all. But what he was saying is that it's not as critical as the data path, but we have to test with some latency assumptions and that.
Right.
Yes, but you have to
Yes.
come up with a strong and latency
Yes.
assumption, let's say 50 or 100 milliseconds, test it to that, and
Yes,
then say,
of course, yeah.
this is what we're supposed to.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the definition of compute be very large latency? What is the large?
Yeah. So how much is acceptable latency? That's
Long haul across European continent, long haul across Russia. That's the latency that you have.
Can I put a V router in geosynchronous order? Or-
No, we, 10 seconds latency. What's 2 seconds latency? What's that like that?
Depends on the altitude of the satellite. But
Well, it's a geosynchronous.
I said geosynchronous is, I don't.
Lower orbit's over a second, so geosynchronous is like 5 seconds. Yeah, so 5 seconds. And then by remote compute, you really mean remote here.
yes. There's no difference between the way these terms are used, right? So a V router is running on a compute node.
Yes, I just think that it's like, if you're like you're automatically like you start talking about.
So remote computes means a remote server where workloads are running, and we learn the V router there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's gonna be tested with OpenStack or Kubernetes, or is it tested with them?
What do you mean? It should not matter whether,
What the orchestrator,
right? What the orchestrator is.
the orchestrator is like. Okay, that's fine. Let's move on.
So what did we change to make this happen? Not a lot. What we've added is we introduced a new config object, and we call it subcluster. It can have its own ASN, but you could always use the same one as specified in the global config. This subcluster has links to control node objects and has links to vRouter objects. And when we create peering, we only create peering among the control nodes and, of course, gateway routers, which belong to the same subcluster and not to the centralized. Not everything is full mesh. And a vRouter is allowed to connect for XMPP to one to one or two control nodes in the same subcluster. And for that, we provision the the subcluster ID into each of the config files. So we Contrail vrouter agents.conf has the subcluster name as well as control node.conf, and so they can say, I have to connect to this subcluster. It sends that subcluster name into the registration message, and control node can accept or reject based on what came in the packet. Right, so that's all the things. Now, what is the advantage? So in this case, we have one config and analytics for the whole cluster, including the remote nodes. What this gives is that we have one centralized location where we are allocating all unique IDs. So for example, route targets, virtual network IDs, all security groups are globally defined here. One config node has a view of entire system, and it shows it will allocate security group IDs, and those will be programmed to every control node, and they will go to every vrouter agent. We can define all the virtual networks, policies, everything in one place. No need to define it into separate clusters separately. The multi-cluster solution needs something called a global controller, which does synchronize configurations from one cluster to the other. That is not needed here. In future, you will be able to spawn services that are scaled out across different POPs. So for example, you define one service instance which has one VM running in each POP, and it will prefer traffic in one POP will prefer going over service instance in that POP, and vice versa.
But
So,
each POP requires its own control cluster.
correct. But that controllers don't need to run inside that
Yeah,
location. Yes.
but there has to be a control cluster per remote POP.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. And we are making provisioning changes to provision control nodes like that, provision routers like that.
In the future, it may be useful to have a control cluster run multiple small POPs.
That may not be possible. And the reason is we do want to keep them separate. We want to say all routes going out have to use this gateway. If it's controlling both, then
all right. So think through the US. You have a bunch of towers, maybe 1,000 towers per metro location. Do you want to have 1,000 control clusters? No. You want to run them?
no, these control nodes will run in containers, and today we don't support running more than one container on one server. But we are looking at changing that.
It still would be beneficial to have single control cluster for multiple small POPs.
But it will make it suboptimal routing, right?
Oh, like doing it today, right? Having a
Yeah.
few routers that have IP reachability. but-
Correct. That is there today. In a way.
You just don't have the POP control function.
You can define. So let's say these two POPs are small POPs. You define them as one POP. Who's stopping you from doing that?
Each one of them needs to have a separate route.
Exactly. So that's why the control node needs to peer with only that gateway. Otherwise, it will not know which one to give to which router.
All right. Okay.
Right? So that is the whole thing we are trying to optimize here. That this router has to use this gateway, and that router has to use that gateway. So this control cluster only peers with these gateways, and that control node cluster peers with that one.
Okay.
Right? And there's no communication, no BGP communication directly among different clusters. Right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this feature.
One use case is like 5G. You need a lot of users.
So for the non-telco guys, even for a hybrid cloud scenario, we've separated Kubernetes cluster with master and a bunch of nodes running on-prem and a bunch of nodes running in the public cloud. Correspondingly, we have the.
Right. Okay,
What
so
was the IS number change that you had on the previous slide? Is there any unique requirements for the underlay there?
what change? Sorry, what change?
The central configure the first item there for the.
Yes, so, no,
What's the underlying or MPLS change that's required? Is there one?
no. So if you look at this picture, all other functions, meaning config, analytics, they are all running in one centralized location. There's no underlay change needed. And only control node connects to config. vRouters don't connect to config nodes today.
I may have a unique situation where I have different layers, different sizes.
Okay.
So if I simplifying this with a single AS, how's that represented on?
Single AS? What do you think?
For single AS across multiple different parts. How am I doing that? There must be some impact to the MPLS. Or some change.
I'm not sure. Aniket, do you understand what to Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
So you guys can start with some of the other 5.0 features?
Yes. So we need Sukhdev to come back.
Yeah, I can take a look at your stuff because you have to get the road. Okay. So can we take a
Yes.
5-minute delay and then he'll present the edge because he can.
Right, yeah.
I have nothing to present.
That's fine.
What we are doing is we are also trying to take open content to other use cases like edge. So one of the use cases for interpreting is IoT, and we are working with a specific customer and a specific partner, namely NEC in this case. And we're still gathering requirements, but all it may mean is, so ultimately the what they need from Contrail mostly remains the same, to provide secure multi-tenancy, mostly. But what it may mean in terms of engineering work is having to port the vRouter to that specific platform that is used as, let's say, the IoT gateway, as in that use case. So there is some work that we have begun in that respect. It is still early days, so I don't even have very formal slides, etc. But just to kind of put the word out there that for obvious reasons, we are taking open content to other use cases, to other domains. Tungsten Fabric. Tungsten Fabric, yes. The effort we are doing is as Juniper and for Contrail to apply it to Tungsten Fabric.
It's going to take 2 release cycles to get used to Tungsten Fabric.
Just say Tungsten, that'll be it. Are you guys going to talk about data center fabric?
No, let's continue the session.
But then, he's gonna, so he's done.
So I wanted to sneak him in because he has to be
Right.
So, how do we want to do that? It's 5:12 now.
So how much time do you need for your?
Depends on how many questions.
We can kill the questions. We'll keep the questions down.
I can very quick, I mean, bare metal presentation, I can quickly run through that.
And let's do that. And
12 minutes.
Take a break and then,
20 minutes.
Will be for the people who.
So ask me questions afterwards.
Or keep it down to 2 questions and then we can come back here, after the picture. Get a glass of wine and then.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so one of the key feature which is going on in 5.0 is a complete fabric management, right? Where we will completely manage underlay and overlay. One of the parts of that is a bare metal deployment. So Contrail is very good with virtualized worlds, right? So there is no bare metal deployment. So that's one thing which is being introduced in 5.0. The feature is pretty much ready. We are testing it. It's going to be going out pretty soon as a part of. Okay, so bare metal BMS manager, what does it do? It does the full lifecycle management of bare metal servers. So taking it like powered off servers all the way to the full boot cycle using the Pixie booting and whatnot. The onboarding of VM servers, like if you have a cold cluster of servers, like 50 or 100 or 200, and you want some of them being managed by this, so you will just do an onboarding. So it will manage only those. Image management, like what images, the target images you want to support, Ubuntu, Fedora, whatnot, Linux. Flavor management, typically it's very similar to like Nova. When you launch virtual machines, you specify what flavor. Similarly, bare metal, you can create flavors based upon a manufacturer. You can create flavors based on the capacity of a server, the cores, the hard disk, or whatever, or mix and match. Inventory management, like what is deployed, what is not, what is available, and so forth. IPAM management, full, like similar to virtualized world. We'll do full IPAM management for bare metal. Security management. So in bare metal world, security is really, really critical. So we want to make sure the ports, physical ports, where the switches where bare metals are connected, we can push ACLs to guard against any attacks and whatnot. Monitoring and reporting of LCM events. Of course, you want to know what is going on with the server, and the discovery of them. That's a key feature where it'll just discover automatically how many servers are there and what is their connectivity, etc. So that's what it is. So under the cover, how do we implement this? So we've chosen to use Ironic in the OpenStack, which is OpenStack based. So it makes lot easier. So Nova, Glance, all of those, and using OpenStack API. So that's a full integration. One of the blueprints when we were talking earlier was integration with Ironic integration with OpenContrail. That's exactly what this is. So that's what supports that. It's an open source. It's out there. You can play with it. You can test it. You can do whatever you want to do. So architectural effects of Ironic. It's a Ironic API is a standard, which is an admin API, to create nodes, to create ports and whatnot. So we're using that. So I'm kind of rushing through because I want to cover something needs more elaborate discussion. Stop me. Ironic conductor is like a Nova conductor. It schedules. It works with the Nova scheduler and Nova conductor. What Nova conductor does for virtualized worlds, Ironic conductor does for bare metal deployments. Python agent, Ironic Python agent or IPA, that's what is a communication tool between the Ironic conductor and the bare metal machine. So that's a little different. There is no hypervisors as in Nova world. So here, that IPA fulfills that role, so that conductor knows what state the bare metal machine is, so that it can conduct it. It can move it to one state to another state and so forth. Ironic Inspector provides the automated discovery in multi-tenancy support with the Neutron. So it's a full multi-tenancy, similar to the virtualized world, and the same Nova API to launch. So if you want to launch a bare metal machine from, for example, the command line, you will do a Nova boot. You will not. There is no bare metal boot. So Nova boot. The only way you pick virtualized word versus bare metal word is through the flavor which I talked about it earlier. So if you pick a flavor of VM, it's going to launch a VM. If you pick a flavor of bare metal, it's going to launch a bare metal. So it makes it very simple. So from the architecturally, so the Control Fabric UI has two different flows. One is a tenant API flow, another one is an admin flow. Underneath, we are using OpenStack control nodes, the OpenContrail and device manager. Underneath sits the hardware. So the flows, it's pretty much OpenStack. You can see, it's pretty much OpenStack and Ironic, the way it works today. Here is a little bit more detailed architectural view. So at the bottom, coming from the bottom up, So you have a top of the rack switches. That's where bare metal connects. So the ACLs, the security groups, which we were talking, which is one of the key features going into 5.0. So once you configure those security groups, so those flow through the device manager, and the ACLs gets pushed onto the Tor to allow or disallow certain flows or certain things. And TSN is an older name. We're changing it to call it CSN going forward. It's a Contrail service node. So CSN node provides some sorry? No, it doesn't stand for tungsten. Okay, tungsten, all right. No, sorry, Contrail service node. So this provides DHCP. So it provides multiple functions. So currently it's being used for DHCP. So this is the one which gives, so when a bare metal boots, it power cycles, it comes and talks to TSN node. It says, what's my IP address? And tell me, how do I boot? Where is my TFTP server? So TSN provides that, right? That this is the path to get that. So that's how it goes and gets this image, boots, and the rest of the flows you pretty much know. And when you launch an instance, this is the example I was giving. If you say Nova boot, right, it goes through Nova, and then based on the flavor, Nova hands it off to Ironic. So instead of Nova conducting the port create operations with Neutron, it's the Ironic takes over, and that does it. Okay. For those who are very much interested in really guts of it, how underneath it works, this is the flow. I'm gonna sort of skip this slide. It's too deep, but this essentially talks about, like, once you start the flow, how the events progress under the covers to make that the whole operation work.
Most of this is just Ironic, right? Because it's Contrail controller receiving events for the bare metal as well and translating those to the Tors.
Yeah, so the whole lifecycle management is all done by Ironic. What we have done is it's integrated with Contrail. That's this right here, this slide.
Neutron, plug it in for bare metal.
Neutron is kind of pretty oblivious to this. It doesn't really care, because what it is doing is it's the Ironic conductor is orchestrating. Like typically what Nova does for VM, it sends the port create to Neutron and whatnot. Now Ironic conductor does that for the bare metal. And there's the network flip, which it does.
So the Ironic configure like the Tor also goes through Neutron.
Yes. Yes.
That would go through Contrail now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is all open stuff.
And which Tors do you support?
Currently, see the Tungsten Fabric is going to be a multi-vendor down the road. Currently in 5.0, it's all Juniper devices, but it will work with Arista, it will work with Cisco, it will work with any other devices. You know, the whole vendor driver plugin is going to be all driver plugin based.
Configuring the Juniper Tors to open flow rules, or is it
Open what?
No, it's Ansible. It's Ansible,
Yeah.
Netcon, and
Yeah.
then, like Sachin explained earlier, we keep it generic.
Yeah.
AVPN. It could be any of those, right? Those are southbound plugins.
So the data model. So this is within the Contrail side of the word. How we have created a data model which maps this. The node is a logical representation. Like today, if you look at the data model for virtual machines, it's the same thing. So virtual network. So node connects to a virtual network connects to a virtual machine interface. And the logical interface is the new thing which we've introduced to support this, which logical interface. So this part is really the business logic below this dotted line. And the physical interface represents the actual physical port of the Tor, where the bare metal server is connected. And the physical router maps to the Tor, the physical switch. So underneath the Contrail business logic is essentially doing this, and then once it creates that association, right, then device manager takes over. and whatever devices are underneath, it configures that.
Some food for thought, and if we have SmartNIC also, the next step after that is SmartNIC to have multiple, we do the full upload. Right? Now consider you have a SmartNIC that's multiple capable, you have a vRouter running on the SmartNIC. Right? So now, if that's also plugged into a bare metal server, you can actually use vRouter as is to control that bare metal server. Right? You don't have to do anything on the Tor, vRouter becomes a Tor. Yeah, the SmartNIC becomes a Tor. You can control the same API, the same concept, the same feature set.
What you're saying is if the Tor has that SmartNIC,
No, not the Tor. Consider bare metal
So
server has
software,
SmartNIC.
so you could use a SmartNIC as a software.
So
many supercomputers.
The way, if you look at the data model, that would still work.
Yeah.
That would still work.
It's a slightly different configuration.
Correct.
With that run.
So the way we
Use
can,
the same feature set across, like, the real same feature set.
yeah. So the way we would represent the physical interface, now instead of representing the physical port of the switch, now it may be the NIC port or whatever. So that's what we'll do. Okay. Here are the physical configurations: a single port configuration, a lag port, and an MLAG port for the redundancy sake. So currently in the release 5.0, only this simpler version is going. 5.1 and onwards, we will have all these other additional configurations. Security groups, that's a new thing which we are adding to support for the bare metal. They map to the apples. So underneath the device manager. So what we take is from the logical, business logical point of view, we're creating a security group, and the device manager, depending on which device underneath is, it translates to the apples and pushes the apples. Okay. So another key thing for the bare metal deployments is, which is very different from virtualized world, is there is a hidden provisioning and cleaning network. Right. This is done to avoid snooping or for the security reason. Otherwise they become like a flat network. So we don't want that. The provisioning network gives the access to the PSTP server, boot server. So all the bare metal machines boot off the provisioning network. Once it gets to a certain point, remember earlier I mentioned about IPA. IPA talks to the ironic conductor. It knows what state it is. At that point, a network flip takes place. So we switch from provisioning network to the tenant network. So the user always says boot, Nova boot with the flavor of bare metal and a network, which network they want to do. And that network is really the tenant network. But under the covers, it really boots on a provisioning network, right?
Which is what happens with Ironic anyway.
Correct.
But, yeah.
Yeah, correct. And then once the server reaches the deployable state, at that point the network flip takes place. And so all of that logic is what integration, the patch which I pushed, the blueprint, it is doing all of that. It's mapping into the Contrail side of it. Onboarding of the BMS. So in order to onboard into the fabric, we need a MAC address of the NIC, because you could have multiple NICs connecting to multiple networks. So we need the MAC and the physical connectivity of the port where it is connected. So both greenfield and brownfield deployments. In the greenfield deployment, the whole discovery of the bare metal and the boot, we can potentially re-image the machine, right? Whereas brownfield, you're already running it, so you want to bring it into the Contrail world. So you're running isolated world, your bare metal machines. You don't want to touch them. The workloads are already running, whatnot. IP address is already there. You say, okay, let me bring it under the fabric control now. So now I can seamlessly bring all my existing bare metal workloads and bring them into the virtualized world, and so that I can bring it onto the same virtual network. So that's the brownfield. So that would work also. In that case, we will just skip the ironic part. We'll go straight to the neutron part and plumb it.
And you can provision a NIC with multi-queue.
Sorry?
That you can provision a NIC with multi-queue.
A NIC with the multi-queue?
Multi-queue.
Multi-queue, what is the NIC?
So you can bring up the,
So you divide the register set into, VS, right?
it's not really VS. APF has.
Oh, yeah, that's right, it's a Linux driver with multi-queue support, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So OpenStack does support multi-queue for VMs after Newton, I think.
You mean a trunk port? It's like a trunk port?
No, multi-queue allows you to have multiple kernel queues.
Okay, so I don't think we support that feature in Contrail. Do we support multi-queue feature in Contrail?
But you should, yeah, but if you have a flavor.
Okay.
Do we support? Okay, then this will work. So if we support, so the key is, whatever is supported in Contrail for the virtualized word will work for bare metal words. So the answer is, yeah, so so then that would work too. But, yeah.
So, and it will be part of the flavor, right? So in the flavor, you can say multi-queue and I want that many queues for that.
Yeah, you have to specify. I've not tested it at all. I've not tested it at all. So you may want to take it upon you to test it. And
It does work, but it requires some sort of special configuration setup on both OpenStack, the kernel, and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's more of a question of installer than what Contrail supports itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you define a flavor and you say I want to bring a machine, not a VM anymore, but a flavor for my bare metal server, then part of your definition there should be multi-queue and.
you can create flavors based on any criteria, and then it will.
The flavor, in other words, is the same as the VM.
Correct.
So the way I define flavors for VMs.
Yes.
Same thing.
Correct.
So guys, can we take a quick break, take a picture, and then grab a glass of wine and restart this discussion?
We can do that, or I can finish it in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, 15 minutes.
Okay. So the moves and vMotion in the favorite word of virtualized word. So the motion in bare metal is very different from that, right? So so essentially, the orchestration has to be done by the operators to make sure that you don't end up with the same ACLs on the previous port and a new port, because then you're leaving room for security holes and so forth. So what we are simply stating is that you offboard a server and then you do the move. And if you want to do a hit left move, you first move your workloads to the new server and then you say the motion. Very simple. Analytics, this is a brand new agent we have introduced in the Open Contrail as a part of this integration. What it does is it not only tells you what state the bare metal is going through, it will give you the whole history of what was running on it yesterday or today or this morning, 9 a.m. or whatnot. It will give you the full history. Here are the references, the documents which describe the top document is the full architecture. The bottom document talks about the specific ironic OpenStack integration. The second document is attached to the blueprint, which talks about the first one is architecture. With that, I'm done. Any questions?
All right, folks, grab a shirt.
Okay. Questions?
So when I install Contrail, do I have the option to install Contrail Fabric? Part of it.
You have an option to install. So 5.0 is all about Contrail Fabric. In fact, one of the demo I was going to do, which I ran into some hiccups, I'm not doing it. I was going to show you with a couple of clicks how you can install the entire cluster, without going through all this shebang which I went through earlier, Ansible and all those workflows. You can actually just go to the GUI and you specify these are my servers and these are my roles, and just go start install the whole thing, and it will do that for you. That's one of the biggest features which we are introducing.
So you're not gonna have any demo today?
No, actually, I was planning on doing it. I ran out of time. There is too much going on.
Yeah, we are running about an hour and a half behind schedule.
Yeah.
We're gonna skip some of the evening demos. We can probably set up a separate event to provide some of these demos, or take them down from YouTube. So, all right, folks, James, what do you wanna do? Do you wanna do it here, or you wanna do it?
I was gonna say we could go around there where the lighting was good, but I don't know if the lighting is still good right now.
One of the hot ones, go into the top lobby, the view is fantastic. Except for the fact that, there's no way you can get the crowd.
Oh, really? It's okay, we mostly just want the people and.
Crowd looks happier with the view.
As you are going to say, the most careful. So we're supposed to wear the t-shirt, okay, everybody wear the t-shirt. Grab the t-shirt, put them on.
We're just going down the hall. Okay. Okay.
Oh, man, it's tight.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because we are wearing shirt on shirt, it's kind of tight.
So we don't need that yet.
Huh?
We don't need that yet, we just should wear shirt on shirt.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Hey folks, we're also going to change out to, tables for the meeting, so if you have a laptop, grab it.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Ahorita que le dijo el Héctor, que después de la comida se regresa el tiempo, ¿no? So it looks like there's some restriction going on in the challenge.
It's just highways, there's definitely highways in here. And then did you do PSAB screen as well? Or do we leave it and then strike it tonight? Okay.
I'm in the room right now. I'll find out from the hotel what's going on, but it looks like they've got a reception in here. Now, is this the room that we were planning on striking tomorrow morning?
Okay, cool. And like I said, I want to figure it out.
I'll straight the projector and leave the screen and, everything else behind, unless, unless they remove everything. Copy that, thank you. Is there a reception going on in here, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But what I think is that it resets
Reset.
later after. That wouldn't break down that much.
Okay, I'll talk to, was that your banquet captain that was on the
Yes,
phone?
yes, yes.
Okay, I'll have a chat with her.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, we have a gentleman here from the outside agency, they want to talk to you something about it. Ahí hay un carrito adentro, hay que los pasos con la cámara. ¿Cómo se va a ir mañana? Se van a Este lo vas a dejar, ¿eh? El cajón, sí. Ahí lo está tocando en una cosa.
I'm just wondering if it's okay just to clear the projector out of the middle of the room.
And we might still use it.
Oh,
You want, oh, that's right, yeah, the marketing plan.
Okay, well then it's all yours. I can fire up the projector again and have that on standby.
I don't know, I mean, we were going to consider doing like a user thing, but I don't know how many people are actually gonna be here.
If there's any chance that you won't be needing the AV, I'll leave it there. I'll just fire up the projector and everything is there for you to plug in if you need it. And then the microphones are there. I'll make sure there's fresh batteries for you and all that fun stuff.
Oh, we won't need the speakers though.
Okay, so we're gonna all leave that there unless it's in your way and you want us to clear it.
Oh, it bombed out. So I swear it has completed successfully, but not this time.
Let me see if it's the same error I got.
No, does this look familiar? This is not a very informative error message.
Oh, that's not you. No, it doesn't look like mine. No, I was around DPTK.
Yeah.
It's not the same as mine.
So there were some DPDK issues having to do with kernel headers. Did you get around that?
I didn't even look at it.
So
I just tried. I tried to kick off your branch.
Right. So there was.
I haven't even debugged it.
If you got error messages about like userlib modules build being missing, that has been fixed. But if it's something else, I don't know.
I kicked it off. It takes like half a day to go. Look for meetings.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah. I mean.